Chapter 917, Don't even know how to put on an act. Chapter 917, Don't even know how to put on an act. Rumble. Outside of the dragon's sovereign territory, the 12 exalts who were currently meditating suddenly opened their eyes, each and every one of them incomparably shocked. What happened? Why did the dragon's sovereign territory start to collapse? An exalt said solemnly. Impossible. This dragon's sovereign territory is definitely the grotto of a deity realm powerhouses. Who can make it collapse? Exalt Blazing Fire said with a face full of disbelief too. The 12 exalts all harbored very high hopes for the dragon's sovereign territory. Otherwise, even if they sent people inside, it was also not possible to keep on waiting outside. One had to know that this heavenly slaughter pit was only opened for half a year. Every minute, every second was incomparably precious. With this waiting time, they would have long gone to other places to search for treasures. The dragon's sovereign territory collapsing, something incredible must have happened inside. I wonder, perhaps, our slaughter generals will be in some danger, Exalt Netherkill slowly said. Hearing this, the faces of the group of exalts were all hideous. Especially Sai Yin. She bit her lips lightly, her face revealing a look of despair. If she lost Yi Yuan, then this trip could virtually be said to be in vain. With this, the disparity between her and the other exalts would get increasingly greater. But Exalt Coldblood took this sight entirely into his eyes and said with a light smile, "Why, younger sister Sai Yin seems to be very concerned about your slaughter generals. Could it be that you took a liking to that pretty boy?" Sai Yin was startled inwardly, but her expression turned cold, and she said, "Do you think that everyone is as cold-blooded as you are?" Coldblood took no notice of it and still smiled lightly as he said, 10 years ago, young sister Sai Yin moved on your own, but obtained quite a number of good stuff. At present, this dragon sovereign territory can be considered thoroughly done for already. But everyone has gotten nothing. Since younger sister Sai Yin knows of a treasure land, can you bring everybody there together?" The moment these words came out, the other exalts all involuntarily looked towards Sai Yin. Entering the heavenly slaughter pit the last time, apart from the 2 exalts who perished, the benefits that the other exalts obtained were not many. While the one with the greatest harvests were undoubtedly Blazing Fire and Sai Yin, these 2 people. Blazing Fire obtained benefits inside this dragon sovereign territory. But where Sai Yin went to had always been a mystery. If everyone obtained benefits at the dragon sovereign territory this time, there naturally would not be anyone who would turn their focus onto Sai Yin. However, now that the dragon sovereign territory collapsed, all of the slaughter generals might have died inside. There naturally would be people turning their eyes to Sai Yin. Sai Yin's expression turned cold, and she said, "Coldblood, what's your meaning?" What's my meaning, do you still not know? Entering the heavenly slaughter pit this trip, you can't very well let everybody return empty-handed, right? If there's good stuff, don't hide and tuck it away. Everybody searching for treasures together, the harvest will definitely be different too. Don't you agree, everybody? Coldblood had a broad smile on his face but appeared very insidious. Yeah, younger sister Sai Yin. You probably didn't find Yi Yuan in order to enter the dragon sovereign territory either, right? Another exalt said. Sai Yin, if there's any good place, why don't you disclose it? The Netherkill who did not speak all along also spoke up in a rare occurrence this time as well. If it were others, Sai Yin would not care much. But Netherkill opening his mouth, she had no choice but to take it seriously. With this, all of the exalt spearheads were pointed at her. This made her feel as if she was sitting on a bed of nails. Wow, a bunch of grown men always bullying women. You bunch of exalts are pretty capable, huh? Right then, a lazy voice sounded out. The exalts were shocked and hurriedly turned their heads and looked over. It was only to see Yi Yuan leading a group of people who were currently walking out from the direction of the dragon sovereign territory leisurely and unhurriedly. The exalts were deeply astonished because the ones following Yi Yuan out were all exalt Sai Yin's people. Furthermore, not one was missing. Humph. Yi Yuan, the matters between exalts are hardly a measly little slaughter's turn, to come and cut in. Let me ask you, where are the others? Upon seeing Yi Yuan, Blazing Fire flared up into a fury. This guy had cheated him considerably. The others? Oh, They have all laid down their lives for all the Lord exalts. Especially Wu He, before being burned to death by the Grand Array, he was still talking about how he missed Lord Blazing Fire. It was really touching. Yi Yuan made a sorrowful expression, looking very realistic. But Shao Kai, they all knew what happened. Each and every one of them could not hold back their laughter, but they did not dare to laugh out loud either, nearly stifling until causing internal injuries. Originally, when Blazing Fire saw Yi Yuan's expression, he really believed that it was real. But when he swept his gaze across the faces of Shao Kai and the rest, he knew that Yi Yuan was talking sheer nonsense. Between exalts and slaughter generals, although it was a lord-subordinate relations, HI plus P, it was still making use of each other. Slaughter generals needed to borrow power and influence, while exalts needed people to slog it out. Then again, the slaughter generals even hoped for the exalts to die earlier so that they could replace them. Stinking brat, you dare to fool me. I think that you're tired of living. Blazing Fire was already very displeased with Yi Yuan in the first place. Now that the top slaughter generals under his command all died inside the Dragon Sovereign territory, he became even more enraged. Being triggered by Yi Yuan like this, how could he still endure it? He actually directly attacked Yi Yuan. Blazing Fire grabbed out. A black claw condensed and formed from Killing Chi grabbed towards Yi Yuan. Sai Yin did not expect that Blazing Fire would explode and kill people at a word of disagreement. But taking action at this time was already too late. Seeing this scene, her expression could not help changing greatly. Careful, Yi Yuan, Sai Yin shouted anxiously. A hint of delight flicked across Blazing Fire's face. Yi Yuan provoked him time and again. This time, he must kill him to be satisfied. But right then, an even larger claw descended from the sky. A claw smacked onto Blazing Fire's black claw accurately. Blazing Fire's attack was scattered just like this. The expressions of all the exalts changed. Before their eyes was Amar's Civ Black Dragon. Slap. Yi Yuan smacked a palm onto the back of Anren's head and said with a look of exasperation at his failure to live up to expectations, "Why are you all so stupid? Don't even know how to put on an act?" Enraging Lord Blazing Fire this time, each and every one of you will get more than you bargained for. Blazing Fire's expression was completely black, depressed in his heart until he was about to explode. But that black dragon made him deeply apprehensive. Tier 9 Black Dragon. This black dragon was none other than precisely Blackwind. Before Yi Yuan went into seclusion, he asked for a batch of spirit medicines from Sai Yin before. It was in order to refine medicinal pills to help Blackwind break through. Blackwind had originally arrived at the final juncture, only missing a step to be able to break through to Tier 9. Under the catalyzing of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, he finally broke through successfully. The Blackwind who broke through to Tier 9, his bloodline already thoroughly evolved into true dragon bloodline. The present Blackwind already successfully transformed to become a real black dragon. The Blackwind who succeeded in transforming into a dragon appeared truly awe-inspiring. Sensing the dragon pressure on his body, all of the exalts had solemn expressions. Sai Yin was dumbfounded too. She never would have thought that Yi Yuan actually still had such a formidable trump card. Now, she finally understood why Yi Yuan dared to not show respect to her, this exalt. Him joining her camp was actually just for the sake of acquiring a spot. With this black dragon as backing, Yi Yuan's strength already completely did not lose to exalt. Chapter 918. So many treasures. Chapter 918. So many treasures. Blazing Fire's expression was incomparably ugly. Facing this black dragon, he did not have any certainty of winning. Blackwind entering Tier 9 was not just as simple as breaking through a major cultivation realm. To Blackwind, completing the transformation from a little snake to becoming a true dragon in the end, this was a qualitative transformation. His strength would undergo a qualitative transformation too. Blazing Fire merely entered Dao Profound 10 years ago. If he really exchanged blows with Blackwind, he was likely still not a match. Yi Yuan, why did only you guys come out? Where are the rest? Asked Netherkill. At this time, Netherkill finally opened his mouth. His subordinates were all elites among elites. If Yi Yuan was able to come out, they should be able to come out too. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Other than us, they are all dead." When these words came out, everyone drew a cold breath. Although they had surmises in their hearts long ago, being informed of this news from Yi Yuan's mouth, they were still incomparably shocked. What they were shocked at was not that everyone died, but that the others all died and Sai Yin's lot were actually completely unscathed. Furthermore, they seemed to have had a pretty good time. What in the world happened inside? Why didn't a single one of you die? Blazing Fire said with a grim expression. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Why? It's obviously because I'm formidable. Could it be that, you don't think so?" Blazing Fire said with a cold smile, "Stop talking nonsense. Tier 9 martial artists can't enter into the dragon sovereign territory at all. Would dealing with your subordinates, that bunch of trash, still need Blackwind to make a move? Lord Blazing Fire, you're thinking too much." Yi Yuan dismissed it lightly. "Humph. Big brother Netherkill, this brat must have concealed many things. Furthermore, since they were able to come out, the abnormal activities inside the Dragon Sovereign Territory must be related to them. Most likely, Yi Yuan has long earned a boatload already," Blazing Fire said to Netherkill. "If it was other people, then forget it." But the 8 great slaughter generals under Netherkill's command were all Azura Arena's apex figures. They died inside too. How could Netherkill be willing to drop the matter? Just a black dragon. Even counting in one Sai Yin, it was also merely just 2 Tier 9 powerhouses. On their side had 11 people. The moment these words were said, everyone's gazes looked towards Netherkill. Very clearly, his one sentence determined the development trend of the subsequent events. Sai Yin was expressionless, but her heart pounded heavily. She never would have dreamed that her subordinates actually all came out alive. Although she did not know what happened inside, without a doubt, it had everything to do with Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan brought everyone out while those under the other Exalt's command were completely wiped out. This was equivalent to offending everyone all at once. If she was ostracized by the other 11 Exalts at the same time, how could she withstand it? Exalt Netherkill had yet to speak, but Yi Yuan came to Sai Yin's side nonchalantly and said with a smile, "Lord Sai Yin, these guys are eyeing our treasures. You have got to protect us. Come, give you all the treasures. You got to hold them properly." Sai Yin had yet to react to it when Yi Yuan stuffed a high-grade holy artifact into Sai Yin's hands. This, also this, Yi Yuan stuffed treasure after treasure into Sai Yin's hands, making everyone stupefied from watching. Did this brat break into a treasure vault? High-grade holy artifacts, Tier 9 medicinal pills, cultivation methods, a dazzling array of beautiful exhibits, Sai Yin almost could not hold them anymore. When the other Exalts saw this scene, each and every one of their eyes turned red. Sai Yin looked at Yi Yuan blankly, her mind already unable to think. Was Yi Yuan mad? The logic of not revealing one's wealth, could it be that this guy did not know? This fellow obtained so many treasures, but actually did not hide and tuck them away, and even flash them out for so many people to see. Wasn't this looking for a beating? However, the astoundment in Sai Yin's heart simply reached a degree where it could not be any greater. These treasures, these Exalts, could not obtain them even after several trips into the heavenly slaughter pit either. Yi Yuan just took a trip into the Dragon Sovereign Territory. Disregarding that he toppled the entire place, he even brought out such a large pile of treasures. Sai Yin naturally did not know that these treasures were actually just a portion of what Yi Yuan acquired. The other people basically all had an article in their possession. As for himself, that went even more without saying. Big brother Netherkill, this, Blazing Fire's gaze was incomparably scorching. If not because Yi Yuan's side strength was not weak, he would have long made a move to SNATCH. The other Exalts were not much better either. They were all waiting for Netherkill to give an order. What are all of you using those sort of eyes to look at us for? Lord Sai Yin, you have to protect these things well, Yi Yuan said with a peculiar expression. Sai Yin finally came back to her senses at this time. She winked at Yi Yuan persistently, but Yi Yuan acted like he did not see it and still carried on talking without caring about others. Shao Kai and the rest broke into a cold sweat too. Yi Yuan was simply too rampant. Those opposite were all exalts. Wasn't playing like this seeking death. Right at this time, Netherkill finally opened his mouth. Sai Yin, since you obtained so many treasures, are you able to bring everybody along to the other ruin now? Netherkill's words made everyone stunned. What was the meaning of this? So many good stuff placed before their eyes, were they not seeing? Sai Yin's brain short-circuited for an instant too, but she came back to her senses very quickly and said with a nod, "All right, since Big Brother Netherkill opened your mouth, Sai Yin will naturally comply with your wishy." Sai Yin also did not understand why Exalt Netherkill would let her off. So many treasures, anyone who saw it would be covetous too. She did not believe that Netherkill would be unmoved. Sai Yin could not help looking over at Yi Yuan. Seeing his completely harmless appearance, her temper immediately flared up out of nowhere. This guy had never discussed with her when he did things, scaring people dreadfully. Netherkill nodded and said, Sai Yin's things, you guys don't have any more ideas. Her slaughter generals obtained them, that's their ability, and also Sai Yin's own lucky chance. Whoever has any devious ideas, don't blame this exalt for not being courteous. All the exalts had stupefied looking at Netherkill in disbelief. Only Exalt Coldblood's gaze glinted for a moment but sensibly retreated to one side. He was not dumb. Yi Yuan definitely had some sort of reliance to dare take out so many treasures. And Yi Yuan's reliance was definitely not just that black dragon. Regardless of which angle one looked at, Yi Yuan was not a brave fool lacking in wisdom. If anyone were to make a move to go and snatch, they would definitely pay a terrible price. Yi Yuan being able to lead Sai Yin's slaughter generals out without missing a single one was not so easily accomplished. At least, somebody had to die in a horrifying place like the Yellow Springs Road, right? Yet, everyone was here right now. This by itself already indicated many problems. Netherkill was definitely wary of Yi Yuan too. That was why he would sensibly not make a move, and use this as the price to make Sai Yin bring everyone to the other ruin. This Yi Yuan was too mysterious. Clearly just a brat who was not even at the phaseless realm, but he made them, these exalts, all incomparably apprehensive. Chapter 919, Uprooting Dark Profound Gold. Chapter 919, Uprooting Dark Profound Gold. Above the tall mountain, there were scattered rocks everywhere, virtually nowhere to plant one's foot. This place was in destination Tushan. Not even a blade of grass grew. No matter how one looked, it was a wasteland. Sai Yin, this is the place you came last time? You aren't making fun of us, right? The Myriad Devil Ridge is merely a wasteland. Who knows how many people have come here before? You actually discovered treasures here? Blazing Fire questioned. This place was known as the Myriad Devil Ridge, but it was just a place where not even a blade of grass grew. Furthermore, this Myriad Devil Ridge was merely a very ordinary place within 10 miles. It was already uncertain how many people had come before. If there were any treasures, it would have been discovered long ago. So what if making fun of you? You gonna bite me? Sai Yin had not even opened her mouth to speak when Yi Yuan directly shot back at Blazing Fire. Blazing Fire was hot-tempered to begin with. Being repeatedly provoked by Yi Yuan, he was long foaming at the mouth from anger already. Stinking brat, this exalt will tear your mouth. Come on then. I'll stand right here. Come over and tear me if you have the capability. Both parties were ready to jump at each other's throats, while Blackwind directly blocked in front of Yi Yuan, making Blazing Fire very gloomy. All right, listen to what Sai Yin has to say, Netherkill said. Blazing Fire gave a cold snort, but could only go to one side and stew in his anger. He seriously could not understand why a proud Tier 9 Black Dragon would serve Yi Yuan, this kind of guy, as his master. Regarding Yi Yuan's unbridledness, Sai Yin was helpless about it too. These 10 years, she had always been hiding her capabilities and biding her time, afraid of making too many enemies. Now, things were great. The exalts were all offended by Yi Yuan. She also did not know where Yi Yuan's confidence lied. With just the likes of her and that black dragon, they were absolutely not a match for the others. But it was precisely because so that Yi Yuan appeared even more mysterious. Everybody, just follow me over. Sai Yin did not say much either and just continued forward. Before long, Sai Yin came in front of a slightly larger rock and said, "It's here." Finished talking, she actually walked straight towards the large rock. Right then, something inconceivable happened. Sai Yin actually said right through the large rock and vanished from sight. What a profound camouflage. I didn't expect that this myriad Devil Ridge actually had a grotto hidden away in an altogether different world, an Exalt exclaimed in amazement. This large rock was very inconspicuous. Even if sing by in front of it, it was also not possible to discover any abnormalities. They did not expect that it actually linked to another place. Let's go in too. The group of Exalts entered in a single file, all sing right through the large rock. Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes, and they actually arrived at a different world. This place had a picturesque landscape, vibrant greenery all over the place. Mountain ridges zigzagged like a long dragon, totally different from the Heavenly Slaughter Pit's bleakness. The Heavenly Slaughter Pit is an ancient battlefield. How can it have such a place? The scenery here is so beautiful. Having stayed for an extended time at the Azura Arena, I'm not used to such a place anymore. Screw it. As long as there are treasures, who cares what place it is? The scenery here made people refreshed in spirit. But what everyone was most concerned with was still the treasures. 10 years ago, I accidentally stumbled in here by chance. I saw the remains of a divine king and took his storage ring to be able to have today. But later, I searched the outer regions and also didn't find another corpse. Instead, I discovered a cave over there. It's just that that cave is blocked by dark profound gold. I can't open it at all with my strength, so I had no choice but to withdraw out of here. Sai Yin pointed in a direction and said, "Dark profound gold." When everyone heard Sai Yin's words, they could not help drawing a cold breath. Dark profound gold was an extremely rare metal, possessing the attribute of devouring essence energy. Once it gets refined into a holy artifact, it could greatly weaken the opponent's attack. Such a treasure was actually used to block a cave entrance. Under Sai Yin's lead, everyone came to that cave. Indeed, they saw a huge chunk of dark profound gold. What a large chunk of dark profound gold. Just this large piece of dark profound gold, this trip is already not in vain. Somebody cried out. This cavern was 1 person long and wide. To be able to block such a large cave, one could imagine how large this chunk of dark profound gold was. Only now did all the Exalts understand why Sai Yin wanted to get Yi Yuan over. Although dark profound gold was good, these Exalts simply did not have the ability to push it away. Although Dao profound realm martial artists were strong, body refinement martial artists were extremely rare. Even though the Exalts' essence energy cultivation realms were very formidable, in terms of the fleshy body's strength, they were 1,000,000 miles worse than Yi Yuan. Under the situation where essence energy was useless, clearly, only Yi Yuan could move this lump of dark profound gold. Yi Yuan, you guys have already obtained a lot of precious treasures inside the Dragon Sovereign territory. This dark profound gold door will have to trouble you to get to work to remove it. At this time, Netherkill opened his mouth and said. To be able to make Exalt Netherkill use this sort of discussing tone to speak, Yi Yuan could be considered the first one. But Yi Yuan did not have any awareness of feeling overwhelmed by flattery and honor. He said with a faint smile, "I can open the door, but this chunk of dark profound gold belongs to me." The moment Yi Yuan opened his mouth, the other Exalts became indignant. "Yi Yuan, don't reach out for a yard after taking an inch. Such a large piece of dark profound gold, that's a priceless treasure. You guys have already acquired so many precious treasures, and your greed is actually still insatiable." Exalt Heavenly Hedonist raised objections. But Yi Yuan smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "What a joke. Listening to the meaning of your words, my treasures seem to all be picked up for free. Don't say that the grapes are sour because you couldn't eat them. If you're envious, come and etc. Want to open the door, no problem. The dark profound gold is my condition. Either way, we've obtained quite a few treasures. It's sufficient for us to digest for 10 years' time. No big deal in missing out on this chunk of dark profound gold either." Yi Yuan's words put all the Exalts on the verge of vomiting blood. This fellow simply exasperated people to death without paying for it. Yet, you just couldn't do anything to him. So many people, but only Yi Yuan had the ability to open this dark profound gold door. If he did not open, no one had any ways of entering either. Fine, the dark profound gold belongs to you. Netherkill opened his mouth and said. The moment Yi Yuan heard it, he beamed widely and said, "Take a look, you guys, learn a little more from elder brother. Even this door was stuffed up using dark profound gold, can the good stuff inside still be little?" The exalts all looked at Yi Yuan with furious glares. But thinking carefully, it really seemed to be the case. To be able to use dark profound gold to block the doorway, there must be some incredible things inside. Obtaining Exalt Netherkill's approval, Yi Yuan was not long-winded either, directly arriving in front of the dark profound gold. Talk was cheap, but to really uproot this chunk of dark profound gold sup, what kind of immense strength did that require? Dark profound gold was extremely heavy in the first place. Such a large chunk of dark profound gold was probably several tens of millions of pounds. Furthermore, this chunk of dark profound gold was embedded firmly in the cave. Wanting to extract it was much harder than lifting it up. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath, placing both hands on the dark profound gold, and suddenly exerted strength. The moment Yi Yuan's aura rose, his strength was overwhelming, both feet directly planting in the ground. Sensing this immense strength, the exalts also revealed looks of solemnness. If they did not employ essence energy protection and fought hand-to-hand combat, Yi Yuan's abnormal strength could blow them up with one punch. Receiving the influence of Yi Yuan's immense strength, the entire mountain started to quake violently. The dragon blood power within Yi Yuan's body abruptly erupted, his arms actually transformed into 2 dragon claws. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, the dark profound gold actually directly flew out. Chapter 920, Gotten into a Big Trouble. Chapter 920, Gotten into a Big Trouble. Boom! A huge noise transmitted over. The dark profound gold smashed out a huge crater on the ground, shaking until everyone's feet trembled. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help shuddering with fear. This Yi Yuan was simply a human-shaped monster. Such a large chunk of dark profound gold, he actually really uprooted it. Yet, everyone did not have time to be shocked when an abnormality occurred. The moment the cave opened, clouds of black gas surged out from inside the cave as if it burst through. "Damn, seemed to have gotten into big trouble," Yi Yuan said with an innocent face. The expressions of all the exalts changed drastically too. Each and every one of them was still looking forward to entering the cave to search for treasures. Who knew that such an abnormality would arise all of a sudden? Quickly run. The dark profound gold was used to seal demonic things. The dark profound gold being plucked out, the demonic things are already no longer under control. Blazing Fire immediately ran when he saw that things were not going well. Ha. We have been trapped here for 100,000 years. We finally see the light of day once more. At this time, Ma's says of black shadows poured out from inside the cave, instantly surrounding everyone, sealing off all of the escape routes. When Yi Yuan saw this sort of situation, how could he still not get it? This was not some treasure land at all, but a place where the ancient era's powerhouses sealed the fiend race. These black shadows had the same aura as Jiolan. Except, the fiendish chi magnitude on these guys' bodies were much weaker compared to Jiolan. Recalling Sai Yin's statement from before, a trace of understanding was produced in Yi Yuan's heart. Looks like that corpse was the powerhouse who sealed these fiends. Except, after sealing, he already reached the point where the oil gave out, and the lamp was expiring too. That was why he died here. Jie, boy, were you the one who let us out? As a reward, you shall become my new fleshy body. A black shadow floated in front of Yi Yuan and was actually going to seize possession directly. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he immediately said excitedly, "Hooray, hooray. I'm so honored to become your fleshy body." That fiendish shadow distinctly froze. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually have such a reply. But he did not think too much either, tunneling into Yi Yuan's body swiftly. Jie, turns out that this boy is a moron. Mu Luo seizing possession of him is also considered helping to exonerate him. Mu Luo already found a fleshy body. We also got to hurry up and find our own fleshy bodies. This state will make our strength be greatly discounted. There are actually quite a few Dao profound experts. Letting them become our fiend slaves is very suitable. These fiendish shadows were all incomparably unbridled and thought nothing of the group of exalts at all. One fiendish shadow after another stood in the air. There were roughly around several dozen. Although these fiendish shadows' imposing manner could not compare to Fiend Ji Od Jiolan, it was much stronger compared to those exalts. Plus, the numbers were many. Thinking nothing of them could be predicted. Alright, Mu Luo, since you've already finished seizing possession, hurry up and take care of those trash. It's our turn to go and seize possession, a fiend shadow said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's eyes were originally somewhat blank. But at this time, he grinned widely and said, "You're calling me?" The fiend shadow could not help pausing when he heard that and blurted out, You. How is that possible? Where's Mu Luo? Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Even Jiolan couldn't seize possession of my fleshy body. Just the likes of trash like you guys want to seize possession of your Grandpa Yi's body too? Fools who overestimate your own abilities. Impossible. You've actually met Lord Jiolan before? No way. Lord Jiolan is an invincible existence. You could still survive until now when you've met him?" The fiend shadow's words were full of shock. Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said with a look of disdain, "Invincible? Is your fiend race also arrogant? Posturing got to have a limit too, alright? Jiolan, that guy was beaten by this little lord, me, until he wet his pants in terror. He's healing his wounds at God knows which corner right now." That fiend shadow clearly did not believe Yi Yuan's words. Although Fiend God Jiolan was not from the same era as them, these fiends, he was a Fiend God with strikingly high renown among the fiend race. Even separated by several 100,000 years, the awe-inspiring reputation of Fiend God Jiolan was still commended among the fiend race. Such an existence would be beaten until he wet his pants in terror by this brat in front of him who was not even at phaseless realm? Wasn't this rubbish? But Fiend God Jiolan had already been sealed for close to 1,000,000 years. Forget about the human race, even the low-level fiends did not know Fiend God Jiolan this name either. How did this brat know? The exalts were also endlessly shocked at this time. They clearly saw that fiendish shadow take possession of Yi Yuan. But it was gone without even letting out a fart. Yi Yuan, this brat was simply too terrifying. Boy, don't be insolent. This seat will come and take care of you shortly. A fiend shadow's figure moved and sped towards the group of slaughter generals. Very clearly, there were risks for them to seize possession of Dao profound realm powerhouses too. But phaseless realm martial artists, the fiend shadow did not have any misgivings. Although the slaughter generals under the Exalt's command practically all died inside the Dragon's sovereign territory, Coldblood, Heavenly Hedonist, and Blazing Fire's slaughter generals still had quite a few. There were enough for them to seize possession. For a moment, the fiend shadow's howls pervaded the entire SPACE. Want to seize possession? How can it be that easy? Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and suddenly unleashed a coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Boom. The group of fiend shadows was clearly very formidable too. Fiendish chi suddenly erupted, blocking Yi Yuan's palm. Heh, brat, your this bit of ability still can't hurt us, the fiend shadow said with a laugh. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Is that so?" The fiend shadow was currently flying in the air, but his figure suddenly plummeted down, like he had suffered substantial injuries. DM and brat actually hid lightning attribute in his attack, the fiend shadow cried out miserably. Lightning attribute was the jinx of all fiendish things under the heavens. Although the lightning attribute Yi Yuan's origin magnetism spirit wood was carrying could not kill these fiend shadows, making them suffer some hearts. HI plus PS was still achievable. What are you still stoning there for? These guys are all fiend emperors. Once you let them succeed in seizing possession, not a single one of you can escape. Yi Yuan shouted loudly. Only then did the group of exalts come back to their senses, and collectively making a move to attack those fiend shadows. Yi Yuan arrived in front of Shao Kai and the others with a flash and said in a solemn voice, "I'll cover you guys. Hurry up and retreat out of this space. Those exalts probably can't stop those fiend emperors." These people all had not fought with the fiend race before and were completely unaware of the fiend race's terror. The fiend race was like cockroaches that could not be killed. Without heaven-defying means, they simply could not be killed. Although Yi Yuan could restrain them with the origin magnetism spirit wood, his strength was too weak after all. Wanting to kill so many fiend emperors, that was something virtually impossible. This battle, victory or defeat, was really hard to say. The moment the group of exalts attacked, it was indeed great and momentous, suppressing most of the fiend emperors instantaneously. But the fiend emperors' numbers greatly surpassed, said the exalts. There would always be that few fishies that slipped through the net, Russ. Plussing towards those slaughter generals wanting to seize possession. Ah. Wretched screams transmitted over repeatedly. Those slaughter generals suck. Bed one by one, releasing a final scream. But these fiend emperors were all very wary of Yi Yuan. No body dared to approach his side. Chapter 921, Continuous Unexpected Event. Chapter 921, Continuous Unexpected Event. The fiend race's act of possession was incomparably tyrannical. In a blink of an eye, there were several powerhouses swathed in fiendish chi from head to toe. Clearly, they were already successfully taken possession of. The slaughter generals were mostly late-stage phaseless realm. After the fiend emperors succeeded in seizing possession, each and every one of their auras skyrocketed, directly breaking through to Tao profound realm. Our fleshy bodies were suppressed until they rotted. How many years has it been since I've savored the taste of a physical body? A fiend emperor said with a weird laugh. When the fiend emperors obtained the fleshy bodies, their auras actually surpassed, said the group of exalts all at once. You humans are seriously too weak. All of you, obediently become our fiend slaves. The fiend emperors that successfully seized possession rushed forward and clashed together with the exalts. The exalts' pressure immediately soared. Those exalts were not some goody two-shoes. They discovered very quickly that these fiend emperors were very fearful of Yi Yuan. Each and every one of them actually retreated as they fought, luring the fiend emperors over to Yi Yuan there. Despicable. And Ren gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Blackwind, escort them away." When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he said in a solemn voice, "Yes. Master, be careful." Blackwind brought everyone along and hastily retreated outwards. Yi Yuan revolved the origin magnetism spirit wood with all his power, his entire body erupting with powerful lightning powers. His entire person was seemingly a walking lightning ball. Areas that he said through, all the fiend emperors would avoid like the plague. Yi Yuan joined the group battle and pinned down quite a number of fiend emperors all at once, and actually turned the situation around in a short while. "Mutar, still not done yet," a fiend emperor said anxiously. On the sideline, fiendish chi billowed toward the sky. The fiend emperor called Mutar had just finished taking possession when he erupted with a strength that astounded people. It was only to see him abruptly open both eyes and said with a hideous grin, "Done. Let these guys become our fiend slaves. That boy seems to be somewhat strange. Entertain him well." Mutar's figure suddenly moved, his entire person seemed like a war chariot, abruptly smars. Plussing into the fight. Bang! An exalt was directly hit by Mutar's tremendous force, spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and flew out backward. Seeing this scene, all of the exalts' faces changed drastically. This Mutar had at least middle-stage Tao profound realm strength. This guy had just finished taking possession and actually had such terrifying strength. Netherkill's eyes glinted, and he said in a deep voice, "Retreat." Finished talking, Netherkill's figure retreated explosively and sped over towards the entrance. When the group of exalts saw that even Netherkill had retreated, how could they still dare to continue fighting? Each and every one of them was anxious to escape. Ha ha ha. Want to run? How can it be that easy? Stay behind obediently and be our fiend slaves. As Mutar laughed loudly, his figure suddenly vanished from sight. His speed was actually even faster than Netherkill. Bang! It was an extremely strong collision. Netherkill was actually struck by Mutar until he flew back. In one move, whoever was superior was immediately determined. Even Netherkill was pushed back in one strike. The Exalt's faces revealed looks of despair. These Fiend Emperors were too strong. Ah! Ah! A series of miserable screams transmitted over. More and more Fiend Emperors successfully took possession. The strength of the Fiend Emperors over here became stronger and stronger, while the Exalt's side became increasingly weaker. A Fiend Emperor came in front of that Exalt who was struck flying by Mutar prior to this and plunged a surge of fiendish sense into his sea of consciousness. Before long, that Exalt actually stood up and gave a bow to that Fiend Emperor and said, "This fiend slave has seen master." That Fiend Emperor laughed out loud and said, "Haha, good. Go and deal with that bunch of fellows for her. Remember, don't kill them. I want to make them all become fiend slaves." "Yes, master." Watching that Exalt become a fiend slave helplessly, the other 11 Exalts all could not help feeling a chill down their spines, having a feeling of the fox mourning the death of a hare. The fiend race's fiendish sense was too tyrannical. It did not permit them to resist at all before they were directly devilized. At this rate, wouldn't the Fiend Emperor side become stronger and stronger, while their side becomes weaker and weaker? Unable to run even if they fled, unable to beat them if they fought too. What to do? Big brother Netherkill, fight it out with them. At this rate, everyone is dead. Blazing Fire shouted fiercely. Netherkill's gaze turned cold, and he said with a nod, "Fine, now that the story's played out like this, we can only take a final plunge." The Netherkill who prepared for a fight to the death suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. A surge of murderous aura that swept away all obstacles swept towards the Fiend Emperors. Seeing this scene, all the Exalts felt a great boost in confidence. Netherkill was the one who was the most unfathomable among these people. Once he brought out his true strength, it was only right that he would not lose to these Fiend Emperors at the very least. Who knew that those Fiend Emperors thought nothing of Netherkill at all, and instead, they burst into laughter as one said, "Haha, this one's strength is not bad. He's qualified enough to be our fiend slave. Although the others are also tier 9 strength, they are still a little lacking." Facing such a berserk murderous air, Mutar was not cowed in the least, and directly charged forward towards the murderous aura and was actually not affected at all. Boom! Under an attack, it was still Mutar who took the absolute upper hand. When Mutar attacked, the other Fiend Emperors did not idle as well, both sides directly tangling together in battle. But the current situation was far from good. The people on the Fiend Emperor's side became more and more and already occupied a cruise. HI+ing advantage. It was just a matter of time for the Exalt's side to lose. But at the same time, a Fiend Emperor pestered Yi Yuan. He was clearly quite fearful of Yi Yuan and did not dare to approach too close. But if Yi Yuan wanted to leave, he absolutely did not allow it to. Just like this, both parties were caught in a stalemate here. Bang! Another Exalt was injured, then taken control of by a group of Fiend Emperors. Yi Yuan's expression fell slightly too. He did not expect that there would actually be so many Fiend Emperor powerhouses here. Could it be that he must bring out the Sacred Dragon Token and Vast Heaven Paji? ODA now? These two items were his final trump cards. Not reaching the 11th hour, they must absolutely not be exposed. Yi Yuan thought about it and still decided to wait and see. The Fiend race was seriously too difficult to deal with. Although these Fiend Emperors were not as powerful as Fiend Ji Od Jiolan, they had only experienced 100,000 years of suppression. Furthermore, their treatment was completely different from Jiolan's. Therefore, each and every one of their deterioration was not that severe. In contrast, these Fiend Emperors were more difficult to deal with. Speaking of which, if not for Jiolan looking for trouble and wanting to seize possession of Yi Yuan back then, he would not have been severely wounded and sent away in defeat either. The soul-suppressing pearl's damage to Jiolan was too great. Yi Yuan observed the battle by the side, his expression became increasingly ugly too. One Exalt after another was taken control of by the Fiend Emperors, and became the other party's fiend slaves instead. Furthermore, after becoming fiend slaves, the Exalt's strength actually soared by a large margin again. Under such circumstances, it was completely impossible for the Exalt's side to reverse the situation. Yi Yuan quietly revolved the incantation and was currently planning on bringing out the sacred dragon token. Right then, an unforeseen accident occurred again. Boom! A violent explosion sounded out and actually directly blasted the entire group of fiend emperors flying. Even the strongest Mu Ta had no strength to retaliate in the slightest under this blow. Yi Yuan's expression changed. Focusing his eyes and looking over, he was surprised. He did not know why Netherkill's disposition changed drastically all of a sudden, and this sort of transformation gave people a feeling of heart palpitation. You guys are really useless. You can't even deal with a few fiend emperors. Since that's the case, it's useless to keep you guys too, Netherkill slowly said. Chapter 922, 30,000-Year Hoax. Chapter 922, 30,000-Year Hoax. Netherkill was floating in mid-air. The corners of his clothing was rustling, with violent, murderous air rampaging all over the place. His aura was extremely terrifying. The current Netherkill became like a completely different person from before and actually gave people a feeling of unrivaledness. Even those fiend emperors also looked at Netherkill with somber expressions and actually did not dare to attack anymore. Under the mask, that pair of eyes were seemingly able to shock people to the core, making people not dare to look him in the eye. Nurturing you all for so long, this seat bestowed upon you status and glory. It's time for you all to repay this seat. Netherkill slowly opened his mouth, but it made all of the Exalt's hearts tighten. Big brother Netherkill, what do you mean? Blazing Fire's expression was very ugly, and a hint of foreboding premonition birthed in his heart. You'll know right away. Netherkill slowly lifted his two palms. A tremendous suction force enveloped everyone. With Netherkill as the center, it formed an enormous vortex. The affected scope of this vortex virtually filled the entire SPACE. Pewalk, a slaughter general who had not been taken possession of yet, exploded all of a sudden. He did not even let out a tragic cry. A stream of black gas gushed out from within his body, and it directly entered into Netherkill's body. Yi Yuan saw it clearly. That SS of black gas was precisely the hallmark of the slaughter concept. Pew, pew, pew. Very soon, a series of explosion sounds rang out. Time bombs seemed to have been planted within the bodies of those slaughter generals, exploding without any warning signs. Swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus streams of slaughter concept were like many streams of small creeks, finally converging into the great river. Sai Yin suddenly moaned lightly, an anguished expression showed on her face, and she actually collapsed directly. But right at the instant she fell over, she was pulled into someone's arms by a broad arm. Focusing her eyes to look, who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan, you're fine? Sai Yin's head was splitting at present. It was as if there was a burst of qi inside her body churning incessantly, her entire person on the verge of bursting. But looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, he was actually completely fine. Yi Yuan smiled and said, just some small trick. How can it be that easy to want to make me, Yi Yuan, fall for it? This. Just what in the world is going on? Sai Yin endured the pain and asked. Yi Yuan's gaze looked over towards the all-powerful Netherkill and said with a cold smile, the Azura Arena's slaughter concept is merely a hoax that has persisted for 30,000 years. And you all, these Exalts, are merely the hosts for the slaughter concept than other people are farming out to. Once they raise you guys to maturity, they naturally have to butcher. There was no free lunch in this world. Being able to obtain slaughter concept without needing to comprehend, how could this sort of bargain possibly occur? It was just that the Azura Arena did it very covertly. Outsiders had no knowledge of it all along, that was all. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Sai Yin could not help revealing a look of despair. In just this short while, those slaughter generals all perished from their bodies exploding, while the slaughter concepts converged into Netherkill's body. Netherkill's aura became increasingly stronger. But Yi Yuan knew that this was merely just the appetizer. These Exalts were the real feast. The slaughter concept in the exalts were all 8 stars. Each and every one of their strength was incomparably formidable. Absorbing these exalts' slaughter concept, Netherkill's strength would probably reach an unfathomable degree. Pewalk, a fiend emperor, finally could not endure it, and his fleshy body directly exploded. Damn it. My fleshy body. That fiend emperor never would have thought that the fleshy body which he had just acquired would actually be gone so quickly. But the fiend race was indeed incomparably fearsome. Although their fleshy body was gone, they still transformed into a mass of fiendish shadow. Pew, pew, pew. A surge of bizarre aura wandered inside the fiend emperor's bodies. Finally, all of them exploded. Yi Yuan took a look at Sai Yin and finally still let out a sigh and said, "Sai Yin, if you trust me, open up your divine soul. No matter what I do, don't resist. Once something goes wrong, your soul will dissipate." Currently, Sai Yin's body was like it had swelled up. Her entire body was becoming round and plump, like she was filled with air. Very clearly, she could not sustain much longer anymore as well. Among the group of exalts, her strength was the weakest. When it was the exalt's turn, she would definitely be the first to bear the brunt. Although Sai Yin did not have city-toppling peerless looks, she was also a beauty hard to come by. Her state made people feel pity and protectiveness endlessly. Of course, the reason why Yi Yuan chose to save her was not that he had a tender heart for the fair sex, but because he felt that she still belonged to the type that could be saved among these exalts. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, a glimmer of hope along with astonishment finally emerged in Sai Yin's eyes that had given up all hope. The entire Azura arena was a hoax, and the origin of this hoax was the absolute kill token. Yi Yuan had the absolute kill token on him too. Why was he totally fine? The secrets on this guy's body were seriously too many. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Sai Yin completely opened her mind. A strand of warm soul force flowed in. Yi Yuan plunged into Sai Yin's divine soul with ease and familiarity and started searching. Exploring other people's divine soul, this sort of thing was incomparably perilous to other martial artists. A single mishap would cause irreparable damage to other people's divine soul. Upon injuring the divine soul, if it was minor, their strength would be greatly diminished. If it was severe, they would become retar dead, even die immediately. But Yi Yuan's attainments in the divine soul was the top-notch even when looking at the entire divine realm. His soul force wandered inside Sai Yin's divine soul with ease and familiarity, seemingly searching for something. Not long after, a black seed appeared in front of Yi Yuan. That seed had already germinated and actually started growing. This black seed was the main culprit. Back then, when Yi Yuan merged with the absolute kill token, this black seed also attempted to grow inside his divine soul but was blotted out by Yi Yuan quietly. Yi Yuan's methods were extremely covert. Even Netherkill could not possibly discover a trace of an inkling either. Seemingly noticing Yi Yuan, that seed seemed to have suffered a fright, abruptly releasing an attack at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh. His soul force swept out, dispersing this attack to nothingness. Sensing the difficulty to handle Yi Yuan, that seed actually transformed and became human-shaped. That appearance was actually no different from Netherkill. "Brat, this seat advise you to not poke your nose into other people's affairs. Otherwise, this woman's soul will dissipate." Netherkill voiced a warning. Yi Yuan's soul force condensed and also transformed into human form and said with a cold smile, "A mere divine sense clone dares to threaten your grandpa Yi? Want to exterminate her divine soul? You can very well give it a try. Humph. Since you want to fight it out to the death, then this seat will fulfill your wish. Plus Netherkill snorted coldly. That body which materialized and formed erupted with an extremely powerful soul force. It was actually going to destroy this divine sense clone and perish together with Sai Yin. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh, both hands firing out 100 spells as fast as lightning. A stream of gentle force wrapped this divine sense clone up. No matter how he exploded, he was also unable to harm Sai Yin the least bit. Chapter 923, Exterminating Fiend Emperors. Chapter 923, Exterminating Fiend Emperors. In the extreme recesses of the heavenly slaughter pit, A handsome man dressed entirely in black clothing suddenly snapped open both eyes, his brows involuntarily furrowing. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the void, looking towards the vast distance. His face was expressionless. It radiated all without showing anger. After a long time, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Forget it, this seat has already reached the critical moment. This matter will be handed to him to do." Finished talking, the black-clothed man slowly shut his eyes again. A wave of heinous, murderous air crept around his body. Looking at that strand of divine sense turning to nothing, Yi Yuan's brows knitted slightly too. Just a mere strand of divine sense had such power. Then how powerful was the original body's strength? Only he, Yi Yuan, could do this. If it was somebody else, it was absolutely impossible to eradicate the divine sense so effortlessly. That fellow's strength is becoming more unfathomable. Yi Yuan heaved a slight sigh, his soul force retreating like tidewaters, returning into his own divine soul. At this time, Sai Yin's body recovered to that lithe and graceful appearance. Her gaze turned to look at Yi Yuan elegantly, feelings of gratitude needed no words. She was still leaning in Yi Yuan's embrace, her posture indescribably ambiguous. She hurriedly straightened her body and was just about to give thanks to Yi Yuan, but her body suddenly turned stiff, feeling a prickly at her back. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "No need to care about him. He's currently busy with retrieving the slaughter concepts. How would he have time to come and care about you?" Without even guessing, one would also know that Netherkill definitely noticed something. That was why he would sweep his gaze over. But just as Yi Yuan said, he was currently busy digesting the reclaimed slaughter concepts and had no time to spare for other things at all. Pew, pew, pew. People's bodies exploded one by one. Netherkill's aura became more and more terrifying. Very soon, the Fiend Emperors were actually completely killed off just like this. But Netherkill did not have the slightest intention of stopping. This time, it was the Exalt's turn. A tragic scream sounded over. That Exalt who was the very first to be devilized directly exploded. Blazing Fire's face revealed an expression of despair. His body already swelled up like a giant balloon at this time, looking on the verge of exploding. He never would have thought that the one to kill him, in the end, was actually Exalt Netherkill. "Why, Yi Yuan, save me. I know that you can save me. As long as you save me, I'll promise you anything." Blazing Fire barked at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at Blazing Fire calmly and said with a smile, "Save you? You wanted to kill me time and again and still want this little lord, me, to save you. You're thinking too much." Blazing Fire knelt down with a thud and said to Yi Yuan, "I am begging you. It was all me who had eyes but failed to see. I deserve death. I swear to the heaven, I absolutely won't anymore in the future. I beg you, save." With a burst, the arrogant Blazing Fire exploded into minced meat just like that. Seeing this scene, Sai Yin shuddered in fear. In these 10 years, she and Blazing Fire and the rest schemed against each other. But now, he died like that in front of her. This made her unwittingly have a feeling of the fox mourning the death of the hare in her heart. Why is it like this? I've never heard before that the Azura Sea would actually have such a thing. Who in the world is Exalt Netherkill? Sai Yin muttered. She was full of suspicions right now and totally did not understand everything that was happening in front of her. But Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Then do you know why each time they entered the heavenly slaughter pit, there would be Exalts dying? Don't the Exalts get replaced by new ones a little too quickly?" Hearing these words, Sai Yin was frightened inwardly and blurted out, "Could it be that they were all killed by Netherkill?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "That might not be so. But how they die isn't important. What's important is that after they die, the slaughter concepts would definitely return to Netherkill there." Sai Yin sucked in a cold breath. This way, wouldn't they all be vessels for Netherkill to store and cultivate slaughter concept? At this time, that enormous vortex finally came to a standstill. Netherkill slowly floated down. The current Netherkill was already like a completely different person from before. Regardless whether was its strength or disposition, it all underwent an enormous change. The Netherkill in the past only looked a little older compared to the other Exalts. But at this very moment, His body gave off the air of a king, making people not dare to look directly. What made Sai Yin surprised was that apart from him, there were actually still two exalts completely unscathed. One of them was Exalt Coldblood, while the other was the Exalt Heavenly Hedonist who was in the same boat with blazing fire. Netherkill's gaze looked at that bunch of fiend emperors coldly, his eyes had unspeakable contempt. Are you all taking action yourselves, or making this seat send you on your way? The fiend emperors had just acquired fleshy bodies but were actually ruined by this one in front of them again. This made them incredibly gloomy. But as fiends, they would not fear humans at all. What a joke! You think that you're our match by destroying our fleshy bodies? You killed your own subordinates yourself. Now, are you a match for so many of us? A fiend emperor said with a cold sneer. Netherkill gave a cold snort and said, thick-headed things. Looks like you guys won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Netherkill was not seen to have any movements either. With a clink, his sword was unsheathed instantly. The piercingly cold killing intent virtually made people unable to open their eyes. Extreme Dao sword kill. When Yi Yuan saw Netherkill's sword slash, he could not help slightly revealing a look of surprise too. This slash was none other than precisely the second-level move in the slaughter sword art which Yi Yuan acquired in the Azura shop previously, Extreme Dao sword kill, but this move unleash. HI plussing from Netherkill's hands was much, much stronger compared to Yi Yuan. Netherkill absorbed the slaughter concepts of 8 exalts and so many slaughter generals. This supreme true intense degree of terror could be imagined. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Places the longsword par s said through swept away all obstacles in the way, bringing out waves of miserable wails. Just one attack, the group of fiend emperors' auras all dropped drastically. Although it did not kill with a single blow, they clearly suffered serious injuries. Although the fiend race was strong, they did not have undying bodies. When the damage they received reached a certain degree, they would still die. Those fiend shadows all cried out miserably endlessly. They clearly did not expect that Netherkill was actually powerful to such an extent. Run. Quickly flee. This guy is too strong. In our current states, we're not a match at all. No idea who yelled out either. The group of fiend emperors turned around and wanted to flee outside. Netherkill gave a cold laugh and said coolly, escape? How can it be that easy? Done talking, Netherkill unleashed another extreme Dao sword kill. This time, the killing intent was even greater than before. At the same time, a surge of bizarre force suddenly descended. All of the fiend emperor's figures all stagnated for that split second. Just this split second claimed their lives. Ah! A series of tragic cries sounded over. It was just that those screams became softer and softer, and were finally gone. The group of fiend emperor powerhouses who had once commanded the ancient era was actually jointly slain by Netherkill and Yi Yuan just like this. Of course, if they were at their prime, forget about killing them, it was already pretty good for Netherkill to be able to escape. But they were suppressed for as long as 100,000 years and were long arrows at the end of their flight. Netherkill slew a horde of fiend emperors but had no joy nor sorrow. His gaze swept towards Yi Yuan. Chapter 924, Sikong Shong. Chapter 924, Sikong Shong. Yi Yuan, show your trump card. I want to see if you're making an empty show of strength, or if you really have the ability to challenge this seat. Netherkill's gaze stared at Yi Yuan with a glint. Along the way, the reason why Netherkill exercised forbearance in every possible way was naturally that he could not figure out Yi Yuan's ace in the hole. Now that he absorbed a large one tie of slaughter concept, his strength soared by a large margin. When facing Yi Yuan again, his confidence was also much greater. Yi Yuan also looked at Netherkill. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of his mouth as he said coolly, should I call you Netherkill, or should I call you Sikong Shong? The moment these words came out, the remaining 3 exalts all had bewildered looks, but Exalt Netherkill's breath clearly stifled. The 3 of you, leave for the time being, Netherkill said calmly. Exalt Coldblood and Exalt Heavenly Hedonist froze, but they still respectfully gave a bow towards Netherkill, saying, yes. Sai Yin had already viewed Yi Yuan as her lifesaver at this time. She was naturally unwilling to let him stay in such a dangerous place. Yi Yuan, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No worries. I think that Exalt Netherkill won't make things difficult for me, a junior, right?" Sai Yin was still worried. But Yi Yuan already said it like this, she could not very well say any more either. She could only leave this SPACE too. After the three people left, Netherkill's cold voice transmitted over, "Who are you?" This Yi Yuan was too mysterious. He clearly only had a strength that did not reach phaseless realm, but even he, this Exalt, could not see through him. In these 30,000 years, who knows how many martial artists had stepped into the Azura arena. But there had never been anyone who was able to escape the absolute kill token's control. But Yi Yuan did it. Not only did Yi Yuan accomplish it himself, but he could also actually even help Sai Yin remove the control. Such means was simply inconceivable. Netherkill was all too clear regarding the absolute kill token. Once it was planted inside the martial artist's divine soul, it would become one with the divine soul, unable to be separated at all. He was seriously unable to imagine how Yi Yuan did it. Yi Yuan looked at Netherkill and said with a smile, "Who am I isn't important. What's important is that this chaotic devil sea is indeed being controlled by the Darkness Divine King. It's just that I'm very curious, just what kind of existence the Darkness Divine King, Sikong Shong, is." Darkness Divine King, he is the most mysterious one among the 10 great divine kings. In the entire divine realm, extremely few people had seen the Darkness Divine King before. If not for the Heaven's Secret Tower announcing the 10 great divine kings, probably only a handful of people in the world would know that there was still such an existence. Regarding where the Darkness Divine King was located, there were many varying opinions too. But among the divine realm's upper echelons, the most popular guess was that the Darkness Divine King was the chaotic devil sea's hegemon. Regarding Sikong Shong, this name, Yi Yuan had heard it from his father, Ji Zhengyang. There was barely anyone who knew this name in the entire divine realm. Netherkill mused and only said after quite some time, "I'm not the Darkness Divine King." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Of course I know that you're not the Darkness Divine King in person. If the Darkness Divine King only had your strength, the chaotic devil sea would have long been eradicated by people. How could the chaotic devil sea be able to stand erect for as long as 30,000 years in the divine realm? If I didn't guess wrongly, you're just one of Sikong Shong's clone, managing the Azura arena on his behalf and collecting slaughter concept, that's all. What I'm curious about is that for 30,000 years, was the Darkness Divine King Sikong Shong alone, or the name had been pares said down for quite a number of generations? Divine King realm powerhouses, their longevity was from 10,000 years to 15,000 years. Logically speaking, it was impossible for one generation of Darkness Divine King to live for 30,000 years. But the chaotic devil sea had stood erect for 30,000 years. During the period, people who had ideas about the chaotic devil sea was probably not in the minority. If every generation of Darkness Divine King all had 10 great Divine King's strength, that was too terrifying. Such a legacy was too frightening. Netherkill mused once more and only said after quite a while again, "No comment." "Just what objectives do you have for entering the chaotic devil sea?" Very clearly, the things that Yi Yuan knew was much more than he imagined. Rather than denying it outright in front of Yi Yuan, better to remain tight-lipped. Although Netherkill's voice was calm, the shock in his heart could not be any greater. The chaotic devil sea had always been famous for being mysterious. Only the divine realm's apex existences would know the tip of the iceberg of the chaotic devil sea. But Yi Yuan was clearly just a roughly 20-year-old youth. How did he know these secrets? What made him even more shocked was that Yi Yuan actually said his name readily. Therefore, he must make clear Yi Yuan's intentions for coming. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "I only came for the Skandha Divine Stone. Now, the Skandha Divine Stone has already come into my possession, I won't stay anymore either. We'll meet again another day." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and was actually going to turn around and leave. "Humph. It's also not out of the question if you want to leave, but you have to first prove whether you have the qualifications to leave or not," Netherkill said at the back coldly. Yi Yuan turned around and said helplessly, "Everybody each mind their own business. The chaotic devil sea's secret, I'll keep my mouth tight as a jar. Why do you have to force me to make a move?" It was not that Yi Yuan was conceited, but because Netherkill's strength was too formidable. Once he made a move, he must flash his trumps cards. Yi Yuan's trump cards were too outrageous. Unless there were no other alternatives, he did not wish to take them out. But looking at it now, Netherkill did not have the intention of letting him off. Humph! Only dead men will keep their mouths tight as a jar. Netherkill gave a cold snort. Extreme Dao Sword Kill was displayed once more. The might of Dao Profound Realm was what the present Yi Yuan could not withstand at all. The violent, murderous air was virtually materializing, locking onto Yi Yuan firmly, not giving him the slightest bit of opportunity at all. The reason why the Slaughter Sword art claimed to be able to cultivate to rival the boundary of the 10 Great Divine Kings, because what one of the 10 Great Divine Kings, the Darkness Divine King, used, was this martial technique. Therefore, the power of this sword move could be imagined. Under this sword, forget about a Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artist like Yi Yuan, even middle-stage Dao Profound Realm martial artists had absolutely no chance of survival too. But right at this moment, a huge Paji Oda suddenly appeared between the two people. Boom! A loud noise transmitted over. The unparalleled Extreme Dao Sword Kill cleaved directly on the vast Heaven Paji Oda. The vast Heaven Paji Oda actually did not budge an inch. Divine artifact. No, wait, it's a quasi-divine artifact. However, it's only half a step away from divine artifact. Netherkill said in fright. Netherkill's eyes were excellent. He discerned the vast Heaven Paji Oda's grade with just one glance. Although it was not a real divine artifact, the title of a quasi-divine artifact was already sufficiently shocking. Because in the present divine realm, no body could refine quasi-divine artifacts at all. Over 100,000 years ago, after divine Dao dwindled to zero, only Fang Tian, this level of genius without peer in his generation, was able to refine the vast Heaven Paji Oda, such a quasi-divine artifact. Of course, the reason why the vast Heaven Paji Oda could succeed in refining was more importantly still because of the vast Heaven Stele. If it was Yi Yuan controlling the vast Heaven Paji Oda, he naturally could not block Netherkill's staggering blow. But if Long Ting was controlling, the situation was completely different. Long Ting obtained Long Zhon's final soul force, plus the help of the Skandha Divine Stone, he already recovered 60 to 70% strength. This kind of strength, using it to block Netherkill's attack, was more than sufficient. Yi Yuan's confidence lay here. You see, I already said don't fight, but you insist on fighting. Unless Sikong Shong comes in person, otherwise, you can't make me stay, Yi Yuan said coolly. Chapter 925, Unexpected Chance Encounter. Chapter 925, Unexpected Chance Encounter. After the shock, Netherkill's heart was filled with indescribable greed. Facing a treasure like the vast Heaven Paji Oda, no body would be unmoved. Even among the 10 great divine kings, the weapons in their possession were at most transcendent grade holy artifacts too. Quasi-divine artifact had never appeared before in these 100,000 years. Now that a quasi-divine artifact actually appeared, Netherkill's feelings of excitement could be imagined. No wonder you had such confidence. Turns out that you actually have a quasi-divine artifact as your trump card. Except, a quasi-divine artifact being placed in your hands is too much of a wanton waste of God's good gift. The moment these words of Netherkill's were said out loud, his entire person suddenly vanished. Boundless slaughter concept enveloped Yi Yuan inside. This was also one of the reasons why Yi Yuan was not willing to attack. The appearance of a quasi-divine artifact was too conspicuous. It was bound to stir up a sensation. When Netherkill saw the vast Heaven Paji Oda, he did not beat a retreat in the face of difficulties. Instead, it gave rise to feelings of greed, wanting to make it his own. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and directly entered inside the vast Heaven Paji Oda. With Long Teng controlling it, he was not worried that Netherkill could do anything to him. Rumble. Violent attacks smashed onto the vast Heaven Paji Oda without any blind angles. Yet, under the divine might of a quasi-divine artifact, Netherkill's attacks were clearly somewhat falling short of his desires. Netherkill unleashed all of his skills but was completely unable to breach the vast Heaven Parji. Oda's defense. Although Netherkill absorbed a large amount of slaughter concept, the vast Heaven Parji. Oda virtually had strength rivaling a divine king under Longteng's control. For Netherkill to want to breach its defense was a totally impossible thing. Netherkill, try peaceful means first before resorting to force. Looks like you're rejecting face when it's given. Inside the vast Heaven Parji. Oda, Yi Yuan snorted coldly. All of a sudden, the vast Heaven Parji. Oda radiated with a brilliant splendor. The Parji. Oda body expanded rapidly all at once, akin to a large mountain cruise. Plussing down on Netherkill. A lofty mountain blotted out the sky and covered the sun. When Netherkill saw this scene, his expression could not help changing drastically, wanting to shake off the vast Heaven Parji. Oda's suppression. However, the might of the vast Heaven Parji. Oda was not so easy to cast off. He used all of the strength in his body before barely managing to shake off the vast Heaven Parji. Oda's suppression. Even so, the tremendous impact force still made him suffer heavy injuries. Truly asking for trouble. I already said you can't make me stay. Now, you and I each hold a secret of the other party. Count it as evening up the scores. Like this, can I go now? Yi Yuan revealed his figure and said coolly. Crack. Under this suppression, Netherkill's mask actually fragmented from it, becoming two halves and falling off. An elegant and handsome face in front of Yi Yuan. This face was actually somewhat familiar. But Yi Yuan, who saw Netherkill's true appearance, his brows knitted together. Want to go? How can it be that easy? The original body already knows the news of you possessing a quasi-divine artifact. I'm afraid it's already impossible for you to want to escape out of this heavenly slaughter pit. Netherkill said calmly. Regarding these words, it was as if Yi Yuan did not hear it at all. His attention was placed fully on that face. Very few things could make Yi Yuan so shocked. However, this face really made Yi Yuan astonish. He looked at Netherkill. His expression turned complicated to the extreme. Yi Yuan's face revealed a bitter smile. Shaking his head, he said with a sigh, really didn't expect it. Really didn't expect. This dogfart Heaven really likes to play jokes on people. When Netherkill saw Yi Yuan's appearance, he could not help having a bewildered look. Leave behind the quasi-divine artifact, and then maybe, the original body will give you a slim chance of survival. Netherkill warned. Yi Yuan looked at this face of Netherkill's and said despondently, looks like you already don't have a shred of your own consciousness already. Yeah, you already became a clone of Sikong Shong. How can you possibly have your own consciousness? Netherkill said in confusion, what on earth are you talking about? Do you think that the original body will let you off like this? Yi Yuan did not speak. Raising his hand, it was an extremely orthodox azure dipper purple young sword art. When Netherkill saw this scene, he said scornfully, a martial technique unleashed using true intent. Are you insulting me? Netherkill casually waved a hand and instantly turned Yi Yuan's attack into nothing. Yi Yuan did not show a surprised expression. Instead, he sighed and said, looks like you really don't have any memories at all. You Wuya. Oh, you Wuya, to think that you were a genius in your lifetime too. I didn't expect that you were reduced to such an end. Sikong Shong, looks like our grudge is considered sowed. Talking towards the back, Yi Yuan actually revealed killing intent. That's right, this exalt Netherkill in front of him was none other than precisely the founder of the Tranquil Cloud sect, Yu Wuya. Yi Yuan was also curious back then. Such a figure with boundless talent, why was his reputation non-existent after reaching the divine realm? He never would have thought that Yu Wuya actually fell in the Azura arena, and became a clone of the Darkness Divine King, Sikong Shong. There were really no stories without coincidences. Yi Yuan never would have thought that after Yu Wuya ascended, he actually came to the Azura arena and became an exalt here. Back then, the Tranquil Cloud sect had the statue of founding ancestor Yu Wuya. He was completely identical with this exalt Netherkill in front of him. Except, although the face was the same, the person was already not the same person. Even though Yi Yuan had not met Yu Wuya before, it was still thanks to Yu Wuya that he was able to comprehend a supreme true intent. Between the two people, there could be said to be the reality of master-apprentice. Furthermore, Yi Yuan had very deep feelings towards the Tranquil Cloud sect. Now that Yu Wuya was actually refined into a puppet by someone, the fury in his heart could be imagined. Although it was a common occurrence for geniuses to perish, when Yu Wuya reached the divine realm, he was merely one of the most ordinary members. But this sort of thing happened to him. He could not accept it, no matter what. "You're not making any sense," Netherkill said with a bemused look. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a sigh, "End it like this today, but you tell Sikong Shong, there will come a day when I'll come and find him to settle this score." Done talking, Yi Yuan turned around and wanted to walk outside. The present Yi Yuan's strength was too weak. Although Yi Yuan could suppress Netherkill with the vast Heaven Pa Ji. Oda, if facing the Darkness Divine King's main body, he did not have a glimmer of probability for success. The horror of the 10 great divine kings, only the characters standing at the apex of the divine realm could understand. Saying they were divine kings, actually, the 10 great divine kings were already far detached from the category of divine kings. Under the prerequisite that there were no deity realm powerhouses, the 10 great divine kings could be rated as invincible existences. With Yi Yuan's current strength, facing the existence of the 10 great divine kings was certain death. Netherkill looked at Yi Yuan's departing back view and actually did not chase after. He knew that even if he chased after, he could not keep Yi Yuan behind either. However, the original body was already at the final juncture. Could it be that he was going to helplessly watch Yi Yuan bring the quasi-divine artifact and leave just like this? Yi Yuan's eyes blurred, Pares sing through to the myriad Devil Ridge. Cold Blood, Heavenly Hedonist, as well as Sai Yin and the rest were all waiting outside. "Haha, big brother, you're indeed incredible." And Ren Bootlicking was licked halfway when he suddenly noticed that the expression on Yi Yuan's face was not quite right. Currently, Yi Yuan's expression was actually not that calm and collected appearance, but a face that wanted to kill people. Such a Yi Yuan, it was still Ren's first time seeing. Rumble. Right then, thick dark clouds suddenly billowed in the horizons. A gigantic black palm directly pierced through the void, surging forward towards Yi Yuan here. Chapter 926. We'll be sure to return it someday. Chapter 926. We'll be sure to return it someday. This palm seemed like a world-destroying palm, blotting out the sky and covering the sun, with boundless might. Even if it was still at the distant horizon, everyone here already felt the terror of this palm. Crack, crack, crack. The scattered rocks on the myriad Devil Ridge were directly crushed to dust. For some time, sand and stone were flung all around, rock debris flying through the air. The entire land seemed to be trembling. Everyone dare not imagine what kind of sight it would be after this palm landed. This palm is too terrifying. Could it be a deity realm powerhouse? No way, right? This palm landing is an apocalyptic calamity. What kind of existence did Boss Yi provoke? Could it be that we disturbed an old monster slumbering in the heavenly slaughter pit? The power of this palm is also too terrifying, right? Sai Yin's slaughter generals sensed an incredible threat, all crying out in shock. Kicking up a fuss over nothing. If deity realm powerhouses only have this bit of strength, they can find a piece of tofu to go commit suicide with. Dam and Sikong Shong, you really think that you've stumped your grandpa Yi? While talking, Yi Yuan leaped up and actually charged towards that enormous palm. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help being tongue-tied. Although Yi Yuan's aura was imposing, under the terrifying might of the gigantic palm, it seemed so insignificant. Everyone could even feel that Yi Yuan was going to be pulverized to dust by the gigantic palm in the next instant. The huge palm came closer and closer, oppressing the entire SPSEE terrifyingly. Pew, pew, pew. Sai Yin's slaughter general's strengths were lacking. Being overwhelmed by the palm force, they directly spewed out a mouthful of blood. At this rate, there was no need for the huge palm to land at all, they would all be utterly crushed to death. Under this palm, they did not have the slightest strength to resist at all. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh. The sacred dragon token already arrived in his hand at goodness knows when. At this very moment, there was no way he could conceal his strength anymore. Even if divine essence was any more precious, forfeiting his life, it was also futile. With Sikong Shong attacking personally, the might of this palm was simply too terrifying. The terror of the 10 great divine kings, ordinary people were completely unable to imagine it. Back then, just the spirit bristle divine king's one move, 9 suns burning heaven, slaughtered dozens of divine king powerhouses. This level of strength was simply daunting until it made people despair. If not for so, how could the 10 great divine kings be so revered by the divine realm's martial artists? Darkness divine king, Sikong Shong, was the most mysterious one among the 10 great divine kings. Outsiders simply had no way of finding out his strength. But no matter how poor his strength was, it also would not be much worse off compared to the spirit bristle divine king. Although this palm was only unleashed across SPACE by him and the power was not even 1% of his absolute height of power, the aura had already locked onto Yi Yuan from far away long ago. Such a palm, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to block it. Quickly run. If we're still here, we'll be affected by it. Sai Yin shouted. Even if Sai Yin did not speak, they would not dare to stay anymore either. They each displayed their movement techniques, wanting to escape far away from the heart of the storm. Rumble. The huge palm became closer and closer. The land actually cracked inch by inch under the power of this palm. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles actually had a Mars' sieve crater struck out under this palm. Seeing this scene, Shao Kai and the rest all opened their mouths wide, unable to close their mouths for a long time. In the era where divine Tao dwindled to zero, could there still be people with such horrifying strength? They could not help looking at the Yi Yuan in midair, simply unable to imagine that he could actually still maintain standing in the air under such a palm. If it were them, they would have probably been long smashed into minced meat already. Even so, Yi Yuan was still pressed down by this palm. He was already unable to advance an inch further anymore. Conversely, he was directly pressed down towards the ground by the huge palm's power. A palm like this, how can it possibly be blocked? Boss Yi is in danger this time. Not that An Ren did not view Yi Yuan favorably, but that this palm was seriously too powerful already. Boom. The huge palm pressed down suddenly, directly cruise. Plussing Yi Yuan into the ground. The surface of the ground directly had a Mars' sieve deep pit pressed out by the Mars' sieve hand. The people were unable to imagine that Yi Yuan, who was situated in the heart of the storm, could still survive. Heh, Yi Yuan, this brat was so arrogant. This time, Master personally took action and he actually still dared to resist. With this, he's deader than dead, right? Cold Blood laughed mockingly as he said, his words had unspeakable ridicule. Master's strength, outsiders simply cannot imagine it. Under this palm, there are absolutely no intact eggs. Yi Yuan, this brat was COC Kai throughout the journey. He finally received retribution. Heavenly Hedonist also concurred. The two of them had both suffered considerable losses at Yi Yuan's hands. Most importantly, Yi Yuan was clearly only Heaven Enlightenment realm, but his strength was terrifyingly powerful. Even if they wanted to take revenge, they had the heart but were lacking in strength too. Now that their master personally took action, they were naturally incomparably excited. What's going on? All of a sudden, Coldblood's expression changed. They sensed that a frightening aura was currently welling up from underneath the earth. That enormous black palm was actually showing signs of unsteadiness under this aura. Boom! A scorching ray of light shot up towards the skies from under the huge hand, directly shattering the Mars' sieve black palm. After that, it carried an unparalleled aura and charged straight for the horizons, speeding like the wind in the direction the gigantic palm came from. That was an azure-colored huge dragon soaring above the 9 heavens. That image was too shocking. In a blink of an eye, the huge dragon disappeared. The Sikong Shong at the extreme recesses of the heavenly slaughter pit suddenly sensed a terrifying surge of aura spreading over following his gigantic palm. His brows furrowed, but he stood up from meditation. Roar! The enormous dragon shuttled through space, directly arriving in front of him. Sikong Shong's expression changed, but he lightly tapped a finger out, instantly erupting with a terrifying essence energy undulation. Boom! The enormous dragon scattered and disappeared with a loud bang under this finger. Yet, Sikong Shong's expression was very ugly. His gaze could not help looking over towards the abyss not far away. It was only to see a terrifying aura indistinctly transmit out from the depths of the abyss. It was as if there was something that was startled. I didn't expect that this brat is actually carrying the dragon race's divine artifact. Once this matter is settled, it looks like there's a need to take a trip outside. As he said, he looked in the direction of the abyss again and said with a frown, "That fellow was startled, how troublesome. Now, I have to expend much more effort for no good reason again. This punk is seriously detestable." Inside the deep pit pressed out by the huge hand, Yi Yuan slowly crawled up, the clothing on his body already in tattered scraps. His aura was also very disorderly. But when Coldblood and Heavenly Hedonist saw this scene, their blood ran cold, not daring to even breathe heavily. Divine artifact. It was absolutely the might of a divine artifact. Yi Yuan actually had a genuine divine artifact in his hand. What was even scarier was that Yi Yuan could actually unleash the true power of a divine artifact. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to survive under this palm of their master. The two people exchanged a glance, both reading the incomparably shocked expression in the other party's eyes. There was a ripple in SPACE. The Exalt Netherkill wearing black clothing finally came out from that SPACE. Yi Yuan glanced at him coldly and said, "Tell Sikong Shong, today's palm, I'll be sure to return it one day." Chapter 927, Engaging in Contest on the Street. Chapter 927, Engaging in Contest on the Street. In Great Xiong region, there were two cities famous throughout the Divine Realm, Vast Sun City and Bright Moon City. These two great cities were both rank 1 holy lands. Their strength was tremendous. But the distance between these two cities was merely 10,000 miles away. This distance, phaseless realm experts could travel more than a dozen times within half a day. Although these two cities each governed several major territories, the two cities were extremely close apart. The Zhu family and Yu family, these two families, had already had God knows how many years of legacy. They had always been like birds of a feather. These two families were united in marriage for generations. Their relations, Hi+P, was also intricate and complex. Legend has it that these two families' ancestors produced deity realm powerhouses before. Their foundations were extremely deep. But later on, because their bloodline gradually thinned, they declined little by little. Of course, even so, once the two great families joined hands, they were an extremely terrifying existence too. Even super holy lands were not willing to overly offend these two families teaming up either. At this moment, on a street in Bright Moon City, there were two young people, a man and a woman, who were currently strolling around and sightseeing. The girl looked all around and strolled everywhere. But her interest was not very high, while the guy did not talk either. He just slowly followed by the girl's side. Suddenly, the girl seemed to have thought of something and ran over to hug the young man's arm, saying affectionately, "Big brother, tell you something, I ran into a youngster when I was at the Yi City. His age was roughly around mine too, but his formation's Dao strength is probably even above yours. Back then, the super transmission array was spoiled. It was he who finished repairing it single-handedly. I'm afraid, your title of number 2 genius in the formations path will have to change owners." The young man did not show a visibly moved expression on his face. He just said indifferently, "Just repairing a super transmission array. It isn't something of a big deal." In the entire Divine Realm, our Dawn Heavenly Palace's Ding clan admitting to be number 3, absolutely nobody dares to admit to be number 2. Among the young generation, apart from Zheng Xie, Ding Shuo, fear no one. SHI+U, stop racking your brain in vain. When Bright Moon City's matters are settled, you'll follow me back to Dawn Heavenly Palace obediently. You're not allowed to go anywhere. This brother and sister pair were actually the Ding clan brother and sister born in the Super Holy Land, Dawn Heavenly Palace. That Ding Shi plus U was precisely that girl Yi Yuan encountered back then at the Yi Sea City. The Dawn Heavenly Palace's Ding clan's formation's Dao strength was ill. US Trias in the entire divine realm too. They were fully deserving of being the number 2 in the world. Number 1 was naturally the Grand Yang Divine King, Lu Linfeng, of the 10 great divine kings. Before Lu Linfeng came roaring into existence, the Ding clan's formation's Dao strength had always been the divine realm's pinnacle existence. And the Zheng Xie out of Ding Shuo's mouth was none other than precisely Lu Linfeng's head disciple. Hearing Ding Shuo's words, Ding Shi plus U pursed her lips and said unhappily, "Humph. Arrogant fellow. Grandfather frequently says that there is always someone better, and heavens beyond heavens. We mustn't be arrogant and conceited. I think you didn't listen to his words at all." Ding Shuo glanced at Ding Shi plus U and said nonchalantly, "Grandfather said this because he met the Grand Yang Divine King, and I have never been arrogant and conceited. At least, with Zheng Xie around, I'll never be conceited." Ding Shi plus U flung off her big brother's arm and said with a disdainful look, "Stinking big brother, you're arrogant. I dare say that young man's formation's Dao strength definitely isn't inferior to yours. I really hope that you meet him in the Bright Moon Compet. One Taion. After that, humph humph." This time, Ding Shuo did not refute. He was utterly disdainful to refute. The Ding clan had a foundation of profound learning inherited for generations. In terms of foundation depths, even the Grand Yang Divine King could not compare either. This divine realm, only one Grand Yang Divine King appear in these 100,000 years too. After the Grand Yang Divine King, Ding Shuo believed that the Ding family would climb to the peak anew. His lifelong rival, Zheng Xie, he would definitely trample underfoot. His grandfather lost to the Grand Yang Divine King. This humiliation needed him, Ding Shuo, to wash away. As for this punk who repaired the super transmission array, he did not take it to heart at all. Long ago when he was at Tier 7, he could already repair Tier 9 array formations. The present Ding Shuo, his strength was even more unfathomable. What was amazing about repairing a transmission array? He did not deny that the divine realm had many formations Dao genius. But he, Ding Shuo, was the strongest genius. "Ah! Tichi," Ding Shi plus U suddenly cried out, using a finger to point in a direction. Ding Shuo followed the direction his younger sister pointed at and looked over, and saw a 20-plus-year-old youth, bringing a group of people currently walking on the streets. "You're saying that he's that person you were talking about earlier?" Ding Shuo said rather surprisedly. Ding Shi plus U nodded and said, "That's right. He's called Yi Yuan." Ding Shuo swept a glance over Yi Yuan, then lost interest. A brat who isn't even at Phaseless Realm is actually Elias Ting after Swan Flesh too, what a joke. But Ding Shi plus U's eyes swiveled around at this time, a scheme develop. Only to see her figure move, instantly das. Hi plussing out several hundred feet away, fleeing in Yi Yuan's direction. Then, with a bang, Ding Shi plus U actually seemed to have directly collided into a wall and was no longer able to advance anymore. Ouch! Ding Shi plus U winced in pain, smars. Hi plussing until a lump came into her throat, tears about to fall down. She could not help letting out a pitiful cry and fell over onto the ground. Ding Shuo said coolly, "You can't escape. Stop racking your head in vain." Who knew that Ding Shi plus U did not care at all. She suddenly shrieked at the top of her voice, "Yi Yuan, help! Yi Yuan, help!" Yi Yuan heard someone calling him and could not help turning his head to look. He recognized Ding Shi plus U with one glance, and his brows could not help furrowing slightly. He and Ding Shi plus U were only chance acquaintances. But Ding Shi plus U was clearly being put on a spot by someone at this time. Making him to look on with folded arms, he could not do it. The Yi Yuan who did not know the inside story chose to attack immediately. When Ding Shuo saw that Yi Yuan really attacked, his expression involuntarily darkened. He sped towards Ding Shi plus U with a large stride forward, wanting to restrain Ding Shi plus U first. At the same time, his two hands were like phantom images. He actually condensed an array formation en route. Such a level of attainment aroused a wave of applause from the onlookers. This young man has such formidable formations Dao attainment. Just this one move already has the air of a master. Do you not recognize? This boy is Dawn Heavenly Palace's Ding family's formations Dao genius, Ding Shuo. That young man only has peak 9th level heaven enlightenment strength. He actually dares to get into a conflict with him. Isn't that seeking death? Heh, there's a good show to watch now. Now that geniuses have gathered in Bright Moon City, such spectacles will probably happen often. Yi Yuan was several thousand feet away from Ding Shi plus U. Ding Shuo was only several hundred feet away from Ding Shi plus U. Yet, Yi Yuan's Das Hi plusing speed was extremely fast and actually reached first despite moving later. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed. They did not think that this Yuna's summing heaven enlightenment realm brat's speed was actually so fast. When Ding Shuo saw this scene, he could not help sneering coldly as he said, "So what if your speed is fast? Aren't you still going to meet with a rebuff?" At the same time, his array formation already condensed and formed. Ding Shuo was extremely confident in his formation's Dao attainments. He believed that by relying on this array formation, he was absolutely able to make Yi Yuan suffer a huge loss. To dare meddle in the Ding family's affairs was simply looking for a thrash. Hi plus ing. Yet, in the next instant, he was utterly stunned. Yi Yuan actually disregarded his array formation, directly sing through from inside his array formation. Chapter 928, Far Too Lacking. Chapter 928, Far Too Lacking. Swoos. H. Plus Yi Yuan grabbed Ding Shi plus U and left with a flash. Ding Shuo had a dumbfounded look and could not help being stupefied where he stood, looking at this scene in a daze. As the Ding family's future sect master, Ding Shuo had always thought highly of himself and was extremely confident in his formations Dao. At least among the junior generation, no one was able to contend with him in formations Dao at all. Furthermore, he could sufficiently contend with any genius martial artist by relying on formations Dao attainments. But the scene that happened earlier was seriously too demoralizing. The array formation he set up actually could not cause the least bit of hindrance to Yi Yuan, as if it was thin air. How was this possible? Ding Shi plus U being held in Yi Yuan's arms, her gaze looked at Yi Yuan, extremely idolizing him. Yi Yuan's formation's Dao strength was indeed much stronger than Big Brother's. Although she said so earlier, she actually did not really think that Yi Yuan was more formidable than Big Brother in her heart. However, she did not expect that Yi Yuan's formation's Dao strength was actually so frightening. The array formation Big Brother laid down, he actually directly disregarded it. Upon landing Ding Shi plus U hastily pulled Yi Yuan and left. Quickly go, if we don't go now, he's going to capture me. But Yi Yuan was ignorant of the inside story and even thought that Ding Shuo was a lecher who abducted Ding Shi plus U. Ding Shi plus U wanted to drag him away, but he refused to leave, saying indifferently, "No worries, with me around, nobody can capture you." Seeing Yi Yuan's presence of mind, Ding Shi plus U became anxious instead. "Dragging Yi Yuan," she said, "he's not alone. There are still experts who are going to arrive very soon. If we still don't go, it will be too late." Yi Yuan had not spoken yet when Ding Shuo already came back to his senses at this time. He actually somewhat turned anger from embarrassment at this time. With a wave of a hand, a lantern actually appeared in his hand. Only to see him suddenly pour in large amounts of essence energy into the lantern. That lantern immediately released a dazzling light. Yi Yuan pushed lightly, Hi plusing Ding Shi plus U to Sai Yin's side and opened his mouth, "Help me take care of her." In a twinkle, the light condensed and formed into a terrifying array formation, shutting Yi Yuan inside. That's the Dawn Heavenly Palace's Ding family's top-grade holy artifact, Myriad Net Magic Lantern. It's said that the Ding family's old ancestor imprinted 10 types of Tier 9 array formations into the lantern with great magic powers. As long as one used essence energy to deploy, they could release them. It's a top-notch holy artifact of the formation path. The moment this lantern appeared, someone immediately recognized it. Lantern-shaped magic artifacts were too easy to recognize. Furthermore, This myriad net magic lantern was extremely famous. The moment it appeared, it stirred up a wave of commotion. They all did not expect that the Ding family actually placed such a formidable top-grade holy artifact in the hands of a young junior. When Ding Shi+ saw this sight, her expression could not help changing drastically too. She did not expect that her big brother was actually for real, deploying the myriad net magic lantern, and could not help worrying for Yi Yuan. She was just about to open her mouth, but saw Sai Yin lightly patted her shoulder, saying with a light smile, "Relax, Yi Yuan will be fine." Sai Yin had witnessed before Yi Yuan's means. Even the Darkness Divine King, Sikong Shong, could not do anything to him. How could a Ding family's junior trap him? When they witnessed Yi Yuan's means back then, the group of people including Sai Yin were all dumbstruck with amazement. Yi Yuan was actually in possession of a divine artifact. That was a divine artifact. After the group of people came out from the chaotic Devil Sea, they signed a soul contract with Yi Yuan, serving Yi Yuan as their master. Yi Yuan removed the absolute kill token's control on Shao Kai and their bodies too. They all saw the sacred dragon token in Yi Yuan's hands. Even if they did not do so, Yi Yuan would not possibly let them leave either. Divine artifacts were of utmost importance. Yi Yuan did not wish for news to leak out. As for the chaotic Devil Sea there, Yi Yuan was not worried. Sikong Shong's original body was unable to come out definitely because of some special circume stances. And he knew that Yi Yuan had a divine artifact in possession. He definitely would not spread it. Otherwise, how would he seize the divine artifact from Yi Yuan's hands? Exiting the chaotic Devil Sea, Yi Yuan rushed to Bright Moon City right away. Calculating according to the time, Yu Mengli's time was likely running out. If he did not come, Yu Mengli would die beyond a doubt. But Ding Shi+ panicked and still wanted to go and make her big brother stop. However, it was already too late. The array formation already activated. Ding Shuo was clearly truly enraged, wanting to rely on this array formation to kill Yi Yuan. TSK, Tier 9 array formation. A high-rank Tier 8 array master actually laid down a Tier 9 array formation. That boy is in danger now. Looking at this array formation's appearance, it should be the Ding family's Tier 9 Grand Array, Jade Light Extreme Shadow Formation. That is an extremely powerful killing array. This boy could have set anyone off, but he just had to mess with the Ding family's Ding Shuo. Isn't this courting death? I heard that the Ding family's old ancestor relied on this set of array formation to compete in magic powers with the Grand Yang Divine King. In the end, he was only slightly inferior too. This boy is probably going to suffer a great deal. There were quite a few people who recognized the goods among the onlookers, saying out the origins of the Jade Light Extreme Shadow Formation readily. Back then, when the Ding family's old ancestor just entered the Divine King realm, he relied on this set of array formation to battle in magic powers with Lu Linfeng before. The result naturally could be imagined. Except, the power of this set of array formation was beyond all doubt. Using it to deal with a Heaven Enlightenment realm brat, wasn't the outcome be capturing with ease? Yet, the Yi Yuan inside the Grand Array was incomparably calm, as if this horrifying Tier 9 Grand Array was like air. A measly Jade Light Extreme Shadow Formation. If Ding Zhonghua came to deploy it, I'd really be somewhat fearful. But as for you, still far too lacking, Yi Yuan said with a light smile. The moment these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded. Where did this boy come from? Not scared of twisting his tongue when talking big. Who was Ding Zhonghua? That was the Ding family's old ancestor. Making the Ding family's old ancestor personally deploy a Tier 9 array formation to deal with a Heaven Enlightenment realm brat, wasn't it using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? How could they know that Ji Qingyun's attainments in the formation's Dao in his past life already did not lose out to Ding Zhonghua by much? In formation's Dao, apart from Lu Linfeng, there really were no more than a handful able to harm him. Even if Ding Zhonghua was a little stronger than him, wanting to use array formations to kill Yi Yuan was virtually something impossible. And in this life, Yi Yuan's attainments in formations Dao improved a step further. If he could reach the Divine King realm, Ding Zhonghua would probably not be his match anymore. Therefore, Yi Yuan saying these words did not have any elements of exaggerating at all. He was just stating a fact. Ding Shuo's expression was also incredibly ugly. He berated furiously, "Insolence. Is grandfather's name what you can say directly without honorifics? I originally just wanted to teach you a good lesson. Looks like not showing you a thing or two properly, you really don't know how the word death is written." Ding Shuo's essence energy urged. The jade light extreme shadow formation suddenly activated. Pale yellow profound light suddenly ran amok, barreling towards Yi Yuan. A hint of a mocking smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. His figure started swaying bizarrely. His footwork was extremely profound, leaving the audience wholly enraptured. After 10 breaths, Yi Yuan actually already exited the grand array by some means somehow. Although the jade light extreme shadow formation was extremely powerful, with Ding Shuo's strength, even if he deployed the myriad net magic lantern, he could not unleash 1% of this grand array's power. Using it to deal with Yi Yuan was still too early. When Ding Shuo saw this scene, his expression could not help changing drastically, as he said in shock, How is this possible? Chapter 929, Don't be an eyesore here. Chapter 929, Don't be an eyesore here. Humph. Abducting people on the streets. Have Ding Zhangguo's descendants already fallen into such a mess? Finished talking, Yi Yuan suddenly slashed a sword out. Violent killing intent instantly locked onto Ding Shuo. This move was precisely the first stance of the slaughter sword art that Yi Yuan acquired at the Chaotic Devil Sea, the killing song of the sword. Yi Yuan's slaughter concept already reached the level of Great Circle of 6 stars. Coupled with the killing song of the sword, this level of profound martial technique, the power could not be underestimated. Ding Shuo was still in shock currently. Suddenly seeing Yi Yuan attack, it was already too late to want to set up a formation. Seeing this scene, Ding Shi plus you could not help being horrified as she screamed, "Yi Yuan, don't. That's my big brother." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he secretly cursed inwardly. But the sword chi already arrived in front of Ding Shuo. Ah! Ding Shi plus you closed her eyes painfully, not daring to watch the scene that followed next. Right then, a beam of light descended from the sky and instantly arrived in front of Ding Shuo, colliding together with Yi Yuan's killing song of the sword. This ray of brilliance was extremely powerful. It actually annihilated the killing song of the sword instantaneously. The hairs on Ding Shuo's entire body broke into gooseb. UMPs. His legs involuntarily turned soft, and he almost plopped down onto the ground. In the air, a middle-aged man stood high up in the air. The gaze he looked at Yi Yuan with was very unfriendly. He said in a solemn voice, "Junior, you dare to murder people on the streets. Do you not have any respect for my Yu family?" Yi Yuan was originally still rejoicing that this person saved Ding Shuo and that he did not cause a blunder. But the other party's words made Yi Yuan greatly enraged. Saying these words was obviously being partial to Ding Shuo. This was clearly bullying that Yi Yuan did not have a background. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, and he opened his mouth and said, "Yu family? Who does the Yu family think they are?" That middle-aged man's expression turned cold. Powerful Dao profound realm pressure instantly cloaked downwards, wanting to put pressure on Yi Yuan. What an unbridled punk! To actually dare be so insolent in my bright moon city. Do you really think that this emperor doesn't dare to do anything to you? The other martial artists immediately felt their bodies weigh down. This pressure crushed them until they could not breathe. Yet, Yi Yuan's expression was calm in the midst of his pressure. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Enough crap. If you have the capabilities, just bring it on. This bit of paltry skills still can't do anything to your grandpa Yi." The middle-aged man did not expect that Yi Yuan actually had no response to his cultivation realm pressure at all. The expression on his face involuntarily became even uglier. "Stinking brat, I'll take you down first, then tear that mouth of yours. See if you're still able to be so COC Kai or not." The middle-aged man was provoked by Yi Yuan until he was smoldering with rage and was about to make a move. Ding Shi plus you seeing that the situation was not good, hurriedly blocked in front of Yi Yuan, and said to the middle-aged man, "Uncle Yunfeng, please calm your anger. This incident is a misunderstanding, it was all Shi plus you's fault." Uncle Yunfeng, please don't make things difficult for Yi Yuan. He did it all to help me, that's why he attacked Big Brother. Ding Shi plus you put on a bold face at this time too. Regardless whether it was Ding Shuo's side, or Yi Yuan behind, these two gazes were like two thorns, prick king at her body. She wanted to borrow Yi Yuan's strength to shake Ding Shuo off earlier. But she did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength greatly exceeded her imagination, nearly breeding a great calamity. Recalling it at this time, Ding Shi plus you was filled with lingering fear after the event too. If not for Yu Yunfeng making it in time, Ding Shuo would have already become a Deal's soul under Yi Yuan's sword at this time. Then she would probably never forgive herself in this lifetime. When Ding Shi plus you came forward, Yu Yunfeng could not help stopping in his tracks. He was indeed looking on account of the Dawn Heavenly Palace's face earlier, that was why he had scornful words and jeering sneers towards Yi Yuan. The Dawn Heavenly Palace was a super holy land. Their strength was far from what Bright Moon City could match. And the Ding family line status in the Dawn Heavenly Palace was transcendent. The Ding family's brother and sister, their statuses could be imagined as well. When Yu Yunfeng rushed here, he instinctively thought that Yi Yuan only came to blows with Ding Shuo for the Ding Shi plus U's sake. Except, he did not think that Ding Shi plus U would actually step forward to speak on Yi Yuan's behalf. With this, his existence appeared extremely awkward. Humph. Even so, he made impertinent remarks towards my Yu family. It's hard to escape punishment too, Yu Yunfeng said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan pushed Ding Shi plus U aside and said with a cold smile, "This young master, I want to take a look at how you're planning on Punis. Hi plusing me." Ding Shi plus U did not expect that Yi Yuan was so unwavering, not lowering his head in the slightest when facing a Dao Profound Realm powerhouse, and could not help panicking inwardly. Yi Yuan made a move all for her sake. She could not watch Yi Yuan get captured by the Yu family no matter what. "Yi Yuan, can't you say a word or two less?" Ding Shi plus U pulled Yi Yuan and winked continuously yet. Yi Yuan shot her a fierce glare and said crossly, "Our business, we'll settle in a while. Right now, go to one side for me." Yi Yuan usually did not cause trouble, but he never feared to get into trouble before either. If he really fell out with the Yu family, worst comes to worst, he would stir up a storm in Bright Moon City. Who was afraid of whom? Ha ha ha. Good. Truly, heroes come from among the youngsters. This emperor wants to take a look today at how much capability you, this child, have. Yu Yunfeng laughed wildly. His eyes suddenly shot wide open. An invisible attack directly shot into Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. It's the Moonlight Heavenly Eye. Although Yu Yunfeng's Moonlight Heavenly Eye bloodline is thin, unless Hi plusing it with his Dao Profound Realm strength, it can absolutely directly exterminate that brat. Moonlight Heavenly Eye, that is an extremely terrifying divine soul attack. It's simply impossible to guard against. This boy is truly steadfast, to actually dare provoke the Yu family. Although he has some means, he's bringing about his own destruction. Even members of the Yu family might not be able to awaken the Moonlight Heavenly Eye bloodline. For Yu Yunfeng to be able to awaken the bloodline, he was clearly a genius figure in the Yu family. Except, such an attack was simply child's play to Yi Yuan. "You. How can you be fine?" Yu Yunfeng said in disbelief. Yu Yunfeng's certain kill attack actually did not have any effect on Yi Yuan at all. This made his countenance change drastically. Yi Yuan looked at Yu Yunfeng with a smile that was not a smile, and said tauntingly, "Moonlight Heavenly Eye, is it? Your bloodline power is too thin. Want to kill me with just this bit of degree of ocular power? You're too naive." Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with eyes like they were looking at a freak. This brat was seriously too abnormal. Yu Yunfeng was a well-known figure among the Yu family's third generation. He stepped into the second-level Dao Profound Realm at a young age. Coupled with the Moonlight Heavenly Eye, his strength approached third-level Dao Profound. But now, he unleashed the Moonlight Heavenly Eye and actually could not do anything to a Heaven Enlightenment Realm brat. This was also too nonsensical. Yu Yunfeng's expression changed, and he said, "Could it be that you have a divine soul attack blocking top-grade holy artifact on you?" Top-grade holy artifacts that blocked divine soul attacks were very seldom seen and also very precious. But what Yu Yunfeng did not know was that Yi Yuan's treasure was much more valuable compared to some top-grade holy artifact. The soul-suppressing pearl was something that even Fiend Ji Od Jiolan was exceedingly fearful of. How could it be what top-grade holy artifacts could compare to? Yi Yuan said coolly, "Stop making wild guesses. With your strength, this young master, I still don't take it seriously at all. Now, scram further away for this little lord. Don't be an eyesore here." Chapter 930, Even More Unreasonable. Chapter 930, Even More Unreasonable. Yu Yunfeng was angered until his face was livid with rage. In Bright Moon City, there had never been anyone who dared to be so arrogant before. This place was clearly Bright Moon City, but Yi Yuan actually reversed the roles of host and guest, making Yu Yunfeng get lost. Everyone was speechless. This Yi Yuan was simply an example of being conceited and insolent on account of his ability. Relying on that he had some capability, he actually did not place even the Yu family in his sights. Geniuses like this would often suffer a great deal. Good. Very good. A measly little heaven enlightenment realm is actually rampant to such an extent, really bullying that my Yu family has no one. Indeed, Yu Yunfeng was truly infuriated this time. He actually took out a talisman and ignited it with essence energy. Whoosh. H. Plus an ear-piercing sound rang out. That talisman actually flew up high in the air and combusted. This combustion was extremely eye-catching. It clearly sent out a signal. Seeing this scene, Ding Shi plus Yu's expression could not help changing greatly. This time, the matter had really gotten out of hand. She only did not wish to return home at first but did not expect that things would end up in such a state. Yi Yuan, quickly leave. The Yu family is powerful and influential. They are not people you can resist. Ding Shi plus Yu hurriedly said. Yu Yunfeng sneered coldly when he saw the situation and said, "Brat, don't run if you have the beers. The Yu family's prestige is not something people can just provoke." Actually, Yu Yunfeng was really somewhat apprehensive of Yi Yuan already. The Moonlight Heavenly Eye was his ace in the hole. Yi Yuan actually had no reaction in the slightest. His natural disposition was prudent, that was why he sent out the family's signal. Very soon, there would be even stronger people arriving. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of running at all. He said calmly, "Run? Why do I have to run? Now that the situation has gotten out of hand, if Yu Zhenqiu doesn't come and invite me personally, I won't go to the Yu family. Instead, I feel that you have to be prepared to be punished by the Yu family." The people on the streets were going to collapse. This Yi Yuan's bragging simply reached the skies. Who was Yu Zhenqiu? That was the present Yu family's leader, a genuine divine king powerhouse. Such an existence would come out and receive a heaven enlightenment realm brat? Yi Yuan naming Ding Zhanghua, then Yu Zhenqiu, those who did not know would even think that he was a major faction's leader. Only the top characters of the various major forces dared to directly call out these people's names. Even 8th level Dao Profound Realms did not dare to address them like so either. At least, they would have to add honorifics. Yu Yunfeng said with a cold smile, "What a joke. Who the hell I do you think you are? To even make family head come and receive you personally? Truly ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth." Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and did not have the intention of refuting at all. Seeing this scene, Yu Yunfeng could not help feeling uncertain deep in his heart. Could it be that this brat really had some mysterious plan, or he had a powerful background? How was this possible? The Divine Realm's junior generation geniuses today, Yu Yunfeng knew very well in his heart. There was no Yi Yuan at all. This brat was already putting up a bold front. While talking, several figures arrived with a howl. At present, geniuses gathered in Bright Moon City. Clashes like today were naturally unavoidable too. The Yu family's Dao Profound Realm experts, quite a number of people was sent out on patrol, in order to avoid causing some major trouble. "What happened, Yunfeng?" said a middle-aged man with a frown. Regarding Yu Yunfeng firing the family's signal, he was clearly rather displeased. Currently, The factions in the city were messy and convoluted. If there was an incident, it was best to control within a small scope. Once the family's signal was fired, it would surely draw even more people's attention. At that time, once it was not handled appropriately, it would set off a chain of reactions. Some major forces were what even the Yu family could not afford to provoke as well. Seeing the arrivals, Yi Yuan could not help revealing a hint of a smile on his face. Who Yu Yunfeng was, Yi Yuan did not remember him at all. His status in his previous life was too transcendent. When he came to Bright Moon City, Yu Yunfeng was far from being worthy. He naturally would not have an impression. In front of the youngest Peak Alchemy Emperor, Yu Yunfeng only had the right to observe far away. But this one in front of him, Yi Yuan had some impression. This person was a little older than Yu Yunfeng but was the same generation as Yu Zhenqiu, who was also Yu Yunfeng's uncle, Yu Jianfeng. Coincidentally enough, back then when Yi Yuan came to Bright Moon City, it was this Yu Jianfeng who was in charge of his daily life. The two people had some contact. Yu Yunfeng whispered a few words by Yu Jianfeng's ear. Yu Jianfeng's brows involuntarily knitted together, his gaze looking at Yi Yuan piercingly. Young man, although my Yu family isn't a top family clan in the divine realm, we're also not what anybody can insult. Do you want to give an explanation to this, Yu? Yu Jianfeng said solemnly. Currently, the people surrounding and watching were getting more and more. This matter became very sensitive. If they could not make Yi Yuan apologize, the Yu family's prestige would reach rock bottom, and become a laughingstock for the divine realm's various major forces. What Yu Jianfeng wanted was just an opportunity to disentangle from the awkward position. Yi Yuan stood proudly, his imposing manner when facing Yu Jianfeng was still fearless as he said coolly, "Explanation? What explanation? Today's matter had nothing to do with your Yu family in the first place." But the moment Yu Yunfeng came, he was biased towards Ding Shuo without distinguish. "I plussing black from white. Isn't he bullying me because my background isn't as powerful as his? The Yu family handling affairs like this, wouldn't it cast a chill over the hearts of all heroes in the world?" Yi Yuan's words stirred up a wave of commotion in the crowd. Martial artists were divided into different grades and ranks. It was naturally impossible for the Yu family to take an impartial stance. But this sort of thing was hard to say openly in public. Otherwise, there would be too many people offended. After all, the geniuses martial artists with strong backgrounds were just a small minority. Yu Jianfeng secretly cursed slippery little fellow. One sentence actually seized the initiative of public opinion. Being together with Ding Shuo, Yi Yuan was indeed in the disadvantaged group. These words very easily aroused the same feelings in the vast majority among them. This way, for the Yu family to want to make a move against Yi Yuan, they would have to be careful. A single misstep would drag the Yu family's reputation through the mud. Public clamor could melt metals, account-mulated defamation ruins a man. Although the Yu family did not fear these people, this had an immense influence on the Yu family's reputation. Yunfeng was indeed a little rash in handling this. But that's also seeing that you drew the sword to kill people, that's why he would misunderstand. But making impertinent remarks about the Yu family is your wrongdoing. Yu Jianfeng was old-handed as well, clinging hard to Yi Yuan insulting the Yu family. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "Ding Shuo took out the myriad net magic lantern wanting to kill me. I don't believe that Yu Yunfeng did not see it. At that time, why didn't he come out and stop it? When I retaliated, it became murdering people on the streets and scorning the Yu family. If other people are unreasonable, I, Yi Yuan, will be even more unreasonable than others. What does scolding your Yu family a few words count for?" Yi Yuan had long known that Yu Yunfeng was present back then. It was just that he did not expose it. If Yu Yunfeng handled the case impartially at that time, Yi Yuan would just turn a blind eye to it. But he called Yi Yuan to account the moment he came up, thoroughly enraging Yi Yuan. Ding Shuo did not speak by the side the entire time. Hearing these words of Yi Yuan's, his face reddened to the ears. He even used the myriad net magic lantern and was actually nearly killed by Yi Yuan still. This was simply an unprecedented humiliation. After today, he would likely become a laughingstock to all. Yu Jianfeng's brows knitted, immediately feeling incredibly vexed. Yi Yuan's heart was like a clear mirror. Furthermore, he was incomparably stubborn. Wanting to make him lower his head was probably not such an easy matter. If he really could not, then there was only using martial strength to make him submit. Chapter 931. Call Yu Jianqiu here. Chapter 931. Call Yu Jianqiu here. A cold light glinted in Yu Jianfeng's eyes. How could it escape Yi Yuan's eyes? Yu Jianfeng was 5th level Dao Profound Realm. Even in the Yu family, his status was also rather high. However, Yi Yuan did not care at all. Looking at Yu Jianfeng with a smile that was not a smile, he said, Yu Jianfeng, no matter what, it was also your Yu family who handled matters unjustly first. But you want to make a move now, is it? Yu Jianfeng's face fell. Being spurred on by Yi Yuan like this, he could not very well make a move. This brat was really troublesome to deal with. Who knew that? Yi Yuan continued, looks like your Yangqiao meridian injuries are already pretty much healed. Yu Jianfeng's entire body trembled, his gaze staring fixedly at Yi Yuan, his eyes showing a very doubtful look. Several years earlier, Yu Jianfeng had his internal organs wounded by his opponent during a family clan's operation. Although his injuries recovered later on, the power of his Moonlight Heavenly Eye had been greatly affected. Members of the Yu family, as long as they possessed the Moonlight Heavenly Eye, their greatest reliance was on ocular powers. Yu Jianfeng's ocular powers suffered impairment. The blow to him could be imagined. The family clan's alchemy emperor elder diagnosed it. Turns out that his Yangqiao meridian was damaged. Hence, it resulted in his ocular powers getting damaged. It was just that diagnosing was easy, but a radical cure was extremely difficult. Yu Jianfeng sought treatment from many alchemy emperors before. No body was able to treat his Yangqiao meridian injuries once and for all the way until Yi Yuan came to Bright Moon City. During that period of time when Ji Qingyun came, Yu Jianfeng waited upon carefully the entire time, putting his heart and soul into it. Ji Qingyun was naturally able to make out his thoughts and casually gave him a prescription, letting him slowly nurse his health. In these few years, Yu Jianfeng's injury was indeed almost healed. The power of the Moonlight Heavenly Eye also recovered to its peak state. Yi Yuan could be said to have given a new lease on life to Yu Jianfeng. This matter was very likely to affect his position in the family clan back then, so it had always been carried out in secret. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually spilled it out. How could this not make him shocked? Yi Yuan looked at him and continued to say unhurriedly, "It's a pity, oh, what a shame." Talking until here, Yi Yuan suddenly shut his mouth and said nothing, showing an appearance of closely guarding a secret. Yu Jianfeng's face fell, and he said coldly, "Pity about what?" Yi Yuan looked at Yu Jianfeng with a ruminating look and said, "Didn't you want to make a move to capture me? Why are you still asking so much for? Uncle Feng, don't listen to him talk nonsense. This brat's background is unknown. Befogging the minds of people here, maybe he's here to make trouble. Capture him first then talk." Yu Yunfeng interrupted. Yu Jianfeng stopped him from speaking with a hand gesture. Drawing a deep breath, he said, "Young man, what do you know?" Uttering these words actually had a bit of a tone of seeking advice. Yi Yuan had an indifferent appearance as he opened his mouth to say, "During these several years, do you occasionally have situations where essence energy is lacking? Every time you sit quietly and meditate, do you frequently get cut short without rhyme or reason?" The moment Yu Jianfeng heard, his expression could not help changing greatly. What Yi Yuan said was actually not the slightest bit off. "You? How do you know?" Yu Jianfeng said with great astonishment. But Yi Yuan waved his hands and did not speak anymore. Yu Jianfeng froze and knew that Yi Yuan was deliberately inciting him here. Want to make him say the words at the back, he must let him vent this anger first. But hearing Yi Yuan's tone, his body really seemed to be somewhat amiss. Furthermore, it shouldn't be a small matter. These little problems, he initially did not pay particular attention either. But recently, these conditions seemed to show a trend of worsening. He had no choice but to take it seriously. Martial artists looked powerful, but once something went wrong with their bodies, it was even more troublesome than ordinary people. Yu Jianfeng drew a deep breath and bowed low towards Yi Yuan, saying, "This Yu had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. This matter was indeed Yunfeng's transgression. I apologize to little brother on his behalf. If little brother is free, could we go to my humble abode to have a chat? This Yu apologizes to you on his behalf." When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. Yu Jianfeng was a figure who grasped authority over major issues. He actually paid such great respects to a brat still wet behind his ears. This was simply unimaginable. The gloomiest one had to be Yu Yunfeng. He relied on Yu Jianfeng's arrival, thinking that he got Yi Yuan for sure. Who knew that a few fleeting words of Yi Yuan's made Yu Jianfeng lay down his arms and surrender? Now, it became his fault. But Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Don't give me that crop. Make Yu Zhenqiu come and invite me. Otherwise, no way. Don't use that sort of expression to look at me. I can tell you directly that the problem in your body is absolutely not a minor thing. As for whether you believe or not, it's all up to you." Hearing these words, Yu Jianfeng's heart could not help palpitating. The things that Yi Yuan said previously were too accurate. He had no choice but to believe it. Except, wanting Yu Zhenqiu to come and receive Yi Yuan, this was also making things too difficult for people. Uncle Feng, talking nonsense with this punk for what? This brat is definitely talking rubbish. Plus capture him first and grill him under torture. He'll confess everything. Yu Yunfeng rebuffed. Yu Jianfeng's expression turned cold, and he reproached, "Shut up for me. This matter was originally your fault. Hurry up and apologize to little brother." Yu Yunfeng froze, not expecting Yu Jianfeng to set fire onto him. For a moment, he was actually at a loss on what to do. "What are you still in a daze for? Is it possible that you want to receive the family's punishment?" Yu Jianfeng's words were even colder, as if Yi Yuan was the one who was his kin. Interrogating under torture? What kind of joke was this? To be able to see through the recurring illness in his body, this sort of existence would not be an existence who was that easy to provoke no matter what. At least, ordinary alchemy emperor powerhouse, if they did not carry out pulse reading, they could not tell that his body had an underlying illness at all. Such a figure, once he really offended him to the core, there would not be any more leeway to salvage it. Hearing family punishment, these two words, Yu Yunfeng involuntarily shuddered. Gritting his teeth, he said to Yi Yuan, "Little brother, this matter was all Yunfeng's fault. I hope that you will forgive me." Yu Yunfeng was very depressed. Today was not only him losing face completely, but the Yu family's face was also utterly thrown away. Just what medicine did Uncle Feng eat wrongly? A brat talking nonsense here, he actually believed it to be true. Yi Yuan nonchalantly darted him a glance and said, "I said before, you have got to be prepared to be punished. This is merely just the beginning." Done talking, he turned to Yu Jianfeng again and said, "The words I said before, I'd never take them back myself. Today, Yu Zhenqiu must come." Seeing Yi Yuan so serious, Yu Jianfeng was displeased in his heart too. But he also knew that Yi Yuan could not be offended and could not help being put on a spot. "Little brother, the bright moon compet. One Taion is at hand, family head has endless matters to busy with. He seriously can't make the time," Yu Jianfeng said with difficulty. Yi Yuan looked at him and suddenly smiled and said, "Go find him, he'll come. Just say that the person saving his daughter's life came." Yu Jianfeng's expression changed, and he cried out in shock, You are that young man called Yi Yuan." He originally wanted to call him a brat. But when the words reached his mouth, it changed to young man. These few years, Yi Yuan, this name reverberated like thunder in the Yu family. Chapter 932, 8 Extremities War Chariot. Chapter 932, 8 Extremities War Chariot. Could this brat has lost his mind? What kind of person is Lord Yu Zhenqiu? How can he possibly lower his dignity to come and meet a junior? Even if this brat really has some background, it's also impossible for Lord Yu Zhenqiu to come. If he came, the Yu family would lose all of its face today. It's really getting more and more lively. I want to take a look at just how the Yu family cleans up the mess. Yi Yuan stood on the streets calmly, giving no thought to everyone's widespread comments at all. However, the people watching the show were getting more and more. Refusing to budge like this, it would be harder and harder for the Yu family to wind up the matter. Yi Yuan burned half of Bright Moon City's skies with a torch. If Yu Zhenqiu deigned himself and bent the knee to come and meet in person, Bright Moon City would really not be able to lift its head in front of the outstanding heroes under the heavens anymore. By the side, Yu Jianfeng's world was turned upside down in his heart. He totally did not expect that this young man before his eyes was actually that Yi Yuan who made the Zhu family dusty and dirty in the face. 2 years ago, Zhu Yang secretly went to find trouble with the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. In the end, he was put into a coma by someone and returned to the Zhu family. This matter had once stirred up Ma's sieve waves in Vast Sun and Bright Moon, these two cities. After Zhu Yang was brought back, the Zhu family's elders raised a clamor at one point, saying that they wanted to exterminate the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Then later, this incident was left unsettled just like that. The whys and wherefores of it, outsiders did not know, but the Yu family was perfectly clear. Zhu Jiao discovered that Zhu Yang was actually injured by the sole martial divine king, 10 great divine kings. That was absolutely an existence which the Zhu family could not afford to provoke. And a puny little lower realms aboriginal youth was actually linked in many ways with the sole martial divine king. How could the Zhu family dare to act rashly without careful consideration? The Yu family knew about Yi Yuan's existence very early on. But regarding Yi Yuan being able to treat Yu Mengli's illness, they did not believe at all. All the way until Zhu Yang returned in defeat, after which the incident gave them hope. But so many years had said, Yi Yuan did not show up all along. This made the Yu family involuntarily anxious about a favor, and worried lest they should lose it. Although Yi Qing had the azure spirit heart-fusing fluid, these 2 years, Yu Mengli's body still deteriorated steadily. Yu Jianfeng also did not think that Yi Yuan actually turned up at this time, except, he did not expect that both parties actually met in such a way. Just as the people were discussing animatedly, a series of horse-neighing sounds came from the sky. Everyone looked over and discovered that a war chariot was currently flying over from a distance. This war chariot's momentum was extremely shocking. Its entire body emitted a bright bronze color, giving people an intense sense of oppression. Judging from the imposing momentum, this war chariot was clearly a transcendent-grade holy artifact. It's the 8 Extremities War Chariot. The Yu family actually dispatched the 8 Extremities War Chariot. This 8 Extremities War Chariot is Yu Zhenqiu's ride. Furthermore, it's the symbol of status. Only when the most honored guests come to visit will Yu Zhenqiu personally drive the chariot out to welcome. Could it be that there's some big shot currently on the way? The appearance of the 8 Extremities War Chariot immediately caused an uproar in the crowd. This war chariot was a transcendent-grade holy artifact. Its combat strength was shocking. But more importantly, it was the Yu family's courteous reception towards the most distinguished guests. Even for divine king powerhouses, the Yu family might not dispatch this war chariot to welcome too. At present, right during the period of the Bright Moon Compet, one Taion, quite a number of divine king powerhouses would come and attend the ceremony. Sending out the 8 Extremities War Chariot at this time was very clearly in order to receive some important person. Yi Yuan looked at the 8 Extremities War Chariot from a distance, a hint of a smile flash. Plussing by the corners of his mouth. This 8 Extremities War Chariot, he was not foreign to it. Back then, when he came to Bright Moon City, Yu Zhenqiu personally rode precisely the 8 Extremities War Chariot out to receive him. Times have said, and circumstances have changed, to think that Yu Zhenqiu drove the chariot to come and receive him once more now. Of course, other people would not think that the 8 Extremities War Chariot was here to receive him. Using the 8 Extremities War Chariot to come and welcome a Heaven Enlightenment Realm boy, how was this possible? Deserving of being the head of a family, indeed have some boldness when doing things, Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. By the side, Sai Yin's eyes flickered, and she said softly, "Young Master Yi, you don't think that the 8 Extremities War Chariot is here to receive you, right?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Otherwise, what do you think?" The Eight Extremities War Chariot's speed was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, it arrived above this street's sky. Everyone looked left and right, wanting to find that big shot. But they could not find it at all. On the chariot, a middle-aged man in fine clothing with a handsome face like carved jade had his clothes fluttering, the air of an expert out and out. Master Yi, Gentio has waited bitterly for many years. You finally came to Bright Moon City. This one has prepared some weak wine. Can Master Yi come up and have a chat? A deep voice sounded out. The middle-aged man was actually inviting a person called Master Yi up. The people below looked here and there, all searching for that Master Yi. However, how was anyone able to be called Master Yi in existence? Even though Yi Yuan raised a hue to make Yu Gentio come, they completely did not believe that Yu Gentio would personally drive the Eight Extremities War Chariot here to welcome Yi Yuan. Yet, Yu Jianfeng and Yu Yunfeng, the uncle and nephew pair, were both incomparably astounded at this time. They never would have thought that family head actually gave Yi Yuan such a highly courteous reception. Even when Vast Sun City's Zhu family's family head came to visit, it was absolutely impossible for Yu Gentio to mobilize the Eight Extremities War Chariot too. But facing Yi Yuan, he actually used it. Sai Yin similarly looked at Yi Yuan with incredible astonishment. She did not think that Yu Gentio was really here to receive Yi Yuan. It was only to see Yi Yuan slowly got up, and flew over toward the Eight Extremities War Chariot with a leap. Seeing this scene, everyone was all stunned. This brat, does he really think that he's something? Even if family head Yu really agreed to come and meet him, it's also impossible to drive the Eight Extremities War Chariot, right? What a joke. A Heaven Enlightenment Realm brat also dares to accept the name of master? Family head Yu coming out personally is merely a coincidence. He really took it seriously. Haha. This boy is simply a clown. Family head Yu is currently receiving an honored guest. He actually ran up to make a spectacle of himself. For a moment, the mocking voices rose one after another. Although Yi Yuan clamored to make Yu Gentio come all the way, they totally did not believe that Yu Gentio would personally ride the Eight Extremities War Chariot here to receive Yi Yuan. The Eight Extremities War Chariot had once received many important personages before. But these big shots, there had never been one who was lower than Divine King Realm before. Who did Yi Yuan think he was? Yet, the scene of Yi Yuan being annihilated by the Eight Extremities War Chariot did not occur. At this time, Yu Gentio actually got down the chariot and went to greet Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at Yu Gentio and said coolly, "This facade of family head Yu's is done a little over the top." Yu Gentio's gaze was profound, currently sizing up Yi Yuan, rather surprised in his heart. Yi Yuan was very young, but he did not have the least bit of young man's impulsiveness on him. On the contrary, when Yi Yuan was facing him, he actually had the bearing of an expert. Yu Gentio's sovereign disposition was accumulated for months and years on end. Yet, when Yi Yuan was standing opposite him, his aura was actually not weak in the slightest. This scene made him feel very discordant. Yu Gentio said smilingly, "Master Yi's alchemy strength is unparalleled. However solemnly I welcome you is not too much. This place isn't a venue to speak. Master Yi, please board the chariot for a chat." Yi Yuan slowly nodded his head. Lifting his leg, he directly entered inside the Eight Extremities War Chariot. But Yu Gentio did not enter inside right away. He nonchalantly threw down an instruction. "Fenger, you nearly caused big trouble today. Go to the disciplinary hall yourself to receive punishment." Chapter 933, Inexplicably Frustrated. Chapter 933, Inexplicably frustrated on the Eight Extremities War Chariot, the atmosphere was rather odd. After entering the war chariot, Yu Gentio's behavior was completely different from the zealousness from before, cold until it made people somewhat chilly. As for Yi Yuan, he poured himself a cup of wine and drank it all by himself casually, without the slightest feeling of aloofness. Bright Moon City's specialty product, Waning Moon Falling Petals Wine. Not bad, not bad. It's a shame that this wine is only middle grade. Furthermore, its age is somewhat lacking. Family head Yu is so stingy. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, Waning Moon Falling Petals wine was a top-grade fine wine on the same level as the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. Only by using Bright Moon City's Soaring Moon Immortal Flower could it be distilled. However, Yu Zhenqiu clearly would not take the immortal-grade Waning Moon Falling Petals wine used to entertain distinguished guests to come and entertain Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, you really gave such a big gift. Upon arriving at Bright Moon City, you threw it into pandemonium. And you still want this Yu to personally come out and receive you. Although Yu Zhenqiu's words were calm, it faintly contained killing intent. But Yi Yuan did not care at all. Looking at him, he said indifferently, Bright Moon City's hospitality, this he has also had a taste of it. When can this Beebish shortcoming be fixed? You arriving, I already gave you face and cooperated with you to act out a play. Otherwise, making me board this 8 extremities war chariot isn't such an easy thing. Yu Zhenqiu's eyes narrowed slightly and revealed a glimmer of cold light. Clearly, his tolerance had reached the limits. Yi Yuan's words were too arrogant. The 8 extremities war chariot was not what anybody could get on. Yi Yuan, a junior, being able to get on the 8 extremities war chariot was already an incomparably glorious thing. This guy actually still dared to create difficulties. Yu Zhenqiu putting up such a grand lineup earlier, the goal was in order to raise Yi Yuan's status, making him become mysterious in the assessment of the public. This way, Yu Zhenqiu's, personally coming out to receive would naturally not appear to lower his status. Before departing, he even deliberately announced Yu Yunfeng's punishment in front of the common people, indicating that today's incident was just Yu Yunfeng's individual fault, and had nothing to do with the Yu family. This blame, Yu Yunfeng shouldered it alone. Yu Zhenqiu resolved the Yu family's awkwardness with a lift of his hand. He was indeed a mighty ruler with a bold vision. It was just that his displeasure towards Yi Yuan went without saying. Therefore, after boarding the 8 extremities war chariot, he naturally would not show Yi Yuan any good attitude. Humph. Age is not old, but your tone isn't small. Could it be that boarding my 8 extremities war chariot brought shame to your status? Don't forget, you're just a lower realms Bu Empkin, Yu Zhenqiu said with a cold snort. Just getting on a lousy war chariot, what's the big deal? Other people care, but I, Yi Yuan, don't care. Yi Yuan said coolly. Speaking in terms of Yi Yuan's peak alchemy emperor status, him boarding the 8 extremities war chariot was giving the Yu family face. It was just that Cirque Yu's stances have changed with the Par's Sage of Time. Yu Zhenqiu did not know that the one sitting opposite him was formerly the alchemy genius who had the divine realm at his beck and call. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Yu Zhenqiu could not help being speechless. This brat was too arrogant. He completely did not place him, this rank 1 Holy Land's leader, in his eyes. Those who did not know would even think that Yi Yuan was some formidable divine king powerhouse. Enough nonsense. Lia's illness, you're really confident about it. Quan Xingzi has come and helped Lia to diagnose before. Even he was at a loss on what to do as well. Yu Zhenqiu said with a grim look. Yi Yuan said coolly, Quan Xingzi, that old man is complacent with his own laurels, not worth mentioning. If he was able to cure it, that would be strange. But speaking of which, this bright moon compet. 1 Taion, what's the meaning of it? How can your daughter's lifetime happiness be determined with such a careless method? Yi Yuan had just entered the city but heard of the matter of the Bright Moon compet. 1 Taion 2. Numerous young talents gathering in Bright Moon City was actually in order to vie for Yu Mengli, the first place of the Bright Moon compet. 1 Taion would marry Yu Mengli. As a dowry, Bright Moon City would open up a spot and let the future son-in-law enter the vast sun Bright Moon realm. Yu Mengli was indeed an unparalleled beauty. It was just that the news of her days being numbered had long spread already. Those young geniuses coming here was probably not for Yu Mengli's sake at all, but for that chance to enter the vast sun Bright Moon realm. What meaning did such a martial compet? 1 Taion to find a spouse have as well? Yu Zhenqiu shot him a fierce glare and said, it isn't your turn to come and worry about the Yu family's affairs. Don't say that I don't give you a chance. If you're sincere towards Lia, then defeat all of the young talented men during the Bright Moon compet. 1 Taion. When Yi Yuan heard this, he involuntarily turned stuff, and he actually became immersed in his thoughts. Seeing this scene, Yu Zhenqiu sneered coldly in his heart. This brat wanted to score outside of his league. Now, upon hearing that he had to deal with the outstanding young geniuses under the heavens, he immediately shriveled up. Leah's heart was entirely tied to Yi Yuan. How could he, as her father, not tell? It was just that he felt that Leah had entrusted to the wrong person now. Yet, Yi Yuan's current thoughts were completely poles apart from what Yu Zhenqiu had on his mind. The reason why he was in a daze was that he did not think Yu Zhenqiu actually thought that he had designs on Leah. But regarding Yu Mengli, Yi Yuan indeed had a feeling which he could not put into words. This sort of feeling was completely different from when he was facing other girls. Yi Yuan involuntarily recalled the matter of Yu Mengli sneaking a kiss on him back then. Recalling it now, he actually felt his heart palpitate with excitement. Could it be that he actually fell for Yu Mengli? In his previous life, Yi Yuan put his whole body and mind into alchemy. And this life, his greatest goal was to take revenge on Ji Kanglan. So he consciously or unconsciously refrained himself from thinking in this area. Originally, Yi Yuan thought that he only had feelings of gratitude towards Yu Mengli. But looking at it now, it seemed like it was not simply so. Except, what the conclusion was, Yi Yuan did not have a clear answer in his heart too. Good that you're afraid. If you can really treat Leah, the Yu family naturally will not treat you unfairly. Except, if you're using this as a chip to come and obtain Leah, that's impossible. However, I'll say the nasty things first. If you can't treat Leah, I'll make you regret ever being born in this world, Yu Zhenqiu said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan collected his thoughts. Drinking a mouthful of waning moon falling petals wine, he said coolly, Leah's illness, you don't have to worry. But organizing this bright moon compet. Taion is really incomparably foolies. Plus after Leah's illness is cured, her cultivation will advance at a tremendous pace. Before long, no one in your Yu family will be her match anymore. Yu Zhenqiu said in a deep voice, Humph. Sounds nicer than it is. Leah's days are numbered, you also disappeared these 2 years. Furthermore, your cultivation realm is too low and can't refine the soul-separating pill at all. Even if you really came, what's the use? Leah is born with the moonlight heavenly eye physique. The strength of her ocular powers is one of a kind in the Yu family. If she really leaves like this, it will be a tremendous loss to the Yu family. What do you know? Hearing these words, Yi Yuan was actually inexplicably frustrated in his heart. Yu Zhenqiu's meaning was actually treating Yu Mengli as a tool to carry on the family line. Because descendants of the innate moonlight heavenly eye physique, there was a 30% chance to be of the innate moonlight heavenly eye physique too. Even if they were not, the descendants' ocular powers were also much stronger compared to ordinary people. It was precisely because of this that Yu Zhenqiu would be willing to give up a spot to enter the vast sun-bright moon realm, and also had to find a proud son-in-law for himself. Chapter 934, Disappoint You. Chapter 934, Disappoint You. Leave Leah's illness to me. The Yu family cancel the bright moon compet. Taion this time. Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. It was just that his gaze became somewhat icy. But Yu Zhenqiu said, Impossible. Currently, geniuses have gathered in Bright Moon City. There are many forces that even the Yu family can't afford to provoke as well. Wanting to cancel the Bright Moon compet. Taion is already not possible. Still that sentence, if you can win in the Bright Moon compet. Taion, this emperor will marry Leah to you without another word. Yu Zhenqiu's words had some intention of giving tit for tat. But this could not be blamed on him either. Now, the Bright Moon compet. Taion was already an arrow fitted to the strong, not up to the Yu family to not release anymore. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, The geniuses you're talking about, could it be Zhu Yang they all? Forget it, it's up to you to organize the Bright Moon compet. Taion too. Whoever wins, just come and challenge me. These words were said domineeringly. Yi Yuan's meaning was that those so-called geniuses were not worthy of exchanging blows with him at all. Yu Zhenqiu turned stiff, and he said in a deep voice, simply presumptuous. What right do you have to get a different treatment from the rest? Furthermore, you, a heaven enlightenment realm, what qualifications do you have to accept other people's challenge? Yu Zhenqiu, I think you shouldn't be mistaken. Right now, I'm not discussing with you, I'm only informing you. Doing so is already giving your Yu family face. If not looking on account of Leah's face, I'd have directly brought her away. Heh, don't look at me with this sort of expression in your eyes. If I want to bring Leah away, you can't stop it at all. As for the reason, I think you know. Yi Yuan said coolly. Yu Zhenqiu looked at Yi Yuan coldly, revealing a cold light. This brat, facing him, this head of the Yu family, he dared to be so unbridled too. But Yi Yuan being so confident actually made him somewhat cautious in taking action. He was naturally aware of what Yi Yuan was referring to. If the sole martial divine king wanted to bring Leah away, no one could stop it at all. Clearly, this was also where Yi Yuan's confidence lied. Yi Yuan had an arrogant appearance, totally not placing Yu Zhenqiu in his sights at all. This could not help thronging people with thoughts. To the Yu family and the Zhu family, they speculated Yi Yuan's ident. One tie before, and they felt that the greatest possibility was that Yi Yuan was Zhong Zizhen's illegitimate son. Otherwise, how could a puny little heaven enlightenment realm possibly make one of the 10 great divine kings take action? Furthermore, Yi Yuan was exceptional in both the soul and martial arts. His alchemy strength was unparalleled, simply carved from the same mold. Thinking up to here, how would Yu Zhenqiu still have doubts? Fine, this emperor promises you. You're so wildly arrogant, looking down on the divine realm's outstanding heroes. I want to take a look at how much capability you have, Yu Zhenqiu said coldly. Being needed by a junior, Yu Zhenqiu felt as awful as having eaten a fly. Except, he ultimately had no choice but to agree to Yi Yuan's demand. The Yu family was Bright Moon City's de facto controller. The total area of the manor and courtyard was extremely vast. Currently, beside a small lake with exquisite scenery, several figures were currently admiring the landscape and chatting. Oh Leah, Yang has grown up together with you since young and has eyes only for you. The Zhu family and Yu family have been connected through marriage for generations. Why do you refuse to get together with Yang? A middle-aged woman did her best to persuade the young girl beside her earnestly. This young girl was none other than precisely Yu Mengli. Auntie, don't make things difficult for Leah anymore. The Bright Moon compet. One tie on this time, I'll defeat all the geniuses and use my own strength to prove that I'm the one who's most worthy of Leah. Furthermore, as long as I win, I can help the Yu family keep the spot to enter the vast Sun Bright Moon realm. Zhu Yang was present too. Except, he already cut in halfway without waiting for Yu Mengli to reply. He was severely wounded by the Soul Martial Divine King the last time he went to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. The Zhu family expended a huge price before obtaining the method to let Zhu Yang regain consciousness from the Soul Martial Divine King there. But Zhu Yang's talent was indeed very heaven-defying. Experiencing the serious injury this time, not only did his strength not regress, it advanced instead, and actually directly broke through the shackles of Dao Profound Realm, stepping into the ranks of Emperor Realm in one stroke. So this time, that was why he was full of confidence, wanting to trample all the geniuses underfoot. The middle-aged woman's name was called Zhu Qianru, Zhu Zhou's cousin. She married Yu Zhenqiu's brother, Yu Zhenke. Therefore, Zhu Yang called her auntie. The Zhu Yang, after breaking through to Dao Profound Realm, his edge seemed to be much more restrained, and he was also much more level-headed. It was just that he was still determined to get Yu Mengli. Leah, in the past, you turned your nose up at Yang, that was because he was young. This time, he grew wiser with each setback and is already much more mature. Marrying him, the Zhu and Yu two families will be even more closely related. Wouldn't it be better? Zhu Qianru continued to persuade. Zhu Yang said, Auntie, don't say any more. Since Leah said that she wants to marry the strongest genius, then I'll become that strongest one. The two people sang in chorus. Yu Mengli actually did not even have room to interject. Actually, the initiator of the Bright Moon compet. One tie on this time was still Yu Mengli. Back then, Yu Zhenqiu was too relentless, insisting on her marrying Zhu Yang. But Yu Mengli refused to no matter what and said to Yu Zhenqiu, "If I, Yu Mengli, have to marry, I got to marry the strongest young genius too." Therefore, that was why there was the bright moon compet. One Taion this time. In a twinkle, 7 to 8 years Pares said. The agony of Yu Mengli's divine soul tearing already became more and more out of hand. The frequency of outburst also became greater and greater. Even with the azure spirit heart fusing fluid, she could not hold on much longer either. However, Yi Yuan did not show up all along. But Yu Mengli did not lose faith in Yi Yuan. She knew that Yi Yuan would definitely come and save her. Aunt, the bright moon compet. One Taion is already a foregone conclusion. What's the point of saying these? If Zhu Yang can take first place and come back, I'll keep my promise, Yu Mengli said coolly. Her complexion was very pale, her brows furrowed slightly, looking very haggard. But even so, it still could not block her charm. The current Yu Mengli instead had a kind of sickly beauty, making people feel even more protective towards, and more willing to care for. Who, this? I'm afraid it won't be easy. With Yi Yuan around, first place definitely won't fall into another's hands. Behind Yu Mengli, a youth in azure clothing opened his mouth. This azure-robed youth was Yi Qing. 7 to 8 years had Pares said, Yi Qing's aura was way more powerful compared to before. At present, he was already faintly going to break through to Tier 9, erupting with deep account emulations was likely talking about Yi Qing's situation. But Zhu Yang did not get angry. He said with a faint smile, Yi Yuan? Even if he's any more powerful, he has to arrive at Bright Moon City before the Bright Moon compet. One Taion too. It's said that he has already disappeared for many years. Yeah. A lower realms Bu Empkin, only ascended for several years' time, how much can his strength increase? Perhaps, he hasn't even reached Heaven Enlightenment realm now, Zhu Qianru said disdainfully. Yu Mengli's brows furrowed and she said with displeasure, Aunt, Leah's illness already can't endure much longer. Could it be that you wish to see Leah leave this world here and now? Zhu Qianru's heart thumped, not expecting to overshoot the mark, and hurriedly said with a smile, Leah, isn't there a misunderstanding? Auntie naturally hopes that you recover soon. But just now was just considering the facts as they are. That Yi Yuan merely ascended for around 6 to 7 years, even if his talent is any more monstrous, his progress also has to have a limit, right? Is that so? This auntie, I'm afraid that this Yi will have to disappoint you. At this time, a young profile slowly walked out. That tone had indescribable mockery. Chapter 935, Desiring to go up to the 9th heaven to seize heavenly lightning. Chapter 935, Desiring to go up to the 9th heaven to seize heavenly lightning. Seeing that figure which made her long very much for, Yu Mengli was actually somewhat dazed for some time. No body knew just how Yu Mengli lived through these past few years. The agony of the divine soul tearing was what the average person could not imagine. Whenever Yu Mengli was so overwhelmed with pain that she wished she was dead, that tall and straight figure would always appear in her mind. It was Yi Yuan who gave her the courage to carry on living. A beautiful shadow moved slightly and already wrapped around Yi Yuan's waist. I finally waited until you came. Very calm, not that much fluctuation in emotion, and also would not complain tearfully like ordinary girls. Yu Mengli had always been a fairy maiden who was otherworldly. It was just that this simple and short one sentence already embodied all of it. Longing, suffering, hesitation, perseverance, holding on until the clouds parted to see the bright moon, was all inside this one sentence. Yi Yuan came, that was enough. Everything else was not important. Being hugged by a beautiful woman, Yi Yuan actually gave rise to a very satisfying feeling. He could not help secretly heaving a sigh and also reached out to embrace Yu Mengli. I came, everything will be over, Yi Yuan said softly. Cough, cough. Behind Yi Yuan, several coughs suddenly transmitted over. Yu Mengli was startled before noticing that behind Yi Yuan was actually father. Yu Zhenqiu looked at Yi Yuan at the back, his gaze rather hostile. But Yi Yuan paid no attention to his gaze and continued to hug Yu Mengli. He did not have the intention of letting go. Zhu Yang's face turned green, his gaze looking at Yi Yuan was filled with resentment. He grew up together with Yu Mengli since young and could be said to be in a favorable position. Yet, Yu Mengli, this bright pearl, was grasped in Yi Yuan's hand at present. When had Yu Mengli ever been like this towards him? Zhu Yang's jealousy and hatred towards Yi Yuan in his heart was already unable to use words to describe. But the moment he thought of the soul martial divine king, he could not help shuddering from the bottom of his heart. You're Yi Yuan? You're actually already peak 9th level heaven enlightenment. How is this possible? At this time, Zhu Qianru's astonished voice shattered the somewhat peculiar atmosphere of the scene. She still predicted prior to this that Yi Yuan at most would not surpass heaven enlightenment realm. But when Yi Yuan stood in front of her, he was actually peak heaven enlightenment realm already, only a single step away to be able to step into phaseless realm. This kind of cultivation speed was truly a little too horrifying as well, right? At this time, Zhu Yang also discovered Yi Yuan's cultivation realm already, his pupils involuntarily constricting. The Zhu family guessed that Yi Yuan was very likely the sole martial divine king's illegitimate son. Could it be that this conjecture was true? He knew that when Yi Yuan had just ascended, he only had a strength that just entered the divine traversing realm. This had merely been 6 to 7 years' time. Yi Yuan actually broke through 3 major cultivation realms in succession. This kind of cultivation speed was too terrifying. Recollecting at that time, when he met Yi Yuan for the first time, Yi Yuan was still just an ant-like existence in front of him. But when a mere 7 to 8 years had passed, Yi Yuan actually showed a trend of catching up from behind. This gave Zhu Yang an immense sense of pressure. A lower realm's aboriginal, if he did not have the aid of a divine realm's major power, how could he possibly cultivate so quickly? Humph. So what if peak heaven enlightenment realm? With your strength, it's impossible to win in the Bright Moon compet. 1 Taion. Yi Yuan, if you're a man, fight it out to see who's the winner in the Bright Moon compet. 1 Taion. Zhu Yang issued a letter of challenge to Yi Yuan in front of everyone. The current Zhu Yang was like a rooster in heat. Him issuing a challenge to Yi Yuan was already the final grace that he could maintain. Yi Yuan, Yu Mengli looked at Yi Yuan, rather embarrassed. Said. This Bright Moon compet. 1 Taion was even fixed up by her to drag the time. She did not expect that it would entrap Yi Yuan in the end. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said smilingly, Leah, what you said is right. Your man is naturally the strongest. Zhu Yang, don't blame me for not giving you the chance. Want to challenge me, you have to beat everybody in the Bright Moon compet. 1 Taion. Otherwise, you won't even have the opportunity to challenge me. Zhu Yang froze and said with a snicker, Yi Yuan, you're also too conceited, right? The divine realm's geniuses are innumerable. Even if your cultivation speed is amazing, you don't even rank in the top 100. What right do you have to let me challenge you? Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and could not even be bothered to explain at all. Yang, I already promised Yi Yuan, the victor of tomorrow's Bright Moon compet. 1 Taion will fight with Yi Yuan for the qualifications to enter the vast sun Bright Moon realm. Yu Jianqiu spoke up. Zhu Yang turned rigid, his eyes filled with disbelief. Uncle Yu, you aren't joking, right? Yi Yuan, what qualifications does he have to obtain such a treatment? This decision of Yu Jianqiu's was simply too preposterous. Yi Yuan was just a heaven enlightenment realm martial artist. Letting him face off with the victor of tomorrow's Bright Moon compet. 1 Taion, wasn't it making a joke? Yu Jianqiu's face fell slightly, and he said, you know that Yi Yuan has this qualification. Hearing these words, Zhu Yang's heart could not help tightening. Could it be that that speculation was actually true? Alright, enough crap, all disperse. Leah's illness brooks no delay. I have to start taking Leah's pulse. Yi Yuan said coolly. You really going to treat Leah's illness? According to what I know, wanting to treat Leah's illness requires refining the soul-separating pill, right? That medicinal pill is what even alchemy emperor powerhouses can't refine. You're merely heaven enlightenment realm and can refine the soul-separating pill? Zhu Yang said with a look of contempt. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, this pill formula was given to Leah by me. Only I can refine it. As for cultivation realm, what you said is right. I indeed can't refine the soul-separating pill right now. Ju Yang smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "See, I knew it. Even if it's your own pill formula, without peak alchemy venerable strength, don't even think about this medicinal pill at all. Alchemy venerable, is it? Alright then, it's too easy for me." Ju Yang was just about to scoff in contempt when suddenly, his expression changed greatly. A horrifying energy crept out. This stretch of sky suddenly dimmed. In the sky, two types of colors of tribulation clouds condensed and formed very quickly. Dual-colored heavenly tribulation. Yi Yuan actually broke through at a word of disagreement. "Yi Yuan, are you insane? Transcending tribulation like this will make the Yu family become a wasteland," Yu Jianqiu said in a solemn voice. The power of Yi Yuan's heavenly tribulation was very horrifying. Yu Jianqiu was also incomparably shocked in his heart when he saw it. When ordinary people transcended tribulation, most would make ample preparations, and find an empty field in the wild to transcend tribulation. But Yi Yuan was actually transcending his tribulation in front of everyone. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Refining the soul-separating pill requires the power of lightning. This heavenly tribulation's power is most suitable. Everyone wait calmly, I'll be right back." Done talking, Yi Yuan leaped and headed straight up to the ninth heaven. Yi Yuan was actually going to face the heavenly tribulation in mid-air. Crack, crack, rumble. Horrifying dual-colored heavenly tribulation hurtled down, heading straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave a loud roar and actually forcefully withstood this blow. His fleshly body was middle-stage tier 8 and did not fear the power of this heavenly tribulation at all. As for the soul tribulation, Yi Yuan was even less worried. With the soul-suppressing pearl around, he had nothing to worry about at all. Rumble. Bolts of heavenly tribulation hurled down as if it was the fury of heaven. But Yi Yuan was akin to strolling idly in a courtyard being immersed inside. Finally, a final bolt of terrifying heavenly tribulation fell down. Everyone's eyes went wide. Yi Yuan actually went to grab the lightning of heavenly tribulation barehandedly. Chapter 936, Him Without a Doubt. Chapter 936, Him Without a Doubt. Yi Yuan's essence energy spewed wildly, but the lightning in his hand was unbelievably violent, wanting to kill Yi Yuan off for good. It was just that Yi Yuan did not care about the lightning's violent force at all. With his left hand pulling out a greenish-black small bottle and drawing with his essence energy, he directly stuffed the lightning into the small bottle. Hiss. So strong. Who is that? How can transcending phaseless realm heavenly tribulation have such horrifying power? Did you see it? He sealed the lightning barehandedly just now. This heavenly tribulation is completely like playing around to him. What he transcended was a dual-colored heavenly tribulation. Transcending lightning tribulation and soul tribulation together is extremely perilous. But, this boy is also too freakish, right? When Yi Yuan was transcending tribulation at the Yu family, the might was extremely great. It naturally aroused much attention. Especially the scene of him barehandedly grabbing heavenly lightning, it made everyone unbelievably shocked. For some time, Yi Yuan actually became the idol of many of the Yu family's juniors. When Ju Yang saw this scene, his expression became incomparably ugly. He thought that by breaking through to Dao Profound and achieving Emperor Realm, it was already sufficient to shake Yi Yuan off. But looking at it now, it was not that easy at all. Yi Yuan's breakthrough to the phaseless realm was simply too effortless. Without incomparably daunting strength, who dared to transcend tribulation like him? Although Yu Jianqiu was calm on the surface, he was likewise incomparably shocked in his heart. He had only heard of his name all this while, and his impression of Yi Yuan was not good. Abu Empkin used who knows what kind of method to beguile his daughter. If not looking on account of the soul martial divine king's face, the Yu family would have long made a move to kill Yi Yuan. But now, Yu Jianqiu finally knew why Yi Yuan dared to be so wildly arrogant. He was not just relying on Zhong Zizhen's awe-inspiring fame. He himself similarly had incomparably fearsome strength. Finesse. Hi+ing transcending the tribulation, Yi Yuan strolled down leisurely, his entire person's aura rising substantially. When he arrived in front of everyone again, he actually gave people a mystifying feeling. The phaseless realm, lawless and phaseless, the entire person had a sensation of merging into heaven and earth. This was the manifestation of having extremely profound comprehensions toward heavenly Tao. However, Yi Yuan's situation was clearly much more intense compared to ordinary martial artists who had just entered the phaseless realm. This indicated that Yi Yuan's comprehension toward heavenly Tao was far above ordinary first-level phaseless martial artist. Now, I can refine the soul-separating pill, facing everyone, Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhu Yang's expression changed, then he immediately sneered coldly and said, if initial stage phaseless realm can refine the soul-separating pill, then wouldn't those alchemy emperor powerhouses become a joke? The difficulty of refining the soul-separating pill had obtained goodness knows how many people's confirmation in these 7 to 8 years' time. Clearly just a tier 8 medicinal pill, but numerous alchemy emperors just could not refine it. Even someone as powerful as Quan Xingzi likewise lost under this measly little tier 8 medicinal pill. Furthermore, the pill formula Yi Yuan gave Yu Mengli, the notes were very detailed. Areas where refining the soul-separating pill needed to pay attention to, he marked each one of them. Yet, there was still no one able to refine it. Yi Yuan was very calm. He just said coolly, in front of me, they are indeed a joke. What a wildly arrogant youth. Simply ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. This soul-separating pill came from your hands, but even alchemy emperor powerhouses can't refine it. If you, a puny little initial stage phaseless realm can refine it, it's probably because the pill formula you gave has issues, right? Zhu Qianru suddenly spoke up with a cold smile. The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed. Zhu Qianru's deduction was perfectly logical and reasonable, making they all unable to refrain from having suspicions towards Yi Yuan. No reason that a medicinal pill which even peak alchemy emperors could not refine, an initial rank alchemy venerable could refine it, right? This sort of situation simply did not conform to common sense. Seeing everyone's reaction, Zhu Qianru became even more pleased with herself. She looked at Yi Yuan with a cold smile and said, you used a fake pill formula and deceived Leah for so many years, truly malicious. Or perhaps, Leah's illness wasn't that serious in the first place. You used some trick in between to aggravate her illness? Then, you lend a helping hand, so as to make Leah follow you wholeheartedly? The expressions of the Yu family's members became increasingly ugly. Especially Zhu Yang, his gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was even filled with killing intent. Setting up a 10-year hoax, cheating Leah's heart, Yi Yuan simply deserved death. Yi Yuan, you're really dark and scheming. All of us were kept in the dark by you. Leah, don't get swindled by this abominable guy. Zhu Yang gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Yi Yuan looked at him like he was looking at an idiot, and said coolly, 5 days later, I'll publicly refine the soul-separating pill. All of the alchemists who have refined the soul-separating pill before, you all can invite them here to attend the ceremony. Whether the pill formula I gave have problems or not, it will naturally be clear at a glance at that time. The moment these words came out, everyone was incomparably stunned. Every alchemist treasured their own belongings. They were like that towards pill formulas, and similarly like so towards refining method. Publicly refining the soul separation pill, this would display Yi Yuan's refining process in front of the world, receiving everyone's review and approval. Those who have refined the soul separation pill before were all alchemy emperor powerhouses. They could not refine the soul separation pill, but if the pill formula really had problems, they would be able to tell. Perhaps Yi Yuan had the means to deceive 1 or 2 people. But so many alchemy emperors observing the ceremony, even if he had exceedingly high abilities, he could not deceive them either. If not for having absolute confidence in his own alchemy skills, Yi Yuan absolutely would not dare to do so. Also, this auntie's imaginative powers are still quite rich. But using this sort of method to sow discord between Leah and me, I can only say, hopelessly foolies. Plus Yi Yuan said scornfully. Zhu Qianru's expression changed and was going to open her mouth and refute, but she heard Leah slowly say, Aunt, Leah trusts Yi Yuan. If there's still anyone able to save me in this world, This person is without a doubt Yi Yuan. He won't deceive me. Also, regardless who wins the Bright Moon compet. One tie-on in the end, the one who obtains the final victory will definitely be Yi Yuan. Yu Mengli's words were like a whip strike, Lars. Hi plussing fiercely onto Zhu Yang's heart. This trust, he had never gained it before. But Yu Mengli and Yi Yuan were merely acquainted for 10 plus years. In between even had 6 to 7 years' time they were apart. On what basis did she trust Yi Yuan like that? Leah, why? Just what the hell is good about this brat? Zhu Yang asked with his entire body trembling. Leah looked at Zhu Yang and said calmly, Zhu Yang, my heart, you won't understand it. So give up. Indeed, nobody could understand Yu Mengli's heart. Many years ago, from that moment she saw Ji Qingyun, her heart had been tied to him. Nobody else could enter. Yet, Ji Qingyun's demise made her heart like dead ashes for a time. What she did not expect was that she went to the lower realms to distract herself from her worries, but ran into Yi Yuan miraculously. And this youth actually gradually superimposed with that person, making her dead heart slowly revive. To Yu Mengli, nothing was more beautiful than this. However, what truly made Yu Mengli unbelievably joyous was still that sentence Yi Yuan just said earlier. Your man is naturally the strongest. Could it be that she finally obtained his acknowledgement? Chapter 937, Vow to travel together with you. Chapter 937, Vow to travel together with you. The stars in the sky above shone brilliantly. A bright and clear moon hung at the corner of an orderly arrangement of houses along a street. Bright Moon City's moon was different from other places. Looking from here, the moon was always round and did not have cycles of waxing and waning. Bright Moon City got its name from here. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back. Lifting his head to look at the moon, he sighed emotionally, 300 years a cycle. Vast sun and bright moon, the two cities are finally going to have the sun and moon Shi plus Ning together again. The sun-moon heavenly pupil already hasn't appeared for 100,000 years. I wonder if this time, anyone in your two families will succeed or not. However, I feel that Leah, you have very high hopes. Leah fell behind slightly by half a step. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, her beautiful eyes flickered, and she opened her mouth to say, You seem to be very familiar with the vast sun and bright moon two cities. Yi Yuan turned around, looked at Yu Mengli, and said with a light smile, You don't have to approach the subject in a roundabout manner to find the answer, I can tell you. Your conjecture is correct. Yu Mengli's entire body trembled, her eyes revealing a look of not daring to believe it. It was not that the result was unexpected, but Yi Yuan's candidness that made her somewhat taken by surprise. When at the Endless World, Yu Mengli wanted to find the answer once, but Yi Yuan did not give her a chance at all. After returning to Bright Moon City, she gradually thought it through instead. Yu Mengli was able to confirm that she had really fallen for Yi Yuan. But today, when Yi Yuan told her the answer so casually and played it down, she was somewhat seized with panic instead. Yes, it was seized with panic. This youth in front of her was really that lord. If Yi Yuan was Yi Yuan, Yu Mengli would do her best to love him. But when Yi Yuan was not Yi Yuan, she did not know what kind of an attitude to use to face him. The mentality before and after was completely different. That lord was an apex figure standing high above the Ma. Says in the divine realm, an existence which she needed to look up to. But Yi Yuan was merely just a lower realm's measly little aboriginal. Yet these two people actually really coincided together miraculously. Why did Your Excellency tell me this? The calm and collected Yu Mengli finally lost composure this time. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, Didn't you always wanted to know very much? Since you want to know, I'll tell you. Yu Mengli fell into a daze, not expecting that the reason was actually so simple. After the surprise, a hint of sweetness trickled past in Yu Mengli's heart. This matter was of utmost importance. It might even affect the divine realm's situation in the future. To Yi Yuan, this was a colossal secret too. Once it was exposed, it would even draw a fatal disaster. But he still told her. But in the past, Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, In the past, my heart was uncertain. Now, my heart is already moved. Yu Mengli's delicate body trembled, but still somewhat doubted the words she had just heard, her eyes shocked to the core. A strong arm gently took her into his arms and said, Leah, you know that I'm carrying a blood feud. So, some things, I don't think about them and dare not think either. But that instant when you hugged me, I discovered that I already can't lie to myself anymore. Yu Mengli did not speak, but Yi Yuan could distinctly feel that she was trembling in his embrace. Milord, I'm so happy. After a long time, these few words transmitted out from his embrace and was actually somewhat choking with sobs. Under the bright moon, two people hugged, with no words in the middle of the night. No idea how long had Pares said either. Yu Mengli said softly in Yi Yuan's embrace, Milord, call me Yi Yuan. The past have faded like smoke. In this life, the name Yi Yuan will inevitably shake the divine realm. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Yu Mengli nodded her head slightly and corrected herself. Yi Yuan, the spirit snow divine kingshi. Yi Yuan fell silent, and finally, let out a sigh and said, me and spirit snow, perhaps we weren't meant to be. Compared to her, I care about you more. Yi Yuan sensed that the Yu Mengli in his arms hugged him even tighter. Another moment of silence. This time, it was Yi Yuan who opened his mouth first. Leah, you should know my matters. Honestly speaking, I also don't know just what kind of existence I'm facing. But I think that Ji Kanglan is probably not the most terrifying one. Maybe. Yi Yuan did not finish saying when a delicate finger was already placed on his lips, preventing him from continuing. Yu Mengli slowly got up and met Yi Yuan's eyes, saying sincerely, Yi Yuan, you don't know how happy I am right now. When I saw Milord's elegant bearing back then, I was already smitten by Milord. I swore back then to only marry Milord in this lifetime. When I heard the grievous news being spread over, Leah felt like the world was going to collapse. It was also starting from then that the innate battle soul physique awakened, making me suffer the agony of the divine soul tearing from time to time. Later, I brought Yanger to the endless world to distract myself. Even in my dreams, I never thought that I could meet with you again either. I thought that this is the so-called fate that people talked about, right? Therefore, no matter how arduous the road ahead is, Leah vows to travel together with you. Yu Mengli's gaze was incomparably firm. She wanted to use her actions to defend this hard-earned fate. Thank you, Leah, Yi Yuan said excitedly. Leah had an outwardly soft and inwardly tough personality. Things that she decided, even 8 horses could not drag it back. Apart from this, she was also so considerate. No matter what, she would think of Yi Yuan's standpoint to consider problems. Perhaps it was precisely because of these that she moved Yi Yuan's heart. 5 days later, the Yu family's martial arts practice field was packed full of people. At this time, the practicing field became an enormous pill refining room. The Yu family was an ancient alchemy family too. Many members of the Yu family had alchemist backgrounds. Therefore, the Yu family's alchemy emperor powerhouses were quite a few. At this time at the practice field, just the alchemy emperor powerhouses were as many as 20 to 30. The soul-separating pill originated from this young man's hands. It looks like he has merely just stepped into alchemy venerable realm. Family head said that the soul-separating pill might be incomplete, or was tampered with. But this old man had refined many times and didn't discover any areas that were amiss. Me too. If say this young man can use some sort of method to hoodwink us, these old fellows, then his alchemy Dao attainments are also too scary. At present, Yi Yuan was currently being surrounded in the center of the field. A group of alchemy emperor powerhouses was making frivolous remarks about him. These people had all refined the soul-separating pill before. But not a single person discovered that the soul-separating pill had issues. But Zhu Qianru's words still fermented in the midst of these people. After all, a Tier 8 medicinal pill that so many alchemy emperors could not refine, this was also too strange. Right at this time, a powerful aura descended from the sky. Everyone raised their heads and looked. They saw the 8 extremities war chariot descending from the sky. It's Lord Quan Xingzi. Family head actually invited Lord Quan Xingzi to come and attend the ceremony, everyone said in astonishment. As a peak alchemy emperor, the Alchemist Association's vice-chairman, Quan Xingzi's status in the divine realm was exceedingly high. And today, he actually personally came to the Yu family to attend the ceremony for the sake of a puny little Tier 8 medicinal pill. This was also too strange. Except, they did not know that Quan Xingzi had also attempted to refine the soul-separating pill before, but the result was a failure. He was also very curious what kind of Tier 8 medicinal pill it was that even he actually could not refine it to. Chapter 938, Dragon Sovereign Cauldron Appears. Chapter 938, Dragon Sovereign Cauldron Appears. From the 8 extremities war chariot, down came an old man with a skinny face. The old man had a sage-like appearance, looking to have the air of a great master. This old man was well known in the divine realm. Behind the old man even followed a young man. He did not look old, but his cultivation realm was not low. He already reached peak phaseless realm. From this young man's badge, one could tell that he was actually already a peak alchemy venerable at a young age. Getting off the war chariot, the young man's gaze when he looked at Yi Yuan was filled with contempt and thick enmity. Lord Quan Xingzi, honorable nephew Liang Yuan, this way please. Yu Jianqiu's attitude was very courteous. Quan Xingzi nodded his head but opened his mouth to say, just a second, family head Yu, I'm very interested in this little friend Yi Yuan. Can you allow this elderly self to have a few words with him? Yu Jianqiu smiled and said, of course, go ahead, Your Excellency. At this time, Yi Yuan was currently resting with his eyes closed. Quan Xingzi slowly came before him and opened his mouth to ask, little friend Yi Yuan, this elderly self is the Alchemist Association's vice-chairman, Quan Xingzi. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and said calmly, I know. Quan Xingzi froze, not expecting that Yi Yuan actually had such an attitude. With his status, even when alchemy emperor powerhouses saw him, they would also have to bow down and greet. But this little guy in front of him actually dismissed him with 2 words. Brat, what kind of attitude is this? You are still not paying respects when you see my master? Liang Yuan was indignant and immediately voiced out to reproach. But Yi Yuan did not even take notice of him. He said indifferently, those attending the ceremony go over there and sit. If there's nothing, don't interrupt my meditation. In the divine realm, the Medicine King Hall and Alchemist Association were sworn enemies. Before the Ji father and son died, the 2 houses fought for God knows how many years. Although the Alchemist Association was powerful and influential, the Ji fathers and sons' alchemy Dao strength were too heaven-defying. To really estimate it, they were roughly evenly matched in strength. The Alchemist Association was incomparably overbearing, wanting to control all of the alchemists in the world. And the Medicine King Hall's existence was a major threat to their authority. So back then, the Alchemist Association tried to suppress the Medicine King Hall. This Quan Xingzi naturally took part in it too. Seeing the Alchemist Association's people, it would be weird if Yi Yuan could show a good attitude. When Liang Yuan saw that Yi Yuan's attitude was haughty, he immediately blew his top. He was just about to give him a scolding but was stopped by Quan Xingzi. Who, looks like little friend has some misunderstanding towards this old man. But some things, this old man still has to ask, Quan Xingzi said. Yi Yuan said indifferently, ask away. May I ask little friend, where this soul-separating pill formula came from? Does little friend really have the confidence to refine it? Quan Xingzi opened his mouth to ask. This question you asked is ridiculous. If I can't refine it, could it be that I deliberately called so many people over to make a spectacle of myself? As for the origin of the pill formula, no comment. Yi Yuan laughed mockingly. Quan Xingzi could not help being stifled when he heard that. Nodding his head, he sat down on the seat of honor. This Yi Yuan was clearly very hostile towards him. It was just that he could not understand it. He had never met Yi Yuan before, so why was he like this? The group of alchemy emperors all exchanged glances. This Yi Yuan was also too presumptuous, right? What kind of status did Quan Xingzi have? He actually dared to talk like this. Was he not afraid of the Alchemist Association's boycott? One had to know that after the Medicine King Hall changed banners, the Alchemist Association became the alchemy world's sovereign. Once the Alchemist Association carried out a boycott towards an alchemist, then this person would be very tragic. It was just that Lord Quan Xingzi was good-tempered and would not stoop to Yi Yuan's level. After an hour, Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and slowly stood up. Everyone suddenly felt a blur in front of their eyes. Yi Yuan actually became like a different person, on his body actually had the air of a great master. Even those alchemy emperors sighed at their inferiority too. An old and shabby incense burner appeared in Yi Yuan's hand. Seeing this incense burner, everyone could not help being dumbfounded. They were wondering what kind of medicinal cauldron Yi Yuan would bring out. They did not think that it was actually a dilapidated incense burner. This thing could also refine pills? Haha. This brat is indeed trying to impress people by doing something sensational. If a lousy incense burner can refine pills too, that it would truly be the biggest joke in the world. Liang Yuan burst into laughter. The surroundings where Yi Yuan was refining had a noise-isolating array formation set up. He could not hear Liang Yuan's mocking. He held the incense burner on the palm of his left hand and bit a finger on his right hand. A drop of fresh blood dripped onto the incense burner. Instantaneously, a terrifying aura undulated out. The smile on Liang Yuan's face instantly turned stiff right there. Quan Xingzi shot to his feet and cried out in shock, "Dragon Sovereign Cauldron, this? How is this possible? How can the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron possibly be in his hands?" Seeing his master lose composure like so, even if Liang Yuan was any dumber, he would also know that the origin of the worn-out incense burner in Yi Yuan's hand was extraordinary. "Master, what is the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron?" Forget about Liang Yuan, even those alchemy emperors did not know the origins of the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron either. Quan Xingzi drew a deep breath and cleverly concealed the scorching heat in his eyes, and opened his mouth to say, in the ancient era, an exceedingly powerful alchemy god powerhouse had once appeared in the Dragon Clan before. Before he achieved deity realm, what he used was the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron. This Dragon Sovereign Cauldron accompanied him for half his life. The Dragon Sovereign Cauldron looks just like a small incense burner normally. But once it encounters dragon blood, it will immediately transform to become a top-tier medicinal cauldron. Everyone all drew a cold breath. They did not think that the origin of the shabby incense burner in Yi Yuan's hands was actually so great. The medicinal cauldron of an alchemy god. Even if it was just the medicinal cauldron before becoming a deity, the power was also unimaginable. A dumbfounded look showed on Liang Yuan's face. He was still mocking Yi Yuan before this. Did not expect that in a twinkle, he had his face utterly smacked. "Master, just what grade is this Dragon Sovereign Cauldron?" Liang Yuan asked. Quan Xingzi fell silent for a moment and opened his mouth to say, "If it must be Cla's sci-fied, the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron can absolutely squeeze into the ranks of transcendent-grade holy artifacts. However, the power of the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron should be even stronger than transcendent-grade holy artifact." Hiss, the group of alchemy emperors sucked in cold breaths. Their eyes when looking at that tiny little incense burner in Yi Yuan's hand were filled with intense heat. To an alchemist, the medicinal cauldron was everything. In his past life, Yi Yuan's equipped sword was merely a top-grade holy artifact, while the limitless cauldron was an extremely hard-to-come-by transcendent-grade holy artifact. Yi Yuan actually had a transcendent-grade holy artifact medicinal cauldron in his hands. How could they stay calm with this? In a twinkle, the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron expanded several times and was already not much different from ordinary medicinal cauldrons. While at this time, the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron's dilapidated appearance already completely faded away. Dragon Qi revolved around the entire medicinal cauldron. Medicinal fragrance filled the air. Inside the medicinal cauldron, transmitted out powerful undulations of array formations. Without a doubt, the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron was a transcendent-grade holy artifact. In a corner, Yu Mengli's gaze when looking at Yu Mengli was filled with words. Hi plus P and affection. This man, even if he lost his previous life's halo, he was still so dazzling to the extent it pricked the eye. Yi Yuan slowly came in front of the operating platform. Several dozen stalks of spirit medicine were placed on the operating platform. only to see him wave his sleeves grandly, sweeping those several dozen stalks of spirit medicine into the air. Boom! Yi Yuan abruptly slapped a palm out. An intense tremor emitted in the air. Those several dozen stalks of spirit medicine were directly turned to dust. Chapter 939, Pinnacle Refinement. Chapter 939, Pinnacle Refinement. Quan Xingzi had just sat back down and recovered from his shock of seeing the dragon sovereign cauldron. Seeing Yi Yuan shatter the spirit medicines to dust, he suddenly stood up again. Shattering medicine and condensing the embryo. Quan Xingzi cried out in shock. Not just him, all of the alchemy emperors were incomparably shocked. They did not recognize the dragon sovereign cauldron, but they all knew shattering medicine and condensing the embryo. Shattering medicine and condensing the embryo was a method to extract and refine the medicinal embryo. Talking about it was simple, but alchemists who were able to do it were a meager lot. Cruz. Plussing the spirit medicines to dust with one palm, this was nothing difficult. Shattering medicine and condensing the embryo, the hard part was essence energy control, not allowing the spirit medicine's medicinal strength to flow away. The difficulties involved, even for alchemy emperor powerhouses who were very experienced old-timers, it was very hard to accomplish it too. Yi Yuan was merely 20 over years of age, and he could actually accomplish shattering medicine and condensing the embryo. How could this not astound them? Shattering medicine and condensing the embryo. This method was not flaunting technique, but that this kind of extraction and refining method made it easier to form the pill and refine high-quality medicinal pills. Shattering the spirit medicines, then integrating them together, this way was more beneficial to the distribution ratio between the various spirit medicines and having sufficient contact. This way, during the refinement process, the loss of medicinal strength would be even lesser. The fusion between the various spirit medicines would also be easier. But this kind of method, if one's level of skill was not up to par, it was very easy to lose medicinal strength, and make the medicinal pill even harder to refine instead. Therefore, alchemists who dared to shatter medicine and condense the embryo were all undoubtedly people who were extremely experienced and had unparalleled strength. Shattering medicine and condensing the embryo at an age like Yi Yuan's was virtually impossible to succeed. This brat isn't deliberately posturing, right? How can shattering medicine and condensing the embryo be so easy to accomplish? An alchemy emperor appraised. After the shock, everyone was all somewhat scoffing in contempt towards Yi Yuan's actions. Liang Yuan took these voices into his ears, and deeply felt that way too. This brat was definitely intentionally posturing to show off skill. In a while, when he refined a useless pill, see if he still dare to be so cocky. But in a corner, Yu Mengli was secretly laughing in her heart. If even Yi Yuan could not accomplish shattering medicine and condensing the embryo, then nobody in this world could do it. That one currently refining pills was Qingyun Zi. The Yi Yuan who entered a pill refining state was already completely focused without distracting thoughts. Everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. Only to see his hands' actions as swift as lightning, drawing in those shattered until virtually could not be seen spirit medicine fine powder together. Very soon, a sparkling and crystal-clear medicinal embryo appeared on his left hand. Done with these, his right hand did not pause in the slightest, drawing a circle high in the air. The cleansing sandal's sacred flame immediately condensed to form a fire ring. Yi Yuan's right hand made waves-like movements. That fire ring gradually started to surge. Rumble. On top of that fire ring, another fire ring actually condensed and formed once more. Cleansing sandal's sacred flame. 9-story Paji. Oda. This boy is simply God-like. 9-story Paji. Oda is an extremely profound fire-controlling art. Even you and I are unable to accomplish it too. This fire-controlling art requires repeated tempering. Even if one trained for 100 years, they might not be able to learn the rudiments either. This boy is just around 20 years old. How in the world did he do it? The crowd of alchemy emperors' cries of shock rose one after another, being utterly astonished by Yi Yuan's fire-controlling means. It was only to see the fire rings in Yi Yuan's hand pile on one layer by one layer. It became the shape of a Paji. Oda very quickly. Rumble. Yi Yuan formed an incantation with his right hand. The 9-story Paji Oda directly sunk into the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron. Instantaneously, the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron started seething with excitement. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest. Lightly plussing with his left hand, the medicinal embryo entered the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron. Following which, Yi Yuan's body was akin to a wandering dragon, revolving around the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron and firing in spells non-stop. The movements of his hands and feet were extremely profound. With this, cries of alarm sounded out again. 8 diagrams Wandering Dragon Secret Art. It's the 8 diagrams Wandering Dragon Secret Art. How can he possibly grasp such a profound refining method? Starting from when Yi Yuan stood up, the group of alchemy emperors was seemingly like a bunch of primary school students watching a master's exhibition match, being shocked by Yi Yuan's performance unceasingly. First was shattering medicine and condensing the embryo, then the Tier 8 cleansing sandal sacred flame, the 9-story Paji Oda fire controlling art, and lastly, this 8 diagrams Wandering Dragon Secret Art. It thoroughly set them ablaze. A roughly 20 years old young man, how could he possibly have such profound alchemy skills? This scene was simply unbelievable. The 8 diagrams Wandering Dragon Secret Art was one of the divine realm's pinnacle most refinement methods. Those able to grasp this refinement method were all the divine realm's pinnacle most existences. How did Yi Yuan acquire it? Furthermore, his refining method was even extremely well practiced. This was simply too inconceivable. Yu Jianqiu's eyes flickered, faintly having some surmises in his heart. Could it be that Yi Yuan really had extremely deep ties to the soul martial divine king? Otherwise, how could a 20-years-old brat possibly have such attainments in alchemy? His gaze involuntarily looked towards his daughter but saw that Yu Mengli was long mesmerized from watching. Yu Jianik could not help heaving a sigh. His daughter had always been cold. When had she ever displayed such a young girl's side before? Yi Yuan's state was getting better and better. The maneuver of his hands and footwork became increasingly profound. Gradually, a strange kind of atmosphere undulated out. Those present were all alchemy emperor powerhouses. They detected this aspect very acutely. Yi Yuan entered the legendary realm. To be able to exhibit the 8 diagrams Wandering Dragon Secret Art to the legendary realm, how heaven-defying an alchemy Dao attainment did this require? All the alchemy emperors exchanged glances, seeing the astoundment in the other party's eyes. This young man's attainments in the alchemy path was seriously too terrifying. Quan Xing's eyes were glued onto Yi Yuan's actions as if wanting to see through him completely. He really wanted to know why he could not refine the soul-separating pill. But the Yi Yuan in the legendary realm, each move and each stance all had a feeling of being an ensemble of nature. This sort of feeling already gradually aligned with heavenly Dao. One could say that Yi Yuan had already gradually touched the pinnacle realm of alchemy Dao. Under such a state, refining out any kind of medicinal pill would also not be strange. He wanted to know, but he could not perceive why. Quan Xing's alchemy strength left no room for doubt. Even when Yi Yuan was at his prime, wanting to beat Quan Xingzi was not something that easy either. But this soul-separating pill was different. It was a pill formula that Yi Yuan took out. How the duration and degree of heating between the spirit medicines should be grasped, only Yi Yuan himself knew. Furthermore, this sort of thing could be understood but not expressed with words. Although it was just a Tier 8 medicinal pill, the difficulty of refining was indisputable. Even with Yi Yuan's pill formula, this medicinal pill was also not what ordinary people could refine. In a blink, half a day's time Pares said. This half a day, the alchemy emperors all stared at Yi Yuan refining the pill without blinking. But they did not feel the least bit weary and dreary. On the contrary, each and every one of their faces all had agitated looks like they had obtained the most valuable treasure. This level of masterclass refinement was not that easy to come across. Right at this time, Yi Yuan gave a loud cry, "Condense!" All of a sudden, the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron emitted an incomparably resplendent brilliance, piercing until people could not open their eyes. Not long after, the splendor faded away, and Yi Yuan's figure appeared. Chapter 940. just a part-time occupation. Chapter 940, just a part-time occupation so fragrant. Is this the fragrance of the soul-separating pill? A thick medicinal fragrance wafted out along with the wind, tunneling into everyone's nostrils, and HI plussing the mind. On the table, a crystal ball-like medicinal pill lied in a jade container quietly. When the group of alchemy emperors saw the medicinal pill, all of them revealed astonished looks. Transcendent grade soul-separating pill, an alchemy emperor exclaimed in shock. These alchemy emperors could not even refine a defective product, but this initial rank alchemy venerable youth before their eyes actually refined a transcendent grade soul-separating pill. This was also too freakish, right? Soul-separating pill, although it was just a tier 8 medicinal pill, in terms of refining difficulty, it was absolutely harder than the vast majority of tier 9 medicinal pills. From a certain degree, it was even harder to refine than high-grade tier 9 medicinal pills. Otherwise, how could Quan Xingzi, this peak alchemy emperor, possibly be unable to refine it? Bang! Yi Yuan lightly moved his body a bit, but his feet gave way, and he almost tumbled to the ground. Luckily, he held onto the table, that was how he did not fall down. Yu Mengli's expression changed, arrived beside Yi Yuan with a large stride, and supported him. Yi Yuan, are you alright? Yu Mengli asked concernedly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said feebly, I'm fine, just a little drained. With Yi Yuan's present cultivation realm, refining the soul-separating pill was indeed rather forceful. Furthermore, during the refinement process, he suppressed his soul force to initial rank alchemy venerable the whole time. This way would make his pressure skyrocket. Actually, Yi Yuan's present soul force magnitude already far exceeded initial rank alchemy venerable. If he erupted with full force, refining the soul-separating pill also would not be so arduous. It was just that some things were not appropriate to show in front of so many people. Especially with Quan Xingzi, this sly old fox present, slightly giving himself away a little would be found out. Therefore, during the refinement process, Yi Yuan had constantly exercised extreme caution. The medicinal pill is already completed. I wonder if anyone has any doubts. Yi Yuan said to the audience. None. A flawless refinement. Honestly speaking, seeing little brother Yi's pill refinement, this elderly self feels like so many years of living were considered to have been utterly wasted. An alchemy emperor shook his head and said, refinement technique, ratio of spirit medicines, were exactly the same as on the pill formula. Even if there's really any underhanded activities, very sorry, pardon this old man for not being able to perceive it, another alchemy emperor said. If we really have to say, then it's that our skills are not there yet. Little brother Yi's alchemy skills simply take people's breath away in amazement. This old man admires it. I wonder if Lord Quan Xingzi has any thoughts. Utilizing the 8 diagrams Wandering Dragon's secret art to the legendary realm, if these alchemy emperors still could not perceive the disparity, then they would be a bunch of fools. Some medicinal pills could not be refined based solely on the pill formula. When the medicinal pill's composition was complicated to a certain degree, what alchemists contended in was refinement skill, as well as understanding towards medicinal theory. Very clearly, in these aspects, their disparity with the initial rank alchemy venerable Yi Yuan was too great. Quan Xingzi gave a very meaningful glance at Yi Yuan and slowly opened his mouth to say, there's naturally no problem. Truly didn't expect that little friend's pill refining skills are actually so transcendent. Having seen little friend's refinement, this old man thought of another genius alchemist. The group of alchemy emperors was startled. Someone opened his mouth to say, could what your excellency be talking about be Lord Qingyunzi? When Yu Mengli heard this name, her heart involuntarily pounded, her expression becoming ugly. Fortunately, the rest of the people's expressions were very ugly too. Yu Mengli's expression did not have any areas which drew people's attention. And Yi Yuan, it was as if they were talking about another person, an expression of indifference towards honor or humiliation. Quan Xingzi nodded his head and said, although the Medicine King Hall isn't on particularly good terms with our Alchemist Association, Qingyunzi's alchemy Dao attainments are indeed remarkably startling. But I observed that little friend Yi's alchemy skills will likely be even above Qingyunzi's in the future. All of the alchemy emperors were taken aback and could not help looking towards Yi Yuan with extremely astonished gazes. These words coming out from the mouth of the Alchemist Association's Lord Vice-Chairman, the weight was extraordinary. This was extremely high praise and honor towards Yi Yuan. This sentence of Quan Xing's was sufficient to let Yi Yuan's name shake the divine realm. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Alchemy Dao, is it? This is just my part-time occupation. This Yi's pursuit is the paramount martial path. If Senior wishes to invite me to join the Alchemist Association, please save your breath." The moment these words came out, the group of alchemy emperors was collectively dumbstruck, including Quan Xingzi. Part-time occupation, could even have such standards. Then wouldn't they all, these full-time alchemists, have to find a piece of tofu to commit suicide and be done with it? Posturing was not postured this way. Exasperating people to death without paying for it. Yet, they did not know that to Yi Yuan, this was his genuine thoughts now. No matter how formidable his alchemy path strength, it could not help him take revenge either. Only by taking his revenge could he place all of his body and mind on alchemy. The Liang Yuan beside Quan Xingzi already did not know what he should say at this time. The haughty look right at the start had already completely disappeared from him. Observing Yi Yuan's pill refinement process, it didn't only shock his heart, but also his entire being. His age was even quite a bit older compared to Yi Yuan. But the disparity between the two people was simply comparing a firefly to the bright moon. Yi Yuan's one sentence repelled Quan Xingzi back. The final result was naturally departing on a sour note. That night, Yi Yuan's condition already recovered to its peak state, and he brought Yu Mengli away into close seclusion. Through this ceremony, Yu Zhenqiu became even more firmly convinced regarding that conjecture. Perhaps, Yu Mengli following Yi Yuan would really be a pretty good choice. Being connected by marriage with the 10 great divine kings was something that many family clans did not even dare to think about. The 10 great divine kings' existence was too special in the divine realm. Furthermore, according to what Yi Yuan said, if Yu Mengli's illness could obtain a fundamental cure, her future accomplishments would be immeasurable. Perhaps, the Yu family would still have to rely on Yu Mengli in the future. Thinking this way, Yu Zhenqiu did not have that much psychological resistance regarding the two people staying together in a room, and also just turned a blind eye to it. As for whether Yi Yuan could triumph over the Bright Moon Compet, Tion's champion or not, that was not what he could control. But to really talk about it, he was still pessimistic about Yi Yuan. After all, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was still a little too low. Partic. 1p18 in the Bright Moon Compet. 1 Tion. This time were quite a number of major factions juniors. Among them were some who stood out above the Ma. S says, who already broke through to Dao Profound Realm. First level Dao Profound versus first level Phaseless. Yu Zhenqiu seriously could not think of what kind of means Yi Yuan would use to win. Yet, Yi Yuan did not have too much happy thoughts about staying together in a room with Yu Mengli. Yu Mengli's state was actually already very terrible. These few years, Yu Mengli had been using the Azure Spirit Heart Fusing Fluid to nourish her divine soul all along. The Azure Spirit Heart Fusing Fluid was able to bolster up the divine soul. But it was precisely because so that the two types of spirit physique scramble would be even fiercer. Each time it flared up, Yu Mengli would also be in great agony. Yi Yuan looked at Yu Mengli and said with a light sigh, "It's been hard on you these few years." But Yu Mengli said with a smile on her face, "Meeting you, this pain is all sweet memories." Chapter 941, Inkflow Spirit Dividing Art. Chapter 941, Inkflow Spirit Dividing Art. People, no matter how powerful, they would all have a soft side. In the past, when Ji Qingyun died, Yu Mengli's heart was like dead ashes too. If she did not encounter Yi Yuan, maybe she would have quietly died in the endless world. But a chance encounter let her find the driving force to carry on living once more. This was also why she could hold on until now. If there was no Yi Yuan, even with the Azure Spirit Heart Fusing Fluid, Yu Mengli would also absolutely not survive until now. These few years have Pares said, "I believe you have also researched the Inkflow Spirit Dividing Art considerably too, right?" Yi Yuan asked. Ink flow spirit dividing art was the divine soul splitting art that Yi Yuan imparted to Yu Mengli back then. Yu Mengli nodded slightly. This close to a decade's time, Yu Mengli had basically given up on cultivating, her cultivation realm remaining at a standstill. When she had free time, she would study this ink flow spirit dividing art. This technique is very profound. It can actually divide the divine soul into two, and let each grow by itself. It's simply inconceivable. Leah studied for 10 years and still have many areas that I'm unclear, Yu Mengli said. Yu Mengli was naturally gifted with exceptional intelligence. But wanting to learn this divine soul mystic art inside out was not easy. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The ink flow spirit dividing art was obtained by me in an ancient record. It's an ancient divine Tao secret art. It's a shame that that ancient record was only an incomplete copy. This divine soul mystic art is heavily incomplete. So when cultivating ink flow spirit dividing art, the risks are extremely great. Hence, when I gave you this mystic art back then, I repeatedly exhorted you not to cultivate it. A single mishap and you would end up with an outcome of your divine soul extinguish. Hi plus ing. Yu Mengli revealed a look of realization and said, so that's how it is. No wonder when I researched it, I keep feeling that it's hard to understand. Actually, when I obtained this mystic art back then, I planned to cultivate it too. But before that, I had to think of ways to restore this mystic art. Sadly, before this thing started, I met with an extermination calamity, Yi Yuan sighed and said. Yu Mengli's body stiffened up when she heard it. Although Yi Yuan said it calmly, the blow that incident back then was to an alchemy emperor powerhouse who had reached the acme of perfection could only be imagined. She could feel how heavy a burden Yi Yuan was shouldering on him. Her eyes became slightly wet as she said softly, Yi Yuan, I hope that I can carry the load together with you and proceed forward. Yi Yuan gently wiped away the tears for her and said with a faint smile, I've never thought of drawing support from others before. However, you're an exception. Someday, I, Yi Yuan, will definitely take you along and reach the peak, and will sort the transcendent deity realm. Yu Mengli was incredibly touched and nodded her head repeatedly. But this mystic art is incomplete. How should I cultivate? Yu Mengli said, uncertain. Yi Yuan smiled and said, before meeting you, this mystic art has always slumbered in my memories. I never thought of it at all. But after meeting you, I started to set about to restore this mystic art. Yu Mengli said in surprise, You really restored it. This ink flow spirit dividing art is an ancient divine Tao secret art. Yu Mengli's astonishment was written fully on her face. These 10 years, the thing she did the most was studying the ink flow spirit dividing art. But facing this incomplete cultivation method, it was a little overwhelming to even understand, let alone talk about cultivating. But Yi Yuan actually only used 10 years' time to restore an ancient divine Tao secret art to its original state. How monstrous a talent did this require? Divine Tao cultivation methods, not one was not abnormally abstruse. Those whose talents were slightly lacking could not even achieve learning the rudiments. An incomplete mystic art, the difficulty of cultivating soared even more exponentially, let alone talk about restoring the cultivation method. But Yi Yuan actually restored this cultivation method. How could this not shock her? Actually, it isn't as terrifying as you imagine. Although this ink flow spirit dividing art is an ancient divine Tao secret art, it's only the section beneath the deity realm. Connecting it carefully, it can still be restored, Yi Yuan said coolly. Yu Mengli looked at Yi Yuan with a look of words. Hi plus P and sighed in admiration, my lord is truly a genius. Just this one matter is sufficient to cause a stir in the divine realm. Yi Yuan touched on the matter casually, but Yu Mengli was not some naive little girl. Although she was not an arrogant individual, she was still quite confident in her own natural endowments. If not because of the spirit physique triggering, resulting in the divine soul tearing, she would definitely have stepped into Tao profound realm now already. She used 10 years' time but did not even figure out the ink flow spirit dividing art, while Yi Yuan used 10 years' time to restore this mystic art thoroughly. The disparity involved could not be measured with distance. But the more it was so, the prouder Yu Mengli was. This was the Lord Qingyun Zi she idolized. Being able to restore a cultivation method was the most normal thing, resulting in when she was talking, she would unconsciously use honorifics. Yi Yuan smiled and opened his mouth and said, "All right. Now, I'll explain this cultivation method for you in detail. Even if the ink flow spirit dividing art is restored, cultivating it is also very dangerous. Splitting the divine soul, even the 10 great divine kings don't dare to rashly attempt it either." Yu Mengli nodded her head, and started to put away her thoughts, and listened to Yi Yuan's explanation attentively. When Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli were in close seclusion, Bright Moon City was in a mess. The cause was that the Yu family added a new rule to the Bright Moon Compet. One Taion, the champion of the Bright Moon Compet. One Taion would contend for the only spot with Yi Yuan. For some time, the entire Bright Moon City burst into an uproar. Who the hell is Yi Yuan? Why should he obtain such preferential treatment? The geniuses who came to Bright Moon City this time, the truly formidable ones, are those few. I've never heard before of anyone called Yi Yuan. Wonder where this guy popped out from. Investigate for me. Must dig out just who the hell this Yi Yuan is. Ferret him out. This young master, I guarantee that I won't beat him to death. The entire Bright Moon City seethed with excitement. Chaotic information started flying everywhere. Some said that Yi Yuan was a certain major power's last disciple, whose strength had already reached Dao Profound Realm, and was incomparably fearsome. Some said that Yi Yuan was some distant relative of the Yu family. Because he and Yu Mengli were betrothed when they were young, the Yu family was forced to set this rule. All in all sorts of versions of rumors flew everywhere. But without exception, this never-seen-before Yi Yuan was a peerless genius whose combat strength was off the chart. To dare clash alone with the victor, this guy had to be formidable even if he did not want to. At Drunken Dream Inn, Bright Moon City's top-notch winehouse, where Waning Moon Falling Petals wine enjoyed widespread renown. At this time, 3 young men were currently drinking alcohol at the top level. These young people were all of striking appearances. One look, and it was clear that they were top experts. Heh, a rookie who just broke through to phaseless realm is actually going to clash with the champion. Did you Gensho eat the wrong medicine? Said a young man. Jiang Yensai, regardless of whether or not it's confronting that rookie, you have no hope. Yu Mengli is mine, by hands, said a young man who called himself Bai Han. Who doesn't know how to boast? If you have the capabilities, showcase your true abilities on the stage. By Han's Cold Moon Late Autumn, I really want to experience it a little, Jiang Yensai said with a cold smile. Rest assured, I'll let you witness it. Bai Han did not show the least bit of weakness. All right, stop fighting. Each of us has our own trump cards. Before going up the stage, nobody knows who'll win or lose either. But I heard that Shuo Bufan has also taken fancy on the Vast Sun Bright Moon Realm's qualifications this time. Hearing this name, Jiang Yensai and Bai Han's expressions changed. Chapter 942, Powerless to Turn the Tables. Chapter 942, Powerless to turn the tables on the arena, came waves of rumbling sounds. The battle situation was abnormally intense. Although the Bright Moon Compet One Taion only had one spot, the allure was too great. Therefore, the young martial artists who registered this time were several tens of thousands of people. What was currently taking place at the moment was only the preliminary selections. The contestants were divided into several tournament regions to carry out several rounds of battle. The 16 people decided, in the end, would undergo the last final onslaught. Hence, each and every one of these genius martial artists who bragged and boasted of being formidable unleashed out all of their might, in order to charge into the finals. This period of time, there was already news that spread. Yu Mengli was currently receiving a mysterious expert's treatment and was very likely to recover her health. The moment this news appeared, those genius martial artists were all like they were injected with stimulants. One had to know that Yu Mengli was an unparalleled beauty famous in the divine realm. In terms of beauty, only the Spirit Snow Divine King who remained reclusive could rival her. They did not even need to think about the Spirit Snow Divine King. But Yu Mengli was within grasp. as long as they won the Bright Moon compet. 1 Tyon. To be able to bring a beauty back and also obtain the qualifications to enter the vast sun Bright Moon realm, this kind of temptation was sufficient to drive the genius martial artists crazy. The preliminary selections were already underway for 5 days' time. The geniuses fought in chaotic battles. The battle situation was incomparably intense. But after 5 days had said, the situation also gradually cleared up. Super Holy Land Skypool Celestial Empire's successor, Zhuo became the top favorite to seize the champions. Hi+P. Second only to Zhuo was Vast Sun City's Zhu Yang. In addition, Rank 1 Holy Land, Crimson Cloud Sect successor, Bai Han, Big Dipper Holy Land successor, Jiang Yensai, as well as Spirit Crane Holy Land successor, Tang Yu, so on and so forth, were also favorites to take the champions. Hi+P. These genius martial artists were all first-level Dao profound experts without exception. To be able to step into Emperor Realm at their age, they were absolutely all first-rate existences. These young men would become the Divine Realm's new generation's powerhouses in the future. These people's strength should all be almost on par. As for who could win in the end, it might still have to depend on live performance. But with so many genius martial artists, there was bound to be some dark horses that pop out. What made people the most surprised was that there was actually still a phaseless realm martial artist among the top 16. That was a youth dressed in black clothing. His face was handsome, but that pair of deep eyes told everyone that this person was not to be trifled with. Where this did Lin Chao pop out from? Heard that in his last fight, he defeated a Rank 1 Holy Land's genius martial artist and advanced. On his data wrote that he came from the Divine Martial Hall. But what kind of faction is this Divine Martial Hall? Never seemed to have heard it before. Reckon that it's just a small faction. This Lin Chao being able to advance is actually good luck as well. His tournament region actually doesn't have Dao Profound Realm geniuses. Otherwise, it would definitely have nothing to do with him anymore. Makes sense. There was a Rank 1 Holy Land's Dao Profound Realm genius who was unlucky and got put in the same group as Zhu Bufan. The result was abysmal. The final 16 people who were decided, the vast majority were actually within expectations. But a dark horse like Lin Chao became everyone's topic of conversation. Lin Chao stood on stage and looked at everything below the stage coldly, sneeringly coldly in his heart. Yi Yuan, when you see me, you'll definitely get a huge shock, right? This time, I'll personally defeat you, and then make you watch me marry your woman. If Yi Yuan was here, he would recognize that this Lin Chao was precisely the Endless World Purple Mansion sect's Lin Chao. Back then, he was beaten to serious injuries by Yi Yuan and dying. In the end, he disappeared. It was unexpected that he would actually show up in the Divine Realm now, but the current Lin Chao's strength already could not be mentioned in the same breath. Not showing himself for many years, his cultivation realm actually already said Yi Yuan's, reaching peak phaseless realm. In the arena match previously, he defeated a Rank 1 Holy Land's young genius with ease. It was evident that his strength was likely much stronger compared to even his cultivation realm itself. Of course, the Bright Moon compet. 1 Tyon this time, the top favorite was still Zhuo Bufan. The foundation of a super holy land was not what ordinary people could imagine. Even existences like the 10 great divine kings did not dare to rashly provoke a super holy land either. Zhuo Bufan, this super holy land's successor, his strength was naturally extraordinary. However, Lin Chao, who was only at the peak 9th level phaseless realm, seemed to think nothing of him. At this time, the Yu Mengli who cultivated the Inkflow spirit dividing art, the divine soul in her sea of consciousness actually transformed into a SS of chaos sup 1 sup. Leah, now it has reached the most critical moment, splitting the divine soul. This process is very painful, and it is also very dangerous. Consume the soul-separating pill first. When your divine soul splits into 2, it will restore your 2 damaged divine souls with the greatest speed, and ensure that you tide over the most dangerous juncture. In order to prepare for the worst, my soul force will enter your sea of consciousness to assist you. Yi Yuan said with a solemn expression. Splitting the divine soul, Even a powerhouse like Yi Yuan needed to be very cautious as well. A moment of carelessness, and it would be the outcome of the soul dissipating. Yi Yuan had the help of the soul-suppressing pearl and would not have any problems. But Yu Mengli did not. Hence, Yi Yuan also made perfectly sound preparations, attempting to lower the risk to the minimum. Yu Mengli drew a deep breath and nodded her head slightly as she said, "All right, I'm starting." Yu Mengli started splitting her divine soul according to the Inkflow spirit dividing ART's incantation. Right at the start, the feeling of pain that penetrated to the depths of the heart engulfed her entire body like lightning. At this time, Yu Mengli's divine soul was not being torn at by two kinds of spirit physiques, but truly tearing apart. This sort of agony was 100 times stronger than the ripping. Yi Yuan's expression was also very ugly. He said in a solemn voice, "The fighting spirit is aroused by the first roll of drums, depleted by the second, and exhausted by the third. Leah, you mustn't give up halfway." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Yu Mengli no longer hesitated, revolving the Inkflow spirit dividing art desperately. That cloud of chaos gradually divided into two like cells dividing. At the same time, the soul-separating pill's medicinal strength finally unleashed its effect. A bout of gentle energy gradually wrapped the two clouds of bisected chaos up and started restoring with all its might. But right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that Yu Mengli's Inkflow spirit dividing ART's revolving got slower and slower. Yi Yuan's expression changed. He knew that Yu Mengli almost could not hold on anymore. This sort of tearing pain was simply what normal people could not imagine. "Persevere, Leah," Yi Yuan shouted. Yet, Yu Mengli's consciousness already gradually blurred, completely unable to hear Yi Yuan's words anymore. At this rate, Yu Mengli would die for sure. Although he had long antic 1p8'd that this hurdle was not easy to cross, Yi Yuan did not think that it was difficult to this sort of extent. Yi Yuan knew that Yu Mengli was tormented by the two types of spirit physiques all year round. Her divine soul was actually already incredibly weak. Using the Inkflow spirit dividing art would cause a Ma's sieve load on the divine soul. But Yi Yuan had no other options as well. If she still did not use the Inkflow spirit dividing art, Yu Mengli's condition would become increasingly worse. Damn it. Yi Yuan clenched his teeth. A boundless soul force charged towards Yu Mengli's chaos divine soul and frenziedly repaired the damage brought about by the tearing. However, it was still trying to put out a cartload of burning logs with a cup of water. Yu Mengli's consciousness became more and more feeble. That bisected chaos gradually became faint, and was actually going to utterly dissipate. Chapter 943, Enchanting Springtime Sight. Chapter 943, Enchanting Springtime Sight. Yi Yuan's soul force poured towards Yu Mengli without heed for his own life, attempting to salvage the deteriorating situation. However, Yu Mengli's life was trickling away at high speed at this time. Even if Yi Yuan desperately plugged it up, he was powerless to turn the tides too. Damn it. Soul-suppressing pearl, aren't you very powerful? Quickly save Leah. Yi Yuan was very anxious and could not help cursing. At this very moment, the only method Yi Yuan could think of was the soul-suppressing pearl. Yet, no matter how he swore, the soul-suppressing pearl did not have any reaction. Very soon, Yi Yuan's soul force was exhausted fully, while Yu Mengli's divine soul became increasingly fainter, already on the verge of disappearing. Yi Yuan could not care about anything else. His divine soul tunneled into Yu Mengli's sea of consciousness with a whoosh, fusing together with her divine soul. He poured his own divine soul's origin power crazily into Yu Mengli's divine soul, only in hopes of being able to save Yu Mengli. Pouring in origin power was equivalent to burning his own divine soul. Even if he could save Yu Mengli, it would be very hard for himself to survive. Yi Yuan was using his own life as the price to save Yu Mengli here. Sure enough, under this virtually insane action of Yi Yuan, Yu Mengli's divine soul finally recovered some vitality and condensed together once more. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan could not help being overjoyed. His origin power poured into Yu Mengli's divine soul with even less heed for his life. For a moment, the two people's divine souls started to mix together in perfect harmony. Ugh! Yi Yuan, you! What are you doing? You don't want your life anymore? Finally, Yu Mengli recovered some consciousness and discovered Yi Yuan's crazy action, and involuntarily turned pale with fright. She was very clear what Yi Yuan doing this signified. But Yi Yuan did not care at all. He beamed radiantly and said, "Letting me watch you die, I can't do it. Don't care about me, carry on revolving the ink flow spirit dividing art and divide the divine soul. Quickly, otherwise, the two of us will die." Yu Mengli clenched her teeth tightly. Her heart was dripping blood. She never thought that cultivating the ink flow spirit dividing art, the final result was actually like this. If she had long antic 1p8'd this conclusion, she would have rather died than cultivate it. But she knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. If she was indecisive, the two of them would have to die. What she could do now was to finish the divine soul division as soon as possible. This way, Yi Yuan would no longer need to pour origin power into her. Yu Mengli's tears were like they broke the dam, flowing down unceasingly. As tears ran down her face, she revolved the ink flow spirit dividing art, accelerating the divine soul's fission. At this very moment, the pain of the divine soul splitting could not match up to a 1/10,000th of her heartache. Yu Mengli felt like somebody was carrying a knife, and gouging out her heart's flesh blade by blade. Gradually, Yu Mengli's divine soul became increasingly thicker, while Yi Yuan's divine soul became fainter and fainter. His life was rapidly fading away. Suddenly, Yu Mengli's entire body trembled. Her divine soul finally split into two. The soul-separating pill and Yi Yuan's origin power was repairing her injuries frenziedly. "Yi Yuan, quickly stop." Yu Mengli felt like she was almost suffocating, shouting herself HOA. RSE. That illusionary divine soul of Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "No need to worry, Leah, I don't believe that it's able to watch me die." Yu Mengli froze. She had yet to figure out what was going on when she suddenly felt a blur before her eyes, and she suddenly ended up in darkness. Arriving at this stretch of dark space, Yi Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief, separating himself away from Yu Mengli's divine soul. "Yi Yuan, are you alright?" Yu Mengli was still a Ma. S of chaos currently. "No, wait, it should be 2 Ma. S says of chaos." That voice originated from within the chaos. Yi Yuan's body was already incomparably faint, as if it could dissipate at any time. "Arriving here, we should both be safe already. Quickly revolve the ink flow spirit dividing art and restore your main body," Yi Yuan said. Although she did not understand what was going on, Yu Mengli still complied. Right at this time, motes of fluorescent light appeared inside the dark space, akin to a resplendent galaxy, simply too beautiful to take in all at once. Very soon, Yu Mengli recovered to her original body's appearance, and actually became the appearance of 2 Yu Mengli. Only to see Yu Mengli reciting the incantation silently. One of the figures directly scurried into the other body, and actually fused into one. Seeing the situation, Yi Yuan forced a smile and said, "Heh, finally succeeded. In the future, you won't have to suffer the pain of the divine soul tearing anymore." But Yu Mengli did not care about this. She went forward to support Yi Yuan and rebuked, "You were too reckless. Expending so much origin power at all once, you'll die. If you die, what's the point of me living alone?" When Ji Qingyun, Yu Mengli was already overwhelmed with grief to the extent of wishing to die. At that time, she still did not have anything going on with Ji Qingyun. Now that she obtained Yi Yuan's acknowledgement, it was considered secretly pledging herself for life. If Yi Yuan died, she would definitely follow and depart without the slightest hesitation. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "I said before, we're going to reach the peak together. If you die first, even if I roam the divine realm unhindered, what's the point? Although I wasn't very certain, I know that it will save me. It's just that I never thought that it would actually drag you in too." Yu Mengli's eyes flickered, and she said curiously, "What on earth is it? Where are we? It seems like our divine souls are imprisoned. This place is the soul-suppressing pearls space. As for what the hell it is, I don't know how to say it either. However, it should be a very remarkable divine item," Yi Yuan said. At this time, those countless fluorescent light actually moved, and swarmed towards Yi Yuan here. The fluorescent lights directly landed on Yi Yuan, and actually let his body condense anew. Seeing this inconceivable sight, the Yu Mengli, who was always calm, could not help opening her mouth wide. This. How magical. These fluorescent lights are actually able to replenish your origin power, Yu Mengli said in wonder. The divine soul's origin power was akin to the martial artist's blood essence, the most essential existence. Furthermore, once the divine soul's origin power was depleted, it was even harder to replenish than blood essence. Yi Yuan virtually exhausted his origin power in order to save her and already reached the point where the oil ran out, and the lamp was expiring, possible to die at any moment. But these fluorescent light actually directly replenished Yi Yuan's origin power back. This scene was too magical. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "This is nothing. The last time, my divine soul was practically torn into shreds, and the soul-suppressing pearl helped me to restore it." Yu Mengli was startled and had a deeper understanding toward this soul-suppressing pearl's miraculousness. It was just that she did not think that Yi Yuan actually encountered such a dangerous incident before. Yi Yuan saw that she was curious and recounted the matter of running into Fiend Ji Od Jiolan in the boneyard, making Yu Mengli endlessly shocked. There's actually really a fiend race in this world. The Fiend Ji Od coming into being, a storm of great bloodshed is probably going to be stirred up in the divine realm, Yu Mengli said worriedly. Yi Yuan nodded his head, but said with a bitter smile, "What's giving me a headache now is, how should we go out? The last time, I was trapped for a full 1 year's time." Chapter 944, Powerful Lin Chao. Chapter 944, Powerful Lin Chao be 1 year. Then when we go out, wouldn't the flowers have turned yellow? Yu Mengli said in shock. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Either way, I can't control this SPACE at all. When we go out is entirely its call." Yu Mengli could not help being speechless and had a clearer understanding regarding this soul-suppressing pearl's magicalness. She knew that Yi Yuan's means were immensely formidable. In terms of attainments in the field of divine soul, he was the divine realm's top person. Even he could not do anything as well, showing that this soul-suppressing pearl's origin was definitely extraordinary. Crack, crack. Inside the dark SPACE, all of a sudden, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Bolts of lightning pervaded within the entire area of SPACE and actually formed an ocean of lightning. Seeing this scene, Yu Mengli's expression became incomparably ugly. "What powerful lightning force," Yu Mengli said solemnly. Yi Yuan said, "If my conjectures are correct, if we can withstand these bolts of lightning baptism, we should be able to get out." Yu Mengli froze and said in astonishment, "These bolts of lightning are much more powerful compared to even heavenly tribulation. Going inside, our souls will disintegrate." Yi Yuan smiled. His figure moved, and he directly entered the lightning ocean. The moment he entered the lightning ocean, Yi Yuan's entire body was immediately enveloped by over a dozen bolts of lightning, putting his whole body in a paralyzed state, and he could not resist exhaling in pain. Yi Yuan did not dodge nor avoid. He just allowed those bolts of lightning to encircle him. When Yu Mengli saw this scene, she involuntarily shuddered. However, she took a deep breath and also plunged into the lightning ocean. Swooze. H. Plus swooze. H. Plus lightning instantly enveloped Yu Mengli, making her had a feeling as if her soul was about to dissipate. But seeing Yi Yuan grit his teeth and persevere, Yu Mengli's stubborn temper flared up too, and actually gritted her teeth and endured it without making a sound. No idea how long had Pares said either. Yu Mengli felt like her divine soul was already feeble to the extreme, really on the verge of dissipating. But right at this moment, she suddenly felt those lightning force directly enter inside her body, and actually started noise. HI plussing her divine soul. Very soon, Yu Mengli sensed that her divine soul was rapidly recovering. She suddenly snapped open both eyes, only to see Yi Yuan currently a little way off, looking at her with a wide grin. "How is it? Do you feel that your state is unexpectedly good?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yu Mengli was startled and could not help examining her divine soul, discovering to her amazement that her divine soul was much stronger compared to before. What's going on here?" Yu Mengli said in shock. "This seems to be a kind of tempering. As long as we pass the test, there will be unexpected harvest. Yi Yuan said. Unconvinced, Yu Mengli said, if we're unable to pass the test, would our souls really dissipate? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, seems like it won't. But as long as we don't pass the test for a day, we'll always be trapped here. Yi Yuan had the experience of being baptized by will suppression before. Combining with the lightning ocean this time, he summed up some rules of the dark SPACE. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and said with a smile, this lightning ocean, the deeper in we go, the greater the impact on the divine soul. As long as we work together with one heart, what would it even matter? Yu Mengli's face reddened slightly. Nodding her head, she reached out her hand and held onto Yi Yuan. The two people headed towards the depths of the lightning ocean side by side. The Bright Moon Compet. 1 Taion Top 16's battles drew countless people's attention. Zhuo Bufan left people far behind in the dust, overcoming all difficulties along the way, and already took the lead to obtain the final spot. And the other spot was emerging between Lin Chao and Zhu Yang. One could say that Zhu Yang and Lin Chao, these two people, were both dark horses of the Bright Moon Compet. 1 Taion this time. Before this, Zhu Yang had only just broken through to Dao Profound Realm. Among these genius martial artists, he could be said to be at the bottom of the barrel. But he relied on the vast Sun Flameheart pupil, took by hand down, and obtained the semifinals qualifications. As for Lin Chao, he was even more a dark horse among dark horses. Everyone all thought that he was lucky, and that was how he could enter the top 16. No one expected that his strength was actually unexpectedly daunting. Facing Tang Yu in the first round, Lin Chao actually only used 10 moves to defeat the opponent and entered the top 8. Against Jiang Yensai in the second round, Lin Chao similarly only used 10 moves. 2 rounds, both used 10 moves, defeating 2 first-level Dao Profound Genius martial artists neat and tidily. With this, it astounded everyone. Everybody all realized that this unknown young man did not seem to be so simple. One had to know that Tang Yu and Jiang Yensai were both young talents whose fame spread far and wide in the divine realm. Their strengths were incomparably fearsome. But Lin Chao, with only peak 9th level phaseless cultivation, defeated them in succession. The might of his strength was clear at a glance. The disparity between Dao Profound Realm and Phaseless Realm was not just a tiny bit. Dao Profound Realm was the peak boundary of the Divine Realm's martial artist. Many pitilessly talented genius martial artists were unable to leap over Phaseless Realm and step into Dao Profound Realm. This step was extremely hard to cross. Those able to take this step were all geniuses among geniuses. Tang Yu, these people, although their age were all very young, they were able to take this step. This, by itself, Illinois. US traded many problems. But they were still defeated at Lin Chao's hands. Furthermore, Lin Chao only used 10 moves for 2 battles. At this time, Zhu Yang also did not dare to be the least bit careless when facing Lin Chao. Lin Chao looked at Zhu Yang contemptuously and said coolly, Zhu family's young master, I know that you like Yu Mengli. But I advise that you give up. Yu Mengli is mine, Lin Chao's. Zhu Yang's face fell, and he said in a great rage, courting death. Flame flashed in the pupils of Zhu Yang's eyes. The vast Sun Flameheart pupil suddenly erupted. After breaking through to Dao Profound, Zhu Yang's vast Sun Flameheart pupil underwent a qualitative change. The power of his ocular arts was goodness knows how many times stronger compared to before. Being provoked by Lin Chao, the current Zhu Yang was incomparably furious. Unleash. Plusing a move, it was actually going to put Lin Chao to death. Bang! 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 The place Lin Chao was standing emitted a series of intense exploding sounds. Under the impact of the vast Sun Flameheart pupil, the grand array trembled. Zhu Yang saw that Lin Chao actually did avoid in the slightest bit, and could not help saying with a cold sneer, fool, to dare forcefully receive the vast Sun Flameheart pupil head-on, simply courting death. But to dare make impertinent remarks about Leah, death isn't enough. The smoke formed from the explosion gradually dispersed, revealing Lin Chao's figure. It was only to see him lightly pat the dust on his body, saying calmly, everyone says that vast sun, bright moon, these two cities' ocular arts are unparalleled. Looking at it today, seems like it's also nothing more than this. Making impertinent remarks. How I talk to my woman, that's my business. Don't you worry, I'll dote on Miss Leah lovingly. Lin Chao dismissed it casually as if Yu Mengli was already officially decided for him. Zhu Yang's pupils constricted. There was actually not a hint of injury on Lin Chao's body. His vast Sun Flameheart pupil actually could not even harm Lin Chao? Don't be insolent. Leah is mine, no body can snatch her away. Yi Yuan can't, you can't either. Zhu Yang roared, both eyes suddenly turning blood red in color. All of a sudden, violent flames formed a cage, covering Lin Chao completely inside. Rumble. Zhu Yang had yet to have time to be happy when a loud noise transmitted over. His flame cage actually had a large hole blasted out by Lin Chao. Furthermore, the remnant power of the might of one punch did not diminish, flying straight for Zhu Yang. Chapter 945, Divine Dao Martial Technique Showdown. Chapter 945, Divine Dao Martial Technique Showdown. Bang. Zhu Yang was caught off guard and directly sent flying off the arena by this single punch. Everyone looked at this scene with endless shock. Just where did this Lin Chao come from? He was too powerful. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Zhu Yang was filled with endless regret and anger. With this defeat, he lost the chance to vie for Yu Mengli. He was originally thinking of utterly wrecking Yi Yuan, then marrying Yu Mengli back home. He did not think that he actually did not even enter the finals. I was thinking how powerful the vast Sun Flameheart pupil was originally, didn't expect that young Master Zhu would be too weak to take a single blow. Looks like the greatest pleasure this trip will be marrying Beauty Yu home, Lin Chao said very arrogantly. Regarding such an arrogant Lin Chao, many people all could not endure the sight of it. But his strength was placed here, there were really not many capable of beating him. In comparison to the others, Lin Chao's origin was too mysterious. That whatever divine martial hall was simply unheard of. If Yu Mengli married such a person, they were clearly all unwilling. The second day, the day of the finals, the champion would contend with Yi Yuan for the final owners. Hi plus P Zhuo Bufan stood on the arena, steady and composed, with quite the demeanor of an expert of a generation. Skypool Celestial Empire was a super holy land with extremely deep foundations. Their ancestors had once produced many deity realm powerhouses before. Zhuo Bufan as the successor, how formidable his strength was naturally went without saying. In contrast, Lin Chao appeared stubborn and unruly, even having that hint of sinister and ruthlessness, making people quite averse. Although everyone could not obtain Yu Mengli, they all hoped from the bottom of their hearts that Yu Mengli would not marry someone like this. For some time, the cheering and rooting voices were all for Zhuo Bufan. Hihi, this bunch of fools, do they think that by cheering for that Zhuo Bufan, he won't lose? Lin Chao hasn't even brought out 1/10 of his strength up till now. No matter how strong that Zhuo Bufan is, he can only lick his shoes for him. Among the crowd, in an inconspicuous corner, a middle-aged man in a strange attire said. Zhuo Bufan is totally not Lin Chao's target. That Yi Yuan who comes out the last is his biggest objective this time, another person said. Speaking of which, really underestimated Yi Yuan this punk at that time. I didn't expect that he grew so quickly. In this less than 10 years' time, he actually already broke through to phaseless realm. But this time, Lin Chao shouldn't drop the ball, right? Replied a middle-aged man dressed in black clothing. This black-clothed man was precisely the person who was manipulating the fierce-scale world's Zhao Tianyin father and son. Of course, even if Yi Yuan was here, he would not recognize him either. These few people were clearly together, all originating from that place called Divine Martial Hall. Among these few people, there was a middle-aged man whose age was slightly older, looking rather level-headed. This trip, our objective is the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil. That brat called Yi Yuan is merely a minor character of little importance. Later, have a word with Lin Chao, tell him not to cause complications, the middle-aged man said solemnly. The expressions of the few people at the back turned fearful as they acknowledged, yes, Holy General Han Tong. This man called Han Tong was actually that mysterious force's Holy General. The strength of a holy general was a huge margin stronger than holy followers. While they were talking, Zhuo Bufan and Lin Chao, who were in the ring, were already locked in battle. Zhuo Bufan's strength was indeed not what Zhu Yang and the rest could compare to. Similarly, first-level Dao Profound, Zhuo Bufan's every move and stance was watertight. Even if Lin Chao was matchlessly powerful, he could not gain the least bit of advantage either. Both parties actually fought until neither could gain the upper hand. Luofu Divine Spear. The two people were in the midst of fierce fighting when the Zhuo Bufan, who was empty-handed all along, suddenly took out a long spear. Rumble. Lin Chao could not avoid in time and was directly nailed onto the arena by the power of this spear. It's the Luofu Divine Spear. Skypool Celestial Empire's Divine Dao Martial Technique. Zhuo Bufan indeed concealed his strength too deeply. It is said that Luofu Divine Spear can only be started cultivating at the Dao Profound realm. Furthermore, the difficulty of cultivating it is extremely high. I didn't think that Zhuo Bufan actually already learned it. In his hands is the transcendent grade holy artifact, Heavenly Origin Howling Cloud Spear, right? This martial technique coupled with a transcendent grade holy artifact, the power is unequaled. With this, Lin Chao is destined for defeat. Although there were already no more deity realm powerhouses in this world, there were still some deity realm legacies. Like the Skypool Celestial Empire, this sort of super holy land with deep foundations, divine arts, divine Dao martial techniques, they all had legacies. Once it was unleashed, the power was even stronger compared to Tier 9 martial techniques. Except, the true might of divine Dao martial techniques, only deity realm powerhouses could unleash them. Even if Dao Profound realm martial artists cultivated them, they could only unleash some SCRAPS. The people below the stage were all incredibly excited when they saw Zhuo Bufan's spear succeed. However, Zhuo Bufan himself, his face was covered in a layer of frost. He already ACC. You mutilated the power of this attack for a long time just now, but Lin Chao still neutralized a large part of the force, avoiding his vital parts. His trump card was already exposed, while Lin Chao's trump card was still not exposed. Indeed, Lin Chao slowly crawled to his feet. Although somewhat ragged, there weren't injuries that were too severe. Indeed, well deserving of being a super holy land's disciple, to actually be able to injure me, but it's only this and nothing more. Lin Chao said it very scornfully. A curved blade appeared in Lin Chao's hands. The moment the curved blade appeared, a wave of sanguinary qi rapidly spread out, shocking people to the core. Transcendent grade holy artifact. Just what faction is this divine martial hall, to actually have such a powerful transcendent grade holy artifact? Someone exclaimed in shock. Lin Chao looked at Zhuo Bufan and said with a light smile, "Since you used a divine Dao martial technique, then I'll use a divine Dao martial technique too. Let's have a showdown and see whose divine Dao martial technique is more impressive." Lin Chao said it casually, but there was a wave of shock when it fell into other people's ears. What? Lin Chao knows a divine Dao martial technique too. How is this possible? Forces that have divine Dao martial techniques are only that few. Apart from the 8 great super holy lands, it can be counted with one hand. Just what kind of background is this divine martial hall? Transcendent grade holy artifact, divine Dao martial technique, this Lin Chao is too mysterious. If he beats Zhuo Bufan, how the result would be, everyone already did not dare to think. Just the sanguinary qi on that curved blade made everyone feel uncomfortable. If Yu Mengli married someone like this, then the Yu family would have really blundered. Zhuo Bufan's expression was very grim, and he already secretly mustered up essence energy. But his opponent, Lin Chao, appeared to be able to easily resolve any problems. The moment the blade momentum rose, his entire person turned into a cloud of green smoke, going for Zhuo Bufan. At the same time, Zhuo Bufan also accumulated strength for an attack. Luofu Divine Spear was displayed once more. Rumble. Two figures collided together fiercely. The blood-red blade light actually overpowered the Luofu Divine Spear. The blade momentum was akin to an overwhelming force, carrying indomitable and imposing momentum, and slashed Zhuo Bufan out. Below the stage was complete silence. A Super Holy Land successor was actually defeated, lost to a young man who was not a well-known figure. This young man, who originated from the divine martial hall, not only was he holding a transcendent-grade holy artifact in his hand, he even possessed a divine Dao martial technique. Could it be that this divine martial hall was a reclusive super-holy land? Chapter 946, Divine Soul Resonance. Chapter 946, Divine Soul Resonance. B. At Yu family inner hall, two middle-aged men sat opposite each other. Yu Zhenqiu's expression was rather ugly, with a frown that never left his face. "Brother Ju, this divine martial hall, what do you think?" Yu Zhenqiu said. "Hard to tell. Looking at it right now, this divine martial hall's strength doesn't seem to be weak. Perhaps it's not what you and I can afford to provoke. If younger brother you had long known about this day, why act that way at that time? If you married Leah to Yang long ago, where would there be so many problems?" The one talking was precisely Vast Sun City's city lord, Zhu Jiao. Hearing Yu Zhenqiu inquired about the divine martial hall's matters, Zhu Jiao could not resist rebuking the other party. Yu Zhenqiu heaved a sigh and said, "How can this you not know Yang's feelings? It's just that Leah's temper, you're aware too. Her heart isn't on Yang at all. If she's pressed into a corner, she'll go for mutual destruction." Zhu Jiao shot Yu Zhenqiu a glare and snorted coldly. But he also knew that what he said was the truth. Want to blame, he would have to blame his son for failing to live up to expectations. Being in a favorable position for so many years and could not even obtain Yu Mengli's heart. Regarding Zhu Yang and Yu Mengli's union, the two families were both happy to see it happen. Apart from inside the vast sun-bright moon realm, there was actually still another way to obtain the sun-moon heavenly pupil. That was the union of an innate vast sun flameheart pupil and an innate moonlight heavenly eye. For so many years, the Zhu family and Yu family very rarely had these two types of innate spirit physique appear before. Even if they did, it also very rarely appeared in the same generation. No one expected that when it reached this generation, these two types of spirit physiques appeared in the two families at the same time. Hence, Zhu Jiao and Yu Zhenqiu quickly became partners, wanting to matchmake Zhu Yang and Yu Mengli. Zhu Yang often came to the Yu family since young and mingled together with Yu Mengli. Except, as the two people gradually grew older, Yu Mengli slowly drifted apart from Zhu Yang. Especially after Yu Mengli saw Qingyunzi, her heart no longer had room for others as well. Zhu Yang bitterly pursued Yu Mengli fruitlessly but did not expect that a Yi Yuan would charge out halfway. With this, Zhu Yang had even less hope. Actually, the Yu family doing up this bright moon compet. One tie on this time, Zhu Jiao was rather grateful instead. Prior to this, Zhu Yang breaking through to Dao profound realm, his vast sun flameheart pupil thoroughly awakened, its power increasing by folds. As long as he obtained the first place, he could marry Yu Mengli back home right and properly. Regarding Zhuo Bufan, Zhu Jiao had actually already planned it out well. He believed that as long as he paid an adequate price, he could absolutely let Zhuo Bufan throw the match. The final victor would still be Zhu Yang. But did not expect that a Lin Chao would charge out halfway again. With this, the two families were put into an awkward situation. If the one who won, in the end, was some major faction's disciple, Yu Zhenqiu would not go so far as to pull such a long face either. But this Lin Chao's origins were unclear. Looking from the strength he displayed, this divine martial hall was bound to be a leviathan. Towards such an unknown powerful faction, how could Yu Zhenqiu not worry? If Lin Chao went on to defeat Yi Yuan, then wouldn't it be pus? Plussing his daughter into the fire pit? Now that it's come to this, what other options are there still? There's only entrusting hope onto Yi Yuan, that brat. It's just that his only first-level phaseless realm. In my view, virtually without any chance of winning. I think you'd best make preparations to renege on your word after that Lin Chao wins. It's just that this way, you'd probably have to offend that divine martial hall. Zhu Jiao thought it over and over and came up with a CRAPPY idea. The bright moon compet. Tion's commotion was blown so big, even the successor of a super holy land was startled. Once reneged, he would incur the ridicule of experts. But after Yi Yuan brought Leah into close seclusion, it's already been over 10 days. They still haven't exited seclusion till now. Tomorrow, They won't fail to make it in time, right? Yu Zhenqiu said hesitantly. Zhu Jiao was speechless. The development of affairs seemed to be somewhat deviating a while from their original plan. If they really can't, there's only forcefully disrupting their seclusion. Zhu Jiao said. No way. What if they are currently at a critical juncture of treatment? Wouldn't it ruin an important matter? Yu Zhenqiu said. The two great family heads discussed about it. In the end, they did not come to a decision either. In the lightning ocean, Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli marched forward hand in hand, and already walked as far as 90,000 feet. The radius of the lightning ocean was a distance of 100,000 feet. There was still 10,000 feet, and the two of them would be considered to have walked to the end. If someone was here, they would be able to discover that around Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli, a sacred SS of light halo actually appeared, SHI plus Ning brilliantly. This made them look just like high and mighty divinities. These violent bolts of lightning, after entering this stretch of light halo, would become incomparably gentle. Originally thought that this road is extremely bumpy. Didn't expect that the two of us, you and I, walking over hand in hand, was actually so easy. Yu Mengli looked at Yi Yuan, her eyes filled with bliss. Receiving the lightning's baptism these few days, her divine soul strengthened several times. The two divine souls which split apart actually already grew to its original size. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I also never thought that our two divine souls actually produced a resonance. This strengthened our soul force 100 times. Even if this lightning ocean wants to cause us harm, it can't do it. On that day, not long after Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli held hands, facing the lightning's baptism, the two people's hearts linked up in consonance, and their divine souls actually produced a resonance. As long as the two of them were together, their soul force would magnify 100 times over. This way, the lightning's baptism to them became very easy. Even for Yi Yuan, it was also his first time feeling this sort of magical feeling. He savored it very much. Yu Mengli said with a slight smile, if not for Big Brother Yuan disregarding your life and death, helping me to cross the difficult hurdle with your origin power, it probably wouldn't be that easy for the two of us to want to produce divine soul resonance. Yi Yuan smiled and said, why make distinctions between you and me? Divine soul resonance, this sort of thing. Although Yi Yuan was aware, the level of difficulty was not an ordinary kind of high. The two people resonating must be two hearts joined together and know what each other was thinking about, as if they were one body, for it to succeed. But it was easier said than done to want to reach this step. Some Tao companions were husband and wife for several thousand years and were unable to achieve this step. The level of difficulty could be imagined. However, Yi Yuan helped Yu Mengli to divide her divine soul with his origin power previously. The two of their divine souls were actually already in perfect harmony, with no distinctions between each other anymore. That moment when they held hands, it was as if the two people got shocked by electricity, two divine souls instantly linked up. That instant, there was you in me in you. Nothing else in this world could separate them anymore. That violent lightning was completely too weak to stand in compet. One tie-on in front of the two people's divine soul resonance. In a twinkle, the finals arrived. But Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli still had not exited seclusion. Yi Yuan and Lin Chao's battle was antic. 1p aided by millions of people. So below the arena, countless martial artists already gathered. Lin Chao's might, they already saw it. But that mysterious Yi Yuan, just what kind of person he was, they wanted to find out. It was just that time slowly trickled by. Yi Yuan still did not show up. On the stage, Lin Chao stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at Yu Zhenqiu with a smile and said, City Lord Your Excellency, 2 hours have already said since the start of the match. That Yi Yuan keeps failing to show up. Could it be that the Yu family wants to make so many people keep on waiting? Chapter 947, The Lin Chao Who Was Courting Death. Chapter 947, The Lin Chao Who Was Courting Death. Yu Zhenqiu was riding a tiger and found it hard to dismount right now. Being squeezed by Lin Chao like this, he really did not know what he should do. What was certain was that Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli's close seclusion definitely encountered some problems. The perils of dividing the divine soul. How could he, This divine king powerhouse, not know? Even if there was the soul-separating pill, this process was still incomparably dangerous. Yet, Yi Yuan was already his last hope. Initially, towards Yi Yuan, he was half skeptical as well. But witnessing Yi Yuan's heaven-defying alchemy Dao strength, Yu Zhenqiu still decided to take his chances. Except, looking at it now, it seemed like problems really occurred. If your esteemed self can't wait, you can forfeit your right and leave, Yu Zhenqiu said with a cold snort. He was at any rate the ruler of a city as well, a 9th-level Dao profound divine king powerhouse. How could he be needed by a junior? Except, Lin Chao did not seem to have the intention of skating over, saying with a faint smile, "This Lin naturally can afford to wait. It's just that Bright Moon City organizing such a grand meet, you got to at least give this Lin a time limit, right? If Yi Yuan doesn't come out for a month, would this Lin have to stand here for a month's time? Furthermore, even if we're determining the loser, it seems like this Lin shouldn't be judged so, right?" Yu Zhenqiu's face turned black. This Lin Chao was not easy to deal with. Furthermore, this matter was Bright Moon City not taking the side of reason to begin with. Continuing to take it seriously clearly did not have any benefits for the Yu family. Just as Yu Zhenqiu was caught in a bind, two figures descended from the air. The two people held hands, just like a pair of immortal lovers. After the divine soul resonance, Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli being together would give people a sensation of exceptional harmony. Seeing this scene, Yu Zhenqiu could not help being very surprised. Just what in the world happened between the two people during these few days of close seclusion? Really made me surprised. I didn't expect that my final opponent is actually an old acquaintance. While talking, Yi Yuan leaped and went up to the arena. Truthfully speaking, that moment when Yi Yuan saw Lin Chao, he was very surprised too. He never would have thought that his final opponent was actually Lin Chao. Back then, Lin Chao was utterly crippled by Yi Yuan in front of the Tranquil Cloud Sect's gates. Originally, he thought that even if he did not die, he would be wasted too. Did not think that so many years said, not only was he not crippled, he already reached peak phaseless realm. The scene just now, Lin Chao took it into his sights too. Not only was he not surprised, but he was also instead incomparably delighted in his heart. The better Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli's relations. Hi+P wouldn't he be happier breaking them up? This joy of taking revenge must be very wonderful. Lin Chao said with a laugh, "Yeah, just earlier, I even thought that you couldn't come today, and I was very regretful in my heart." The two people were beaming from ear to ear. The audience below the stage were all very surprised when they saw the situation. These two incomparably mysterious young geniuses were actually long acquainted. Looking at the way they were talking, seemed like they were even old friends who had not met for many years. "Looks like you've prepared very long for the sake this day," Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, that appearance had indescribable mockery. Yi Yuan's smile ked Lin Chao like a thorn. His face was still smiling. It was just that the smile became somewhat unnatural. "Yeah, I've waited over 10 years for today. Today, I'm going to take back everything I lost." Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "Looks like you're the same as Zhao Tianyin father and son, selling your soul for power. But in front of me, Yi Yuan, even if you sold your soul, what remains, in the end, is also just despair." Yi Yuan had a bearing that looked down on all life. This sort of bearing deeply wounded Lin Chao's pride. Even if he, Lin Chao, could think of hundreds of schemes, even if he, Lin Chao's cultivation realm, was above Yi Yuan's, the final outcome was still a tragedy. Back then, the Purple Mansion sect bore down upon the borders with a great army, wanting to crush the Tranquil Cloud sect with absolute strength. In the end, not only did Yi Yuan rescue all of the captives with his strength alone, he even seriously wounded Lin Chao, nearly causing his death. This sort of suppression that disregarded ranks simply made people despair. In truth, he really despaired back then. All of his skills was crippled, his heart was like dead ashes. But the divine martial hall gave him a second life, letting him cast off his old self and take on a new self, giving him unrivaled strength. By relying on this strength, he even defeated the successor of the Skypool Celestial Empire. Yi Yuan was even more of a cinch. Heh, Yi Yuan, you're still that arrogant. But today's Lin Chao is already not the Lin Chao of yesteryear. Today, not only do I want to trample you underfoot, I even want to S&tch away your woman, let you experience a little what's called true despair. Lin Chao said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan smiled. Lin Chao's words infuriated him. Very good, remember the words you said just now. Yi Yuan said with a broad smile on his face. To Yi Yuan, his kins were not permitted to be affronted. Now, Lin Chao actually pointed the spearhead at Yu Mengli. His fury was successfully stirred up. Looking at Yi Yuan's smile, Lin Chao actually felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. Damn it. What the hell am I afraid of? The present me can even defeat the Skypool Celestial Empire's successor. Why would I be afraid of a measly little Yi Yuan? Lin Chao secretly cursed in his heart. Provoking big brother Yuan like this, that Lin Chao is courting death, beside Yu Zhenqiu, Yu Mengli said coolly. After the divine soul resonance with Yi Yuan, she was deeply affected by Yi Yuan's thoughts as if it was her own. She knew that Yi Yuan was truly enraged. Yu Zhenqiu looked at his daughter, rather surprised. He was uncertain where his daughter's confidence came from. But starting since just now, Yu Zhenqiu discovered that his daughter seemed to be rather different. At this time, that sort of sickly paleness on Yu Mengli's face already disappeared thoroughly. That melancholy concealed in dullness also vanished without a trace already. The current Yu Mengli was elegant and poised, immortal qi lingering, appearing even more otherworldly and unattainable. One could say that Yu Mengli's entire temperament underwent a qualitative change. The current Yu Mengli was confident and calm, no longer that former little girl appearance. And her gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was with great tenderness between lovers, clearly still that little girl appearance. That sort of attitude belonged only to Yi Yuan. What on earth did Yi Yuan do to his daughter? How so? Yu Zhenqiu said. Yu Mengli smiled and said, Father, just watch. Leah, Yi Yuan he really cured you? Yu Zhenqiu said rather uncertainly. Yu Mengli nodded and said, Father, the Yu family won't have to ask people for help anymore in the future as well. Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil, maybe it already really counts for nothing. Yu Zhenqiu's entire body trembled, looking at Yu Mengli in disbelief. Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil was the Zhu and Yu two families' countless generations' pursuit. That was an ocular art capable of achieving deity realm. How could it not make people envious? But now, Yu Mengli actually did not even think anything of the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil. He naturally knew what Yu Mengli was referring to. Innate Moonlight Heavenly Eye Physique plus the innate Battle Soul Physique, Yu Mengli would become a peerless powerhouse. Although the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil was strong, it might not be able to rival the innate Battle Soul Physique either. In the Divine Tao era, innate Battle Soul Physiques, not one was not in existence who roamed the world unhindered. Chapter 948, Half-Dragon Physique Rampaging. Chapter 948, Half-Dragon Physique Rampaging. Be since Yi Yuan has arrived, then begin, Yu Zhenqiu said coolly. Rumble. At virtually the same time, a fierce impact sound echoed out. Yi Yuan actually unleashed an attack at Lin Chao with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder which left no time for covering ears. This punch shocked the Grand Array until it trembled. Lin Chao backed up 100 steps in a row before barely stabilizing his figure. His essence sea churned, the essence energy within his body being thrown into disorder by this punch of Yi Yuan's. Below the stage, it was dead silent, all stunned by Yi Yuan's punch. They had seen before with their own eyes how Lin Chao countered Zhu Yang's vast sun Flameheart pupil with one punch, sending him flying off the stage. But right now, Yi Yuan stood on the spot without moving a muscle, while Lin Chao was struck until he fell back 100 steps. With this comparison, Yi Yuan was also a bit too strong, right? Seeing that Yi Yuan was only first-level phaseless, many people already did not harbor any hopes. Lin Chao was peak 9th level phaseless realm, that was how he had the qualifications to have a showdown with Tao Profound Realms. But Yi Yuan was only first-level phaseless. How to fight like this? But this punch, it made everyone view him in a completely different light. For this Yi Yuan to dare challenge the Bright Moon Compet. Tion's first place, His strength was indeed daunting. Looks like your fleshly body is very powerful. No wonder you were able to defeat those so-called geniuses. However, if it's only to this sort of degree, prepare to get wrecked by me, Yi Yuan said indifferently. Lin Chao finally managed to catch his breath, his expression incomparably ugly. He thought that his strength was already ridiculously powerful. He did not expect that the strength of Yi Yuan, who was only first-level phaseless, was actually so powerful. Just based on that punch just now, the so-called geniuses were utter jokes in front of Yi Yuan. Lin Chao drew a deep breath and was just about to fly off the handle when all of a sudden, his expression changed drastically. An outrageous dragon pressure erupted. On Yi Yuan's skin, actually grew numerous dragon scales. His 2 arms became 2 dragon claws. And one of them actually faintly summed a gold color. That was the hallmark of the primeval dragon bone. His forehead actually grew 2 dragon horns. Seeing this scene, everyone drew a cold breath. Half-dragon physique. This. How thick a true dragon bloodline does this need? Yu Jianqiu's eyes erupted with rays of brilliance, as he said in astonishment. Dragon transformation. This was the hallmark of a human martial artist who cultivated the dragon race bloodline, reaching an exceedingly high realm. But human martial artists, extremely few people were able to reach the extent of half-dragon physique. Because that requirement towards bloodline was way too high. At this time, apart from Yi Yuan's face, areas that could be seen on the body practically all grew dragon scales. It could be seen how thick his bloodline was. One had to know that dragon transformation was not as simple as merely growing dragon scales. After the dragon transformation, the martial artist's physique would have a qualitative leap. If this martial artist knew the dragon race's martial techniques, then the power of dragon race martial techniques would likewise have a qualitative leap. Unfortunately for Lin Chao, not only did Yi Yuan knew dragon race martial techniques, he knew extremely profound ones among the dragon race martial techniques. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chao and said with a radiant smile, "Are you ready?" With a whoosh, Yi Yuan's figure vanished from sight. Rumble. An intense rumbling sound echoed. Lin Chao's body flew out like a cannonball. Pew walk. Lin Chao directly spewed out a large mouthful of fresh blood in midair. That appearance was horrifyingly ghastly. Yet, this was only the beginning. Yi Yuan's Void Dragon Shadow Punch smashed towards Lin Chao with a force that toppled mountains and overturned the seas. Bang! 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 When everyone below the stage saw this scene, they virtually stopped breathing. Too strong. Achieving this extent just by relying on the power of the fleshly body, it was simply unimaginable. That insufferably arrogant Lin Chao from before was too weak to stand up to a single blow in front of Yi Yuan. This match today, Zhu Yang naturally would not miss it either. From the very beginning, he was watching the battle below the stage. When Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli descended from the sky, he felt all sort of emotions in his heart, completely awful. But looking at such a fearsome Yi Yuan, he could not help feeling a chill from the bottom of his heart. If it was him on the stage, he would likely already be bashed into minced meat, right? Vast Sun Flameheart pupil? Simply a joke. Facing the Yi Yuan in a rampaging state, everything was unfounded. Don't believe it. That Lin Chao on the stage was a living example. Half-dragon physique. Didn't think that this brat already grew to such an extent. A lower realms and actually already became a colossal dragon. Lord Han Tong, if it's convenient, it's best to finish off this brat while you're at it. Han Tong's gaze had been staring at Yi Yuan all along. He nodded and said, Li Hun is right. However, Lin Chao, this boy's strength has yet to be fully displayed. Half-dragon physique is not enough. Li Hun was that holy follower who controlled Zhao Tianyin father and son. Hearing Han Tong's words, Li Hun smiled too. On the arena, a beam of bloodlight shot toward the sky. A blood-red blade light erupted in adverse circumstances, cleaving straight at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan also did not think that Lin Chao was actually still able to strike back under such a state. But although this blade light was impressive, it was still a little unskilled to want to harm him. His divine sense stirred. A large bell suddenly appeared in front of him. The Heavenly King bell emitted a beam of pale yellow protective shur. to withstand the blood-red blade light. Gong. The Heavenly King bell was smacked flying backward. Yi Yuan took advantage of the situation and put it away. Yi Yuan withdrew the half-dragon physique and restored his original appearance. Looking at Lin Chao again, he was currently bathed in blood from head to toe. There was not an intact spot on his body from top to bottom. The Yi Yuan in a rampage did not show the least bit of mercy. It was virtually every fist hitting flesh. After breaking through to phaseless realm, the Primeval Dragon Bone's potential was developed a step further. His fleshly body also broke through to late-stage Tier 8 already. Half-dragon physique, coupled with the Void Dragon Shadow Punch, this set of combination was simply a bulldozer, cruise. Plusing all obstacles. The fleshly body that Lin Chao took pride in was not worth mentioning at all in front of Yi Yuan. The average person, even if their fleshly body reached late-stage Tier 8, they should also have been smashed into minced meat at this time. You're still able to maintain human form, looks like you're the same as Zhao Tianyin father and son, all cultivated heretic cultivation methods. I'm really curious right now, just what on earth is the force behind you plotting in the dark? Those people below should be together with you, right? You guys coming to Bright Moon City, if there aren't accidents, it should be for the sake of the Sun Moon heavenly pupil. Regarding Lin Chao still having the strength to retaliate, Yi Yuan was not surprised. Instead, he asked Lin Chao calmly. However, when those few people below the stage heard Yi Yuan's words, their faces all changed, including Holy General Han Tong. They were already very low profile in the crowd. Furthermore, they deliberately restrained their vital activities, looking not much different from ordinary martial artists. He did not think that it was seen through with one glance by Yi Yuan. Ha, Yi Yuan, you indeed didn't disappoint me. The stronger you are, the more delighted when I kill you. Blood. God. Transformation. Lin Chao shouted fiercely. All of a sudden, only to see Lin Chao's blood chi billowed into the sky. His two pupils becoming scarlet red, his entire person being shrouded by a mass of bloodlight too. Lin Chao's aura was rapidly rising, getting closer and closer to Dao Profound Realm. Rumble. Finally, this huge chasm between Phaseless Realm and Dao Profound Realm was actually directly crossed over by Lin Chao. Chapter 949, True Genius. Chapter 949, True Genius. BY you got to be kidding, right? Phaseless Realm to Dao Profound Realm, the gap was broken through just like that. Seeing Ghost. The disparity between these two realms is virtually the sum total of all the cultivation realms before. What kind of cultivation method can have such a huge boost? With this, Yi Yuan is in danger. That Lin Chao was so terrifying at Phaseless Realm. Now that he broke through to Dao Profound Realm, wouldn't he be defying the heavens? The scene of Lin Chao breaking through made everyone incredibly shocked. This hard-to-surmount chasm was actually crossed effortlessly just like this. Many people found it hard to accept it. Bloodlight covered the sky. The wounds on Lin Chao's body could actually be seen recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The martial artists below the stage were all endlessly terrified. Yi Yuan's indiscriminate bombarding earlier, even if Lin Chao did not die, he definitely suffered extremely severe injuries too. But now, he recovered just like this. This Lin Chao was simply a freak. The current Lin Chao, his gaze showed scarlet red eyes, his entire body feeling like it was in a state of rampage. His eyes glued onto Yi Yuan, and he said with a wild laugh, "How is it, Yi Yuan? Now, receive my judgment. Also, I remember that sentence, your woman, she's mine." Yi Yuan still had a calm and collected look. Lin Chao's astonished plusing aura did not affect him the least bit. Hearing Lin Chao's words, Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold, but he said with a slight smile, "This is your trump card. You make me somewhat disappointed." Lin Chao brandished his curved blade and said with a cold sneer, "Stop pretending. In order to master the blood God transformation, I suffered all kinds of torture in these 10 years. Every day was a life worse than death. And this was all in order to take revenge on you. Now that I broke through to Dao Profound Realm, my heretic Cloud Bloodsaber's power will increase at least 100 times. This time, I see what you used to block it. After breaking through, Lin Chao's confidence swelled. At least, facing the first-level phaseless Yi Yuan, he was teeming with confidence. He completely could not think of what kind of measures Yi Yuan could use to block his heretic Cloud Bloodsaber. Even the half-dragon physique could not either. When Yu Zhenqiu saw this scene, his face was also densely covered with a worried look. That Lin Chao was very sinister. If he really won, it was not a good thing. Yi Yuan's performance earlier made his eyes lit up. He really did not know that Yi Yuan's combat power was actually so formidable. It was just that Lin Chao broke through to Dao Profound. His entire person underwent a qualitative transformation. It was completely not possible for Yi Yuan to be his match by relying on the half-dragon physique as well. Also, those few people below the stage, Yu Zhenqiu heightened his vigilance too, informing clansmen in secret to increase vigilance. Those few people concealed extremely deeply, mixing among ordinary martial artists inconspicuously. Even he did not notice either. But Yi Yuan was actually able to perceive them among countless martial artists with one glance. He really did not know how this brat noticed it. At this time, he could not help looking over towards Yu Mengli. He discovered that Yu Mengli was still calm as before. "Leah, aren't you even a little worried about Yi Yuan? Or does he still have some trump card that he hasn't used?" Yu Zhenqiu said. Yu Mengli shook his head and said, "I don't know about Big Brother Yuan's trump cards. But, there's no way he would lose." Yu Zhenqiu was thoroughly defeated. This sort of groundless trust was really not reliable at all. He really could not figure out what kind of measures the first-level phaseless Yi Yuan could use to defeat Lin Chao. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chao and said full of pity, "Lin Chao, you and I are not of the same world at all. That so-called pride of yours is not worth mentioning at all in front of me. Since you want to look, I'll let you take a look at what's called a true genius." Yi Yuan's hand raised up. The Star Moon sword was in his hand. He slowly closed his eyes, pointing at Lin Chao while holding the Star Moon sword just like that. There was clearly not a hint of dangerous aura coming off of Yi Yuan's body. But no idea why, all the hair on his body stood on its end. Lin Chao clenched his teeth. The blood qi on his body billowed to the skies once more. Berserk Dao Profound Realm pressure concentrated on his curved blade. A shocking aura made the martial artists below the stage practically unable to open their eyes. One made his move, while the other remained still. It was an extremely strong contrast. Lin Chao's aura was shocking. This blade cleaving down, it seemed like regardless of what it was, it could be split into two halves too. While Yi Yuan did not have any aura at all, as if his entire world belonged to serenity. Yet, the one who was able to sense Yi Yuan's threat was only Lin Chao alone. In other people's view, Yi Yuan was being pretentious and did not have the least bit of threat at all. Because they could not sense it at all. What's Yi Yuan doing? Putting on a pose like this, there's no threat at all. Lin Chao's blade momentum was already formed. Yu Zhenqiu was no longer composed too. Right at this time, Yi Yuan finally had movements. Two entirely different auras suddenly emitted off of Yi Yuan's body, one black and one azure. The two auras circled around Yi Yuan and started revolving vigorously, forming a vortex. This vortex became stronger and stronger, gradually forming a storm. Seeing this scene, Yu Zhenqiu revealed a dumbstruck look. This is, but Lin Chao could not care that much anymore. His blade momentum was already formed, and he abruptly slashed the saber out, carrying an incomparably fierce and swift bloodlight as it rushed towards Yi Yuan. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks actually appeared on the protective grand array on the arena under this slash of his. One could imagine how powerful the might of this slash of his was. Yu Zhenqiu's expression could not help changing when he saw the situation, and he said sternly, "Quick, strengthen the array formation. Otherwise, the grand array is going to collapse." Actually, no need for him to instruct others. The Yu family's two formation emperors already leaped out and fired out countless spells towards the grand array. Very soon, the grand array was stabilized. The Yu family's formation masters also did not think that the Bright Moon Compet I Taion's final battle would actually be fought to this sort of degree. Even the grand array they laid down already almost could not be sustained. These two formation Emperor powerhouses' strengths were very strong. Under their consolidation, the Grand Array was already not in danger of collapsing. But right at this time, Lin Chao's saber already arrived within 10 feet of Yi Yuan as well. A hint of the delight of revenge flickered across the corners of his mouth. Yi Yuan's move had yet to form. He believed that this saber of his was absolutely able to cleave Yi Yuan into two. At least, it also had to make Yi Yuan heavily wounded and on the verge of death. As long as he could win this match, he, Lin Chao, would still be the winner. However, just as his saber arrived within 3 feet of Yi Yuan, he discovered to his astonishment that his curved blade was actually unable to advance an inch further. Yi Yuan still maintained the pose of wielding a sword, virtually ping together with Lin Chao's blade point. However, Lin Chao's saber had no way of advancing another step forward. Huff huff. Around Yi Yuan, the one black and one azure storms became increasingly fiercer. Originally, Lin Chao's saber momentum was way more powerful than Yi Yuan's aura. Yet, Yi Yuan's aura became more and more powerful. The radius of the storm also became greater and greater. Gradually, it actually pushed Lin Chao's body back. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly snapped open both eyes. A terrifying aura instantly swept across the entire square. Supreme True Intent Fusion. Virtually at the same time, Zhu Jiao, Yu Zhenqiu, Han Tong, these pinnacle powerhouses, cried out in alarm. Chapter 950, Spirit Horn Shattering Mirror. Chapter 950, Spirit Horn Shattering Mirror. Be not good, Lin Chao is in danger. Han Tong's expression changed drastically. His entire person dashed over in the direction of the stage like an arrow that left the bow. Yu Zhenqiu gave a cold snort and said, "Your esteemed self is truly looking down on my bright moon city too much." At the same time, Yu Zhenqiu's figure suddenly vanished from where he was. When he appeared again, he was already blocking in front of Han Tong. Han Tong's face fell, and a mirror actually appeared in his hand. The moment the mirror was displayed, it erupted with an outrageous aura. Yu Zhenqiu originally came carrying flames of wrath, wanting to teach Han Tong a good lesson. But seeing that mirror's power, his expression involuntarily changed drastically, and his figure retreated explosively. Right then, Yi Yuan's aura became more and more astonished. Hi plus ing. The two strands of azure and black forces suddenly rolled together, forming a terrifying attack. Ah, don't. Lin Chao did not have the chance to escape at all at this time, and could not help giving off a cry of despair. Spirit extinguish. Hi plusing azure cloud sword. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. Sword chi flashed and disappeared, heading straight for Lin Chao. This streak of sword chi alternating between azure and black contained two types of supreme true intent. One was the azure dipper floating zero sword, the other was the slaughter supreme true intent. Two kinds of supreme true intent fusing, the power of this sword actually tore a large rift in the void. Rumble. The powerful sword chi directly made the defensive Grand Array shatter, blasting the Yu family's two formation emperors flying out. Under this sword, Lin Chao was dead for sure. But right the final juncture, a figure suddenly cut in between the two people. Han Tong scared away Yu Zhenqiu with one move and blocked in front of Lin Chao with the fastest speed. Spirit Horn Shattering Mirror. Break for me. Han Tong gave a fierce cry. The mirror in his hand erupted with shocking power. Rumble. Terrifying azure black sword chi actually gradually became faint under this mirror's illumination, and finally vanished from sight. Yi Yuan's certain kill sword was actually extinguished just like this. Lin Chao plopped onto the ground, his face incomparably ashen. His eyes were dull and lifeless. Clearly, he had not walked out of the fear of death yet. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he looked at Han Tong as he said icily, "Divine artifact." Everyone was staring fixedly on the mirror in Han Tong's hands. This mirror was actually a divine artifact of the legend. To be able to repel Yu Zhenqiu, this level of pinnacle expert, it had to be a divine artifact. Divine artifact. It's actually a divine artifact. Didn't think that this trip to Bright Moon City, I'd actually see a divine artifact come into being. Just what background does this divine martial hall have? To actually possess a divine artifact. Divine artifact coming into being, could it be that? Divine Tao is going to descend again. The martial artists watching the fight were all shocked to their core. They did not think that coming to watch the bright moon compet. One Taion, they actually saw a divine artifact come into being. Today's battle situation was simply where developments of the situation kept reaching new heights. First was Yi Yuan transforming into half-dragon physique, then it was Lin Chao's blood god transformation directly breaking through to Tao Profound. Following that was Yi Yuan actually fusing Supreme True Intense. Lastly, even a divine artifact actually came into being as well. In the beginning, it was still okay. But fusing Supreme True Intense, that was something that Divine King powerhouses did. The disparity between Divine King powerhouses lied on this Supreme True Intense fusion. Only by fusing Supreme True Intense could it allow a Divine King's strength to surpass other Divine Kings. The reason why the 10 great Divine Kings were powerful was that they fused several kinds of powerful Supreme True Intense. That was how they were able to show disdain on all under the heavens. But Yi Yuan, this youngster who was just at first level phaseless realm, he was actually able to fuse Supreme True Intense already. When he broke through to Divine King realm, how terrifying would he be? One could say that as long as Yi Yuan did not perish, he would inevitably become a 10 great Divine Kings class powerhouse in the future. As for the divine artifact, Spirit Horn Shattering Mirror, that went even more without saying. Ever since Divine Tao dwindled to zero, divine artifacts no longer appeared as well. Even the 10 great Divine Kings only used transcendent-grade holy artifacts too. But today, a divine artifact actually came into being once more. How could this not astonish them? Han Tong did not answer Yi Yuan directly. His expression was likewise solemn as he said, "Truly didn't expect that at your young age, you're actually able to fuse Supreme True Intense already." It was this Han who miscalculated instead. Since Lin Chao is already defeated, your esteemed self is the victor. Why is there a need to exterminate ruthlessly? Our divine martial hall will just concede. At this time, Lin Chao abruptly startled awake, and suddenly let out a loud laugh and said, "Haha, I'm not dead yet. I'm not dead yet. Yi Yuan, so what even if you fused Supreme True Intense? Aren't you still unable to kill me?" Lin Chao's state was as if he went mad, shouting at the top of his voice, venting the negative emotions in his heart. Yi Yuan looked at Han Tong and said coolly, "If I, Yi Yuan, want to kill people, you can't stop it. Today, Lin Chao must die." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, the people all sighed unceasingly. A divine artifact coming into being, even if Yi Yuan had 3 heads and 6 arms, it was also not possible to kill Lin Chao. As long as there was Han Tong around, their divine martial hall was in an impregnable position. Didn't he see that someone as powerful as Yu Zhenqiu also kept a good distance away in the face of a divine artifact? Yi Yuan's words were clearly putting up a bold front. Han Tong sneered coldly when he heard that and said, "What an arrogant brat. I want to see just how you break through the Spirit Horn Shattering Mirror in my hand." Haha. The Spirit Horn Shattering Mirror can shatter all attacks. Unless you're an expert on the level of the 10 great Divine Kings, otherwise, forget about wanting to break through. Just the likes of you want to kill me too? Lin Chao said haughtily. At this time, Yu Zhenqiu slowly came to Yi Yuan's side as well, and said to Han Tong, "Since you all have a divine artifact in possession, I'll spare you all from death today. Bring your people and immediately get lost for me." Han Tong chuckled and said to Yu Zhenqiu with cupped fists, "It's still City Lord Yu who knows better. This Han will take his leave here. Yi Yuan, your talent says others, but desperately upholding your face, the one who loses face can only be you." Done talking, Han Tong brought Lin Chao was just about to leave. "Halt!" Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Han Tong turned around and said indifferently, "What? What guidance do you still have? Did I let you guys go?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Yu Zhenqiu also did not think that Yi Yuan would pester so unreasonably. The other party was holding a divine artifact in his hand. Once they lost all decorum, Bright Moon City would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Even if they could strike down the other party, in the end, the losses outweighed the gains too. Yi Yuan, as long as the Green Hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Better let them leave first. The might of a divine artifact is not what you can contend with, Yu Jianqiu urged. Ha ha ha. He who understands the times is a wise man. Yi Yuan, you even used supreme true intent fusion. Could it be that you still have some trump card? Han Tong said with a laugh. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, I, Yi Yuan, always mean what I say. If I want Lin Chao to die, then he has to die today. Seeing Yi Yuan still hara SS with an unreasonable demand, Han Tong was finally truly enraged. Humph. Truly refusing face when it's given. If not for Sherry's HI+ing divine essence, you'd already become a dead man earlier. Is it possible that you really think I don't dare to kill you? Rumble. Yi Yuan did not speak. Two streams of black and azure force formed around him once again. He was actually going to use the spirit extinguish. HI+ing azure cloud sword once more. Reckless and blind thing, since you're seeking death yourself, then I can't save you either. While talking, Han Tong brought out the spirit horn shattering mirror. Spirit extinguish. HI+ing azure cloud sword, kill. One sword unleashed, shook the world. Fool. It's all the same outcome even if it's repeated 1,000 times. Spirit horn shattering mirror, break for me, Han Tong shouted. But right at this time, an enormous Paji Oda descended from the sky, cruise. HI+ing toward Lin Chao. Chapter 951, went missing. Chapter 951, went missing. B. The vast heaven Paji Oda carried the might of heaven and earth, and it appeared behind Han Tong unexpectedly. This scene was too sudden. Everyone did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still had such a trick. Rumble. A loud crash was heard. The people felt the earth was trembling. The vast heaven Paji Oda directly smashed towards Lin Chao, cruise. HI+ing him into minced meat. Over here, Han Tong used the spirit horn shattering mirror to extinguish Yi Yuan's attack. But Lin Chao still died. Another divine artifact. My God, what on earth is happening to this world? Fool, that Paji Oda isn't a divine artifact, but a quasi-divine artifact. But even if it's a quasi-divine artifact, it already infinitely approaches divine artifact too. Yi Yuan, this boy, he actually had such a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, to be able to obtain a quasi-divine artifact. With this ingenious move to gain the upper hand, it really let him kill Lin Chao. The vast heaven Paji Oda's appearance stirred up a commotion among the crowd once more. Today, these martial artists really broadened their horizons. Fusing supreme true intents, divine artifact, quasi-divine artifact, one appeared after another. It simply refreshed their three views on life. What shocked them the most was still Yi Yuan. This young man was too scary. His own strength was terrifying to the extreme. Furthermore, he even had innumerable contingencies. Han Tong wielded a divine artifact and was incomparably arrogant. But he ultimately still suffered a loss at Yi Yuan's hands. Yi Yuan raised his palm. The vast heaven Paji Oda returned to his palm. He put the vast heaven Paji Oda away and said to Han Tong nonchalantly, so what if divine artifact? If I, Yi Yuan, want to kill people, no body can stop it. Alright, now, you guys can scram. Done talking, Yi Yuan turned around to leave, flying over in Yu Mengli's direction. Han Tong was infuriated until he clenched his jaws tightly, his entire body quivering continuously. Looking at Yi Yuan's back view, he made no effort to conceal his killing intent in the slightest. At the same time, several auras already locked onto him. As long as he moved, what awaited him would be a terrifying blow. Although he possessed a divine artifact, his scruples were also a lot. Finally, he still gave a cold snort and said to Li Hun and the others, let's go. Yu Mengli walked gracefully and went to greet Yi Yuan, and hurriedly supported him. Using the spirit extinguish. HI+ing azure cloud sword twice in a row, the burden on Yi Yuan's body was tremendous. The current Yi Yuan was already on the verge of collapsing. Big brother Yuan, it was hard on you. Yu Mengli said in relief. Outside Bright Moon City, Han Tong and the others were walking unhurriedly. A bunch of reckless things. They also don't use their brains to think properly. Is a divine artifact what they can covet? Han Tong said to a subordinate. Han Tong exposing the divine artifact would naturally draw the covetous eyes of forces everywhere. At present, there were 7 to 8 major and minor factions targeting them. These people were wary of the divine artifact in Han Tong's hands, and also apprehensive of other forces benefiting from their struggle. Hence, that was why they exercised restraint and did not make a move. They are naturally aware. It's just that the temptation of a divine artifact is too great. Li Hun said with a cold smile. Han Tong said solemnly, draw them towards a place with less people. Spare no one. Lin Chao mastering the blood god transformation, the divine martial hall attached a great deal of importance to him. Coming to Bright Moon City this time also had the intention of experiencing trials. But he did not expect that he was crushed by Yi Yuan just like that. The current Han Tong had a stomach full of rage that just happened to have nowhere to vent. But these guys delivered themselves to the doorstep one by one. If they did not have the strength to protect a divine artifact, how would they dare to reveal it? Actually, everybody understood the logic. It was just that how many people were able to endure the temptation of a divine artifact. A day later, inside a forest where few people tread, corpses were strewn all over the ground disorderly. Among these corpses, the strongest one actually had late-stage Dao profound realm strength. However, their strengths were not worth mentioning at all in front of Han Tong and his people. Your Excellency, these tailends are already taken care of. What should we do now? Li Hun patted his hands and asked Han Tong. Han Tong said with a solemn face, the objective of this trip is the Sun-Moon heavenly pupil. Since we're already unable to enter with conventional means, then we can only use force. There's still a few days away from the opening of the vast sun-bright moon realm. We'll hide first and wait for the right time to take action. Then, the matter of Lin Chao being killed, Li Hun said, rather hesitantly. The moment Han Tong heard, his expression became even darker and he said, Yi Yuan, that brat will definitely enter the vast sun-bright moon realm. At that time, we'll settle the scores together. After Yi Yuan rested for a day, he recovered to his peak state. When he exited seclusion, he discovered that there were already quite a number of people waiting for him. The first one he had to meet was naturally Yu Zhenqiu. He was Lia's father. This face had to be given. Seeing Yi Yuan again, Yu Zhenqiu stared at him for a long time, as if it was his first time seeing Yi Yuan. City Lord Yu, does this Yi have flowers on his face? Yi Yuan could only voice out. Yu Zhenqiu froze, then said, this emperor has lived for many years. I can't tell how many young geniuses I've met. But someone unfathomable like you, it's still my first time encountering. Yi Yuan, you won the Bright Moon compet. I Taion, we're considered as a family as well. Can you give me an explanation as to just what kind of relations HI+P is between you and the Soul Martial Divine King? Yi Yuan looked at Yu Zhenqiu and said with a smile that was not a smile, Soul Martial Divine King? This ye don't know him. The more Yi Yuan pretended to be profound, the more Yu Zhenqiu could not figure him out. The more firmly Yi Yuan denied it, the more certain Yu Zhenqiu was that he and Zhong Zizhen's relations HI+P was not shallow. But this sort of thing, there was no way for Yi Yuan to admit it personally. He and Zhong Zizhen's relations HI+P was indeed not shallow. But it was definitely not that sort of relations. HI+P Yu Zhenqiu they all thought. But this sort of influence, Yi Yuan did not mind borrowing it. Then, the quasi-divine artifact in your hands, to talk about what Yu Zhenqiu wanted to know the most, it was naturally still the vast heaven Paji. Oda's information. Quasi-divine artifact, this kind of thing was too sensational in the divine realm. Although the vast heaven Paji, Oda could not compare to a genuine divine artifact, the might of a quasi-divine artifact was already sufficiently daunting. More importantly, the one who possessed the quasi-divine artifact was even his, Yu Zhenqiu's, prospective son-in-law. Yi Yuan smiled and said, City Lord, you didn't go and chase that Han Tong, but come and ask about my Paji. Oda, where's the logic? No matter what, my Paji. Oda can't compare to his spirit horn-shattering mirror either, right? According to what I know, the spirit horn shattering mirror is an ancient divine artifact. Its power is extremely formidable. Furthermore, it even has a terrifying ability, which is that it's able to shatter SPACE. In my view, although those people retreated for the time being, they probably won't withdraw easily either, right? What Yi Yuan thought of, how could Yu Zhenqiu not think of it? Hearing Yi Yuan bring it up, he heaved and sighed. He then said, after the bright moon compet. One Taion, I sent a Yu family's expert to follow their tracks. As a result, Yi Yuan's face fell slightly, and he asked, as a result what? News just came. Inside a dense forest 30,000 miles north of Bright Moon City, over 100 corpses were discovered. Among them had that disciple of my Yu family. Those people's traces have already utterly gone missing, Yu Zhenqiu said solemnly. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath. Did not expect that this bunch of people were actually so foolproof when doing things. Looks like the vast sun bright moon realm opening this time, it probably wouldn't be too peaceful.